vice president at one time at East LA College. And Don, ironically, spent his childhood in an internment camp. And I think you said your father or
my
mother,
grandparents, yeah.
or your grandparents, yeah.
And my aunts and uncles.
So a granddaughter of one.
Trustee Moreno, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, we were just chitty-chatting.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to reconvene to the committee of the whole. All right, the meeting will come to order. May I have the roll call, please?
Recording in progress.
Trustee Buelna?
Present.
Present.
Trustee Hoffman?
Here.
Trustee Moreno?
Here.
Trustee Vela?
Here.
Trustee Veres?
Here.
Student Trustee Martinez?
Here.
Thank you.
Trustee Eno.
I'm here.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Eno.
Thank you. We recognize Trustee Eno being here. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we're going to go ahead. Are there any persons signed up to address the Board of Trustees on the committee of the whole agenda items?
Yes, sir. We have Auntie Dolores Sheen. You made an petition for her for 1 o'clock.
All right, great.
Ms. Sheen, are you on?
Machine?
Okay, just one moment, please. We just uploaded everybody, so they're kind of moving in slowly. Thank you.
In the meantime, names of individuals wishing to address the Board of Trustees will be available. Each speaker will be afforded up to 3 minutes to speak.
So we have next up Dustin Lopez, and this gentleman is speaking on G3, the Facilities Assessment Bond and District Student Workforce Housing Policy, along with Parada Forgi, Amy Magora, Delay Ortega, Mitra Baja, Pantera Furuji, Lizette Perez, Catherine Andres, Sandra Sanchez, Giovanni Di Vaya, Elson Najarro, and Iris Lira.
Okay, thank you, Lupe. Before we move on, do I have a motion to limit the amount of speaking time to 2 minutes?
So moved.
Okay, roll call, please.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote.
No.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson. Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Can I abstain?
Yes, thank you. Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Vela. Trustee Veres. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's begin the speaking. Let's see if Auntie Dolores Sheen is available. Auntie Sheen. Is Auntie Sheen available, you guys?
We'll come back to her. She's not.
Okay, let's go on. Next is Dustin Lopez. Mr. Lopez. Unmute yourself.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. Hello again, Board of Trustees. My name is Dustin Lopez. I'm a psychology major at LA Pierce College, and I'm also a student intern with AFT 1521. I am here again to talk about the housing insecurity / homelessness problem in our school district. According to the LACCD Hope Lab, 55% of LACCD students experience housing insecurity and 18.6% experience homelessness. Surprisingly, you all collaborated with the Hope Lab to gather these statistics. So why am I presenting this information to you all? In the LACCD mission statement, it says the district empowers students to identify and complete their goals through educational and support programs. The Board of Trustees, how are you going to fulfill this mission statement when you are not giving these students the opportunity to further their education? So I ask you, please take action and move forward with your plan to create temporary housing for LACCD students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Parenda Forogi. Please unmute yourself. Or Panchia. Please unmute yourself.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Parenda Forouki, and I'm a first-generation college student majoring in film. I'm also an AFT student intern from Los Angeles Pierce College. Today, I want to discuss the topic of the homelessness issue with the Board of Trustees. As we all know, the pandemic led to increased rates of homelessness, and LACCD students haven't been. The rent has hugely increased recently in California and especially Los Angeles area. We can't ignore that if you face home insecurity and have no place to sleep, your last priority would be your education. Students that are homeless are more likely to get bad grades, have difficulty finding options, and are more likely to not finish their schooling, among other things. One solution I found for this issue would be to focus more on housing programs for students. We know that the Board of Trustees has already partnered with some outside programs. However, LACCD campuses websites offer links that students can go to find outside resources for housing, but students are pretty much on their own after that. I'm asking the board to play a more supportive role in the process and to continue to look for places for students, especially at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next up is Amy Mayorga. Amy? Go ahead and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Hello, Board of Trustees. My name is Amy Mayorga, and I am a student attending Los Angeles Pierce College. I'm also a student intern for AFT 1521. I come to you today to remind you of the ongoing crisis that LACCD students are experiencing every day for every minute that they live. This is the problem of homelessness and housing insecurity for LACCD students. This issue has been present for several years, having dated back to being presented to the Board of Trustees back in 2016. It has been 6 years since then, and as a coalition of individuals whose purpose is to serve the community colleges, denying the access of accessible housing for students has only brought a decline in student enrollment and has not followed your mission statement. I remind you that this issue is urgent due to our current rising economy and unfair wages. As stated in the vision statement of LACCD, the district will continue to provide a culture of continuous learning and by closing persistent equity gaps. Denying the access of housing to a student body in which it states on the LACCD website where 80% of LACCD students are from underserved populations is hypocritical in its sense that basic housing is not being provided to eliminate these equity gaps. For every 100 students, there is an average of 19 students homeless when there should be none. By providing housing, it will not only eliminate a drastic amount of people's day-to-day issues, but ease the minds of students who think about where they're going to sleep next. The Board of Trustees has the power to make change in terms of the community colleges, so please act with urgency. Thank you for this opportunity and your time.
Thank you so much for your time. Next is Lali Ortega.
Hi everyone, my name is Citlali Ortega and I'm a student at Los Angeles Mission College, and I'm here to speak about student housing insecurity and how it is important for the students to really have housing while being a college student, because it affects them as their financial needs, as in where if they don't meet their financial needs, they won't be able to fulfill their education success as they would want to have that success, that they would want to fulfill that goal in life that they would be able to achieve. And I did notice that last semester I did speak on about how there's only a small percentage of full-time students, and I did notice that that percentage has not moved up, and it is also kind of concerning how we would want more full-time students and how this also affects the community. And we're just asking if we can push forward of student housing for LACCD. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for giving me to speak. My name is Mitra Baha. I study at Pierce College. I am a student intern and my major is business administration. Today, I am not going to talk about the lack of housing its impact on our students. I want to talk about the homelessness and its effect on other students. According to Community College survey, the rate of homelessness was 19% in 2016. How can our students concentrate on their courses and think about their educational goals and future while experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness? What did we do to solve this issue since 2016? What are we going to do? What is our responsibility as a district? We need to start answering many of these questions, and we do it with urgency. Thank you so much.
Is Pantia Furagi?
Hello. Yes.
Hi.
Hello. My name is Panta Furugi, and I am a film major student at Pierce College. And I am an intern with AFD 1521. Food and shelter insecurity among college students is nothing new. Many students come to college already experiencing food and housing insecurity. The COVID-19 pandemic caused a growing number of college students and their families to be struggling with sickness, job loss, or other financial challenges. Nearly 1/3 of college students have missed a meal at least once a week since the beginning of the pandemic. Hunger and housing insecurity can have a direct impact on a student's performance and success in their education. Students facing housing insecurity have lower GPAs, poorer health, and higher rates of depression and anxiety than those who do not face these issues. I think more grants can be helpful for students. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to talk to you all.
Thank you so much. Next is Lisa Perez.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. My name is Lizette Perez, and I'm 33 years old. I'm a first-generation non-traditional student, and I'm also a parent student, currently attending Los Angeles Pierce College, and I'm a student intern for NFT 1521. Today, I'm here to readdress the need for affordable student housing for our student population. We need to get a plan into action to get this project underway. One of the first steps I believe that needs to happen is to get a committee in place to oversee any and all projects involving LACCD's affordable student housing. The committee will ensure that our tax dollars are put into good use. This should be an elected committee selected from our body of faculty, staff, and student body. This will ensure that we have the best interests in mind when putting this project forward. The purpose of this committee should be to get the project started, to select construction companies to build the housing, and to hold them accountable. I urge you all to get this project underway. LACCD students are a priority, and affordable student housing should be a reality in our communities. I believe the implementation of this committee would be a perfect first step. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing this project become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next is Catherine Andres. Ms. Andres, unmute yourself. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to Sandra Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez?
Hi, I'm right here.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Okay, so I'll start. Okay. Greetings, Honorary Board of Trustees. My name is Sandra, a student from Los Angeles Valley College. I wanted to emphasize the importance of affordable housing and what it could be done to implement strategies to help our current students facing housing insecurity at the moment. Housing insecurity is currently at its worst due to the pandemic and increasing gentrification in our surrounding areas. The Los Angeles Community College District resides in a highly populated area in Los Angeles where many students and residents are facing housing insecurity. Gentrification has a lot to do with housing insecurity, as we see many potential buyers hoping to increase rent prices in the surrounding areas for their own benefit. Many cities include East LA, Inglewood, downtown LA, Panorama City, North Hollywood, Downey, Toluca Lake, and many other cities in the San Fernando Valley and LA City. A lot of these cities are home to many of our sister campuses, and they are also home to the cities of students we claim to serve. Imagine the number of tragedies and graves this can cause our students if we don't implement programs that can help them afford their rent right now. I stress this because if students start worrying about rent increases in their area, they will later find themselves in a situation where they feel like dropping out of college due to the significant rent change. They will start focusing on helping out with the rent or working an extra shift just to be able to afford the increased half and start deflecting their time from school. The average amount of rent in Los Angeles is known to be over $2,524 per month. That does not include utilities and food. The district needs to take affirmative action to take on responsibility for the students who are facing housing insecurity due to the pandemic and increasing gentrification. We can start by creating programs that give students a monthly grant for rental assistance. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Is Miss Sheen, Dolores Sheen. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Alrighty.
We can hear you.
Esteemed board members, Chancellor Rodriguez, I come today to air a lack of confidence in the leadership of Dr. Sehar Awan. I am Dolores Sheen, also known as Aunt Dolores, Chair of Sheen Educational Foundation, Executive Director of Sheenway School and Culture Center, and member of Los Angeles Southwest College Community Coalition. Before the dream of Odessa Cox was realized in 1967, her father and my father, the late Herbert Sheen, MD, were community stewards. My father's medical office was close to her Utopia Cleaners. Watts was a striving community then, in the 20 years before the riots. Inequities fueled discontent, and the place that harbored their visions later evolved into the antithesis of drugs and gangs that had become the new enterprise. The promise of opportunity that education manifests boldly addressed this. I too am a dreamer, recognized by 2 United States presidents and honored after addressing the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, with my declarations and resolutions regarding the quality of life of our youth in South LA. As a proactive LASC student, I carried a 4.0 average for 7 years. I earned the title Campus Mentor. I was active in the ASO, brought the voter registration and polls to the campus, hosted elected officials from the Board of Supervisors, Congress, and the city with planned campus activities featuring mariachi bands, drum circles, and other events with Southeast LAPD and LA sheriffs. I founded the Campus Club, LASC Village People, hosting guest authors, entertainers, campus venues, and curating multicultural display throughout the campus. I've been deeply connected to Southwest College for over 50 years and questioned the leadership of Dr. Awan. She has violated the terms of the facilities master plan that promised the community access to campus facilities, a promise made in exchange for our vote on 4 bond measures that raised our property taxes.
Auntie Dolores, your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you.
From the college's founding mission with respect to credit versus non-credit courses. She even has affronted student history, hand-delivered letters, emails, and telephone messages regarding a rallying concern for recognition of the LASC alma mater has brought no response from Dr. Awan. Though you may consider this a small item, it is a large discourtesy. No way to build on an affirmative for campus dignity and pride. Dr. Awan's fractured relationship with the community is alarming, as is her blatant lack of respect due to your silence on these issues. LASD embraces a tertiary culture that defines the indigenous community, and we need a leader to enhance this multicultural environment. Theatrics appeal to the onlooker, but the verity of community substance, the impetus for high caliber teacher, warning, learning, and being. Poor leadership almost closed LASC in 1985. There is no community college if the community is not in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheen. Next is Giovanni Divaya. Giovanni, unmute yourself. All right, let's move forward to Edson Naranjo. Edson. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Finally, Irais Liera. Irais, are you still with us?
Yes, hello. My name is Irais Liera. I am a current first-generation student at Los Angeles Valley College. Today, I stand before you not only as a representative of AFT 1521, but also as a voice to my fellow peers who cannot afford the time to let you know about the struggles with homelessness and insecurity. I know so many students that go to LAVC that struggle with homelessness and housing insecurity, even at one point, including me. From the time that I've entered the school system up until now, I have struggled almost every step of the way. There isn't proper guidance about what to do in certain situations that have to do with these challenging circumstances. How can I deliver the grades to have a successful career when I don't even know what my next meal is going to be sometimes? How can I become the best version of myself when I live in an already cramped up apartment where my father's living paycheck to paycheck, all while handling 3 jobs at a time, hoping that we can make it to the next rent due date? I've been lucky enough to have peers, not staff, not faculty, but peers tell me where there are some available sources that can help. But what about the rest of us that don't have that luck? I have been lucky enough to find a food shelter location that provides hot meals and boxes of goods that are handed to any individual, no questions asked. But ask yourself this: how many of these students that the system is failing, this system is failing, could not attend because they have families to take care of, jobs to maintain? Let it be known that my voice speaks for hundreds of others that can't be here. Do better for the LACCD students who need your help now. We need temporary housing assistance now. We need more resources to fight homelessness within our student population. This is why I joined Eric Garcetti's Angelina Corps, and I am already doing my part to combat homelessness. I have seen enough talk about this dilemma. I want to see action from your end take place. Thank you.
Invite up Dr. Ruben Smith, who will present the Facilities Assessment Bond and District Student Workforce Housing Policy Update. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Oh, sure. While we're doing that, thank you so much for our speakers that joined us today on the Committee of the Whole to address the agenda of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you all for being here. Okay, all right, Dr. Smith.
A little time when joining as a panelist. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, trustees, chancellors, and members of the community and the audience. I am really looking forward to sharing some updates with you. This update is very similar to the one we provided at FEMPOC in March. And so if we can, please bring up that presentation. Thank you. This afternoon, I will be joined by Alfred Frejo with Shepard Mullen. He will give a portion of this presentation, and I will transition it to him at later on in the slide deck. The agenda today will cover an update on college engagement, the due diligence update, and some next steps for us. Next slide, please. So one of the things that was important for us to do as we started our facilities assessment, and we kicked this off in February, we wanted to make sure that our assessments weren't going to be completed in a vacuum. We wanted to make sure that there was opportunity for college engagement with the stakeholders. So we've had ongoing stakeholder meetings. We've actually engaged with the college campus, the college presidents and their cabinets. In some instances, we've actually met with the facilities committees as well as college council. So I do believe that we do have a lot of input and opportunities to address some of the unmet needs from 2016. Next slide, please. What you see before you is bolded our due diligence updates. Specifically, what we'll talk about today is some of the pre-70s buildings, infrastructure, athletic facilities, and housing. But please do not be remiss that we are also looking at sustainability and technology. I just won't be talking about those items today. Next slide. So focus on the 1970s buildings is basically for us to look at any pre-70 building that may require full renovation and update to current code. So those buildings, and for example, a building that was built in 1963, there's several changes in the code since that time. We have to bring the building to current code. So what that technically means is it needs to be code compliant for earthquake safety, those more than likely seismic upgrades. We also look at code compliance with regard to ADA accessibility, and we also look at code compliance, for fire life safety structural. So that's ensuring that we have fire sprinklers, we also have fire dampers, and the fire alarm system, so forth and so on. So that's something that we're looking at. We're also focused on buildings completed after 1970 with a very high facility conditions index. So the facility condition index is basically a rating system to assess, the condition of the facility. A high number is not good. A low number is desirable. Something closer to under 10% is probably very favorable. We're also looking at FCIs between 20 and 50. Next slide, please. So this is an example of what our assessment focuses on. So at Trade Tech, if you look at the buildings at Trade Tech, we're looking at the number of buildings that are in blue. Looks like there's about 9 buildings in blue. Those are buildings constructed before 1970. And they also, we're looking at those FCI numbers for those buildings prior to 1970. And then the building that's highlighted in orange, that one is actually constructed after 1970, but has a very high FCI number. So those are buildings that we're looking at. And then you also have some buildings that are already scheduled for demolition that are highlighted there. And so then, also what's identified are locations of 2 new buildings. So you do have one building towards your right there. There's a space and with a leader line that says that'll be this building for School of Design and Media Arts. And then we also have the construction technology building that's labeled, I believe is E6 down toward the bottom there, the large building. And that building is currently under construction. Next slide. This is Harbor College. Now, Harbor College has a little different legend here. So what we're looking at is buildings with blue, orange, and yellow. So this covers all 3 of the aforementioned focuses of study. So we have buildings pre-1970, we have buildings post-1970 of an facility conditions index higher than 50, and then also in that range of 20 to 50, and assessing what needs to happen there. So with those buildings, we're also focused on the infrastructure that supports these buildings. So, between buildings or building the building infrastructure is something we've definitely identified as a challenge, and I'll cover that later in the slides as well. Next slide. Southwest College is one where we have, a pretty strong indication that we've done a lot of work, and because there's no blue, there's no orange. However, we do have a building with some concerns that we're going to take a deeper dive into in the tech building, and that's a building that's highlighted in yellow in the middle of the screen there. That's actually an FCI between 20 and 50. Next slide, please. Now, there's a number of buildings here. I want to say 7 to 8 buildings that are highlighted in blue. However, at East LA College, we do have some buildings that have had renovation. So if you look at the E1, G1 buildings, those 2 buildings actually had a renovation, I want to say in 2010. And so what are the improvements that we look at there is, although the building has been recently modernized, upgraded, do we have any challenges with infrastructure supplying those buildings? Do we have any challenges with our path of travel around in those buildings as well? And so we will continue to focus on there and provide an update. So this is a typical map, basically what we're looking at, and then we will have details behind that as we continue our assessments into our pre-70s buildings. Next slide, please. I did mention infrastructure. So this is primarily what we're looking at is both wet, dry utilities as well as circulation. So circulation is roadways. So we're looking at, curb and gutters. We're looking at sidewalks, any trip hazards, of course, parking lots. You often see that there may be some deferred maintenance in parking lots and in roadways because of the cost of that effort is usually a lot higher on those. And so it tends to take a little more time. Sometimes you also have issues with water runoff or, we have degradation in your asphalt or your concrete. So we're looking at that as circulation. Again, the dry utilities does include telecom fiber. We also have our electricity, and then we're also looking at lighting, site lighting, as well as EV chargers. So EV chargers is something that, although we do have, we've negotiated a wonderful opportunity to receive a grant from LADWP. We're also looking at the 3 campuses where we services, our electrical services are provided by SCE. So more to come on that. The wet utilities, hydronic lines, that is actually something that people are unfamiliar with. So that's the hot and cold water. Our hydronic lines are actually how we heat and cool buildings, and those lines actually run from our central plant building. So those are actually critical to the operation and the indoor comfort of every facility where we have a central plant. Next slide, please. Now, athletic facilities is a great assessment opportunity for us, not only to get our subject matter experts involved, but it gives us an opportunity to really to focus on what's coming out of the ad hoc committee. And so, although we do have an acknowledgement of challenges with our facilities, we're paying very close attention to what's being discussed there, what's being driven as mission critical items. And so what you don't see listed here are some of the things that have come out of the meeting. In the first meeting, I thought was wonderful, where we talked about personnel and staff to support the facilities. Also looking at community use, looking at definitely diversity, equity, and inclusion, 21st century health and fitness, and then partnerships. I think it's important to see where we can leverage partnerships with the industry to provide possible student internships for students, a more dynamic engagement for students, a theory to practice opportunity for those who are studying kinesiology, and anything within that field. So there's that opportunity for us to further engage and then look at how we utilize our spaces today and what we think they need to be in the future. And ensuring that we have the proper support and staff to manage those facilities. So more to come on athletic facilities, not just basically from what we're assessing as a facility condition and what it needs to be, but how we currently use the facilities short-term and looking at what we plan on doing long-term as a district. Next slide, please. Now, housing. Housing is something that we're definitely engaged in and looking at the due diligence studies to assess the evolving needs of students. And that's something that, we don't take lightly. We're trying to ensure that our listening tour, and that's where we're engaged with the college stakeholders and all constituents to inform, to provide us details, information about the students. We've actually heard, we've gotten a lot of comments. Many people have opined on student housing, some in strong support, some not so favorable. There's people who deem this as social welfare. And I don't think that there's a real strong understanding of what a housing policy would be for the district or what the potential development could be for the district. So one thing that is very important is for us to ensure that we're sharing a message of what the differences in what we are proposing as an assessment, but we're waiting on the data. So what I think is important for us is to allow the surveys, the demographic analysis, and focus groups, and summary of the findings to be presented before we opine too much. Both very favorable, as students definitely have needs, but sometimes we're recognizing that some of these opinions don't always include the students. So that's just a word of caution, just in general. And then that's something that, I'm trying to make sure that my team and we are collecting information so we can provide, an objective report so decisions can be made based on the data. Next slide. These are key dates. These is somewhat of a soft timeline. So bolded there is April 13th is today, as we're presenting to the community of a whole. But other critical dates that we're looking at is May 30. In May, right around the end of May, we want to target a completion of our needs assessment. We also want to make sure that there's an opportunity for consideration to adopt a resolution if the board so desires to support a recommendation for a bond based on what comes out of our assessments and our studies. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to our Alfred Frejo with Shepard Mullen, and he's going to present a little more in depth on housing. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Smith, and good afternoon, trustees, staff, and members of the public. It's a great opportunity to speak with you today on this important topic. For the record, my name is Alfred Freiho. I'm a partner at Shepard Mullen and counsel for the district. I'm joined by my colleague and partner, Kira Conlon, here in our conference room, and happy to be with you. Can we turn to the next slide, please? To quickly recap, on March 16th, we presented to the Facilities Master Planning and Oversight Committee, FEMPOC. At that FEMPOC meeting, we covered the creation of a housing policy in conjunction with the previously adopted board resolution on the topic. The goal does continue to be to build on the good work of staff. Much of the work that Dr. Smith is doing and presented on is something that continues to complement the work that we are doing and accelerating some of the key findings in the studies that were referenced. It is, as Dr. Smith referenced, a effort that is data-driven and is subject to several key studies that are still underway. FEMPOC did request additional information pertaining to the models for delivering on the housing needs and how these models could be used efficiently to generate the greatest benefit to the target population, but also address some of the risk that is typical of any type of housing construction, especially, of course, making sure that we are protecting our general fund. Our goal today is to provide some sound, pragmatic approaches to ensuring the district's efforts in this area have delivery goals for supplying affordable housing for both students, faculty, and staff. And your team here at Shepard Mullen, in partnership with staff, has been exploring a variety of options to ensure that we're both scanning opportunities in individual campuses, considering offsite opportunities outside of the campuses, and also leveraging public-private partnerships, models that have been tested and proved to be successful, but also some models that have some analogs to work that is already being done successfully by the district. Next slide. The first is why the district, and a bit of background that emphasizes some of the work that we're doing. We know that the national and state leaders have acknowledged the importance of addressing the housing crisis facing students, and that need is urgent and should be addressed on an emergency basis. There are numerous state bills, education bills that are tackling housing insecurity, as you all know, and many of those are gaining significant momentum and support in the legislature. Last month, the Federal Secretary of Education, Cardona, delivered a clear message during his visit in Los Angeles that community colleges in California and across the country should and must do more to address basic housing needs of their student population. The Secretary's comments really highlight that our government leaders at all levels recognize that what's preventing students from being successful and finishing their school is not the desire or the aptitude. It's really a deficiency and a lack of basic needs outside of the classroom. A logical issue, of course, is whether and how the district, whose central mission is education, should venture into providing other social services like housing. First, we know that the district already recognizes that other services like healthcare and childcare, as well as housing, are essential components to ensuring overall student success. This approach is core to the district being a national leader in providing high quality educational opportunities across the region in a way that meets the student where he or they may be at physically or otherwise. Currently, the district provides a variety of services beyond educational instruction to nurture the whole person. Second, the lack of student housing across California's community colleges is an equity issue that can impact overall system enrollment, student success rates, and student health. We know, for example, that 64% of students in the district have experienced some level of basic need insecurity based on a study conducted in the fall of 2020. We know that the district enrollment has declined, that experienced some impact due to the COVID-19 pandemic. A case study highlighting the importance and the important effect of subsidizing housing for students at risk of homelessness shows that 95% of students who got housing assistance remained enrolled in college after 1 year, whereas only 24% of the students who were on the wait list for housing assistance were enrolled 1 year later. In addition to housing, food insecurity and mental health issues are also important factors impacting student success. We want to make sure that we're cognizant of the fact that this is an issue that is multifaceted. We want to treat the housing insecurity issue in context with other, not only priorities of the district, but other needs that students and faculty might have. But we do see a clearer picture emerging that providing affordable or subsidized housing will benefit district students and also enhance the district's ability to remain competitive in this changing regulatory landscape. Next slide. We start on the issue of the problem that we're solving. We start with, of course, understanding that there is a housing shortage across the board. This has been an issue for at least 2 generations in California. It is true, even though our regional population growth has slowed, the supply-demand mismatch continues to drive up costs for both renters and those looking to purchase a home. Since the 70s, California has been experiencing a housing shortage. California in 2018 ranked 49th in the US for housing units per resident. Experts predict that California needs to double its current rate of housing production to keep up with expected population growth, to prevent prices from further outpacing increases in average salaries and income. Housing costs, of course, are the major reason California has the nation's highest rate of functional poverty and the second lowest rate of home ownership in the nation. While we acknowledge that the district cannot be responsible for solving these broader systemic issues, we know that these issues are impacting our students and workforce in major ways. This table on the right highlights that the district student population is experiencing profound economic and housing insecurity compared to the general population. Your leadership and work to initiate programmatic goals in this space, including setting strategic objectives and policies and exploring a ballot measure to raise funds for this effort, is critical for meeting one of the most pressing issues in our generation. Next slide, please. Now, as to the issue of who we are thinking of serving, who would benefit from these programmatic goals. This slide provides a brief overview of potential groups that are being served by the district that could benefit from a comprehensive housing policy. We are looking to particular vulnerable populations within the student body that could benefit from housing services. For example, students of color are more likely to experience homelessness in the last 12 months. African American, Latinx, and Indigenous populations were 3 or 4 times most represented in the housing insecurity surveys conducted. Also, rates of housing insecurity and homelessness for former foster youth are higher than the general population. We will be prioritizing these vulnerable populations along with early career faculty and staff as we develop our program, both in terms of the policy, but also some specific models of some potential housing opportunities. Next slide. One is to confirm that, as Dr. Smith mentioned, a study envisioning process is underway to evaluate specific district needs. The Brailsford and Dunleavy's work will consist of a visioning session with campus presidents to understand opportunities and potential challenges. There will be a focus group and stakeholder interviews to qualitatively understand student preferences for housing, rental rate sensitivities, and general off-campus living experiences. Up to 9 virtual focus groups will be conducted. The findings will be used to inform the survey instrument to be developed. The project team will also work in conjunction with project stakeholders to develop a web-based survey to be distributed to all students. The student survey to quantify preferences for housing in units types and demand will include a survey to instrument. One survey instrument will be used and have appropriate skip patterns in order for students to identify which college they are associated with. Therefore, a single survey would be live and active for all 9 colleges at the same time. The final deliverable will include a presentation of the findings and recommendations for the phase 1 analysis, including an executive summary that will have key findings to guide the preparation of our final housing plan. We are also in the process of retaining an expert and initiating a market feasibility assessment. This market assessment will include analysis for the off-campus housing stock to understand the particular demographics and housing opportunities surrounding each campus. Next slide. Some of this information we shared with you previously in terms of the public policy that's currently underway that, as I mentioned, is top priority at the state level. We know that federal and state agencies are meeting this important social need, and streamlining both policies that we hope will expedite the development of housing, but also will create new funding initiatives and opportunities. We appreciate that the district must be ready to leverage each of these opportunities as they come to pass. Potential funds to leverage from both federal and state sources include funding that's directed to certain demographic populations, such as foster youth and veterans. Homeless housing assistance and prevention is another particular focus. And then there are also funding opportunities for zero interest loans for the construction of housing as well. What we have began to explore in connection with these funding sources is to make sure that whatever opportunities arise from a potential ballot measure, those funding sources should complement any additional sources that might be available from the state or the federal government or even from philanthropy. Next slide. Here in this slide, and for the benefit of the trustees, is we want to just take a moment and take stock of community colleges in the region that are already undertaking this important initiative to build a student housing. There are over a dozen colleges in the region already providing housing for faculty and students, and 26 community colleges are currently pursuing new construction projects. 5 of those community colleges have already been granted a total of $218 million of construction grants in the first round of SB 169 funding issued in March. These colleges include Fresno City College, Imperial Valley College, Sierra College, Ventura College, and others. 7 community colleges are eligible for the next round of funding, including Compton College, Bakersfield, and Santa Rosa. And we know, of course, that the district submitted a request for funding under SB 169. Next slide. Of the colleges listed as having housing, the Orange Coast Community College recently developed student housing. However, one thing to note is that they don't currently have subsidized housing. They haven't implemented a program to actually offset the cost of each of the housing units. The remaining districts that I've indicated that do have housing programs, many of those buildings that include housing opportunities for students are much older in nature, and as I mentioned, are neither affordable or are more akin to dorm-like type of units. and not the kind of modern units that we think might be most appropriate for the programmatic goals of our district here. Next slide. As the pandemic enters its next stage, the district is poised to receive additional funding to deal with the new challenges presented by the pandemic. Capital for facilities modernization and innovative housing solutions that are uniquely tailored to meet a need that is currently prevalent, as we've seen from some of the surveys, and we expect to get from some of the results of the studies that are underway. And we acknowledge that even as we think about the future of the district, housing program may not be appropriate for every campus within the district. Slide 23, please. We're beginning to look at options for unit types and layouts of what might be appropriate. As I mentioned previously, an initial feedback that we got from FEMPOP was to begin to think about how we might finance particular types of housing products. And so part of our work has been thinking about the typical student that could benefit from this housing opportunity. We know that most students are adults with families or with other extended members that might also be living with them, and thinking about a housing type that evolved from the typical dorm, as I mentioned, is probably most appropriate. These examples here are from another community college, and we think is representative of the kind of units that we might begin to think about for the district. Next slide. This is another typical one-bedroom unit. This unit here is from Orange Coast Community College project at Harbor College. Next slide. Quick update on our housing policy. We anticipate that our comprehensive housing policy will consist of 5 key pillars or themes. The first is innovation. We want to maintain a high degree of flexibility around programming and delivery methods. The second is partnerships. The district, we hope, will rely on experts that manage, operate, and build student and faculty housing. The next is integration. Any form of subsidized housing to be provided by the district should be at least factored to be built with other supportive services. We think of childcare, for example, as a common need that might be prevalent for students taking advantage of housing, counseling, health services, et cetera, thinking about partnerships in many of our campuses. The next one is piloting. One of the key feedback and input that we've received around this initiative is the importance of testing models, learning from them, and then improving our programmatic goals. So we want to make sure that we are piloting some initiatives that will be opportunities for us to test some of the assumptions we have in terms of need, but also how the delivery methods might be most appropriate and most effective. And finally, funding. As I mentioned previously, we want to make sure that we are protecting the district general fund and the district funding, that we want to leverage the opportunities that currently exist that we know are in the pipeline as well, whether local, state, or federal dollars, and to balance those costs against some private sector and philanthropic dollars as well. And finally, we welcome your feedback in connection with these pillars. There may be others that you think are either missing from this policy rubric or that should be amplified within some of these pillars as well. Next slide, please. And now for the remainder of our slides, we're going to talk a little bit about models of delivery. To start, the main driver in our successful delivery type analysis is to think about partnering, as I mentioned, with professional third parties to both operate and maintain any of the units that we're proposing to own, control, or make available for our students. From this vantage point, there are 3 delivery methods that can generate maximum upside, protect the general fund, and mitigate downside by leveraging the expertise of the private sector. First, the district could enter into an affordable housing developer agreement and gain support from nonprofit entities to provide assistance in supportive student services such as food programs and mental health services. The district could enter into a ground lease to ensure space is programmed to benefit students, faculty, and staff while minimizing the risk to the district. Second, a joint use agreement between the district and an entity to provide ancillary services to residents such as dining, recreation, health counseling, et cetera, is another component of the models for delivering housing opportunities and services. And the third is to operate and maintain housing facilities by a third party. This will ensure that the kind of demand for the typical operation of a building or structure, such as utilities, parking, other types of expenses, long-term maintenance, ventilation, safety, et cetera, janitorial work, all of those pieces that are not only endemic to housing facilities, but also other types of facilities in the district portfolio. Those would be handled by third-party operators as well. Next slide. The basic approach to this first concept is to think about how the district might early on and without a bond financing tool, leverage its current assets to create affordable housing opportunities for faculty and staff. We think the logical approach to that would be to contribute land and use the land value in a project in exchange for the benefits from a developer on other types of improvements, whether it's a guarantee of units at no cost or a commitment to provide units at below market rates. This structure is one that we commonly use with other clients of ours, where we want to reduce the amount of capital that's committed for a project, and there is either surplus land or underutilized land that could be leveraged in these types of structures. The developer in this context would seek conventional financing for the project and be able to demonstrate site control pursuant to a long-term lease to any potential lender. The potential costs mostly associated with this project, including cost overruns, risk of construction, risk associated with changes in the rental market, are all assumed by that developer partner in the deal. Next slide. In this model, we assume that the district has additional capital through a ballot measure or otherwise to finance the construction of the project or finance acquisition of real estate that might be adjacent or in proximity to a campus. In this model, the district can either own the asset or lease the land or improvements, as we discussed in the prior model, to build the housing with a third-party operator. If the district elects to own the improvements, then the district would either engage a general contractor and operator for the building and use a design, build, operate model that is typical for these types of projects. The legal instrument that would be used in connection with this type of project is referred to as a disposition and development agreement, or DDA. Next slide. A private, public-private partnership would shift to a private entity some degree of control and responsibility for developing and managing the facilities. These flowcharts here indicate the kind of models we're thinking about in terms of options for public-private partnerships that we'll talk in greater detail in another slide. One of the things that I would emphasize in connection with the benefits for these types of partnerships is, again, the shifting of risk to the private sector entity that would partner with the district to build and operate a project. We're also contemplating the possibility of including other third-party partners in some of these projects. I mentioned previously that we want to think of the housing model as a mixed-use model, where we integrate additional social services that are either proposed as new for the district or currently housed in various campuses that could potentially be expanded in new buildings that would include housing. Take, for instance, childcare, student counseling, et cetera. In this case, we think about ensuring that we're lowering the cost and obligations for the district for the success of these types of projects. That's the key feature of a public-private partnership. Next slide. Now, there are different P's in the public-private partnership model. The first, of course, is a traditional P3 structure with the district and a private entity as parties to the agreement. Debt, in this case, is typically utilized by the private party participant along with their own equity. The use of a bond financing from the district would minimize the need to seek either equity or debt financing in the private sector. This, of course, will enhance the opportunities to either add additional features of benefit for the project that would inure to the students using the facility, or also minimize the cost associated with having to get financing for these projects. In a P4 arrangement between the district and a private sector entity, we would introduce a social service provider as well. In this case, very similar to a P3 model, we again spread out the obligations on financing, can consider whether or not to use either the land that might be contributed by the district, capital that might be used from the district resources in a bond financing deal, and therefore enable the private sector partner to have greater flexibility on the kind of sources of financing they could use for this. Each one of these structures also contemplates the opportunity to be able to use some of the grants and sources of capital that are proposed down the pipe on some of the programs that we mentioned, either at the state or federal level. Finally, a P5 type of agreement would also include another potential public agency. Now, these agreements, as you can imagine, including another public entity, are relatively complex. We think, of course, of the opportunity to leverage some of the features we've discussed in other types of public-private partnerships, whether it's introducing additional land that could be owned by a public entity, introducing additional sources of money, services, et cetera. And next slide, please. I would say that among these partnership options, one of the key features that we have considered is making sure that we have a positive balance when it comes to the operational obligations of these projects. We want to guard against having to access the general fund to fund any project deficits or project overruns. In all these models, we have a transfer of risk and obligations to either experts in the field that are knowledgeable about construction, that are knowledgeable about student housing and operation, or have the ability to tap into the private market's demand for additional housing to ensure that these facilities are fully occupied and continue to be sustainable. One other factor that we are considering as part of this work is the fact that we can take advantage of the tax exempt status of the district. How can we use the tax exemption to create a profit and loss statement that reduces the overall cost for these projects? And what we've seen in other private sector structures is, like in the affordable housing industry, an affordable housing project is similarly tax exempt, and that's often used to offset the rental obligations that would otherwise be present in each unit for rent. And so we want to think creatively about how we might use the special status of the district to continue to leverage these opportunities and reduce both the obligations for ongoing operational costs, but also the benefit to the student at the rent level, the obligation for rent. Next step. Next slide, please. Quick summary on next steps here. The first is, with the models that we presented today at a very broad level, we plan to take one or two of these models and apply them to some very specific housing prototypes and share with you a very granular and deeper scrutiny on the kind of capital sources that we could use to make sure that these projects balance and also take advantage of some of the creative financing sources that are available in the marketplace. We want to consider complementary funding sources and other opportunities for partnerships that would be available depending on each housing prototype. In the conversations we've had with staff, we have some ideas about what those examples might look like so that we can get to test some of the assumptions we're talking about today in a very specific way. Second, we want to also assess some candidate sites for potential pilot projects. We want to come back and share with you the opportunity to actually realize some of these strategic, some of these strategies for building housing in campuses like Pierce and West LA, where there is some surplus sites that could potentially be candidates for development in the future. Let's take some of these best practices associated with financing, deal structures, and let's make them more concrete and apply them to some potential pilot opportunities as well. And that goes back to the point I made earlier, which is we want to make sure that we collect as much data as possible and begin to test the comfort that the district might have to undertake some of these opportunities. And number 4 is we want to integrate the housing plan that we're proposing to be considered by staff and you as trustees. We want to make sure that we build that in context with other needs that students might have, but also other services that are currently used and in practice within our various campuses. How do we marry the existing programs that are so successful at various campuses with a new housing plan for the district? And finally, we want to also develop some key metrics for evaluating success for these programs. We also want to make sure that we are tackling not only the target populations to be served, but what the actual need is. And so we expect that our next presentation that we might also, working with Dr. Smith and his team, collecting the data that we expect to have from the studies and really targeting the amount of units that are not only needed, but are feasible based on the opportunity for financing. With that, I'll turn it over to any questions that you might have.
Do you want to go ahead and close us out?
That concludes our presentation, Trustee Vela.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Smith. So what I'll do is we'll begin with the folks on Zoom, if they have any questions, and let's begin with our new trustee, Dr. Eno. Dr. Eno, do you have any questions?
Hey, oh, thank you so much for that presentation. It seems extremely comprehensive. I think it's a great overview, and I plan to look more into it as we move forward. So I don't have any specific questions at this time, but I thank you for your time and all of the research.
Dr. Eno, Trustee Hoffman, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Vice President Vela. And thank you to our team at Shepherd Mullen, and thank you, Dr. Smith. I want to say I had a lot of questions during FEMPOC, if you all remember. I had a pretty long list of questions, and I really want to thank you all for literally answering every single question I had last time. So I appreciate the time and effort and the work you put into that outstanding presentation. And you actually incorporated some of my ideas as well, and I really appreciate that. I am really looking forward to what comes out of the focus groups and the meetings that you're having on the campuses. And, you know, when appropriate and if appropriate, it would be great if trustees could, know when these are taking place, so that not that we want to contribute, but maybe just to sit in, just to sort of hear what folks have to say. I know I did that when we were talking about public safety. I really, really appreciate the great work that you put into this, and certainly a lot to think about. And I'm going to look forward to sort of following this along as we get further presentations.
Great.
Housing aside, I want to talk a little bit about the beginning of your presentation, Dr. Smith.
Yes.
I'm getting a lot of questions like from community members about what are we doing, with our buildings on our campuses now that a lot of students are, learning remotely and accessing services remotely. But I think you brought up a really good point that we have aging buildings. Like you said, 1963, that's just like 1 year younger than me. And that made me think like, oh, wow, I wish somebody will would give me a facelift. But I think it's really important when we communicate to the community, especially if we're thinking about going out, for a bond, that we do have aging infrastructure, and we do need to, whether students are learning remotely or coming back to physical space, we need to make sure those physical spaces are safe and we're able to utilize them. And also we need to make sure that they have the technology necessary and that the infrastructure is there. So thank you for that piece of your presentation. Let's not forget about that as we continue the housing conversation.
Absolutely.
And
Thank
that's
you.
all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. Trustee Moreno.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I think I've already expressed my concerns about housing and the importance of housing to our students, of course. However, there's the question of whether we as an educational institution should be involved in that business, which is a separate business. I'm certainly interested in knowing if there's a way of addressing this to minimize the responsibility of the district, either manning, financing, or developing the housing, that somehow that be left to an outside entity that has the ability to take advantage of the market. We have our hands full as an educational institution. I think it's important that if the district decides to engage in this, that it be done with as much distance in terms of responsibility than we could possibly have. The information was quite complex. It was quite a great deal of information that needs to be more developed and understood. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Trustee Moreno. I'm going to go ahead and start to my right with Student Trustee Corema Martinez.
Yes, so I want to say thank you so much for that really comprehensive. Can you hear me? Do I have to unmute myself? Oh, okay. Sorry, I got a pop up on the Zoom. Oh, yes. I want to thank you so much for that very comprehensive presentation. I was very interested in it, and I love how it was extremely detailed. One question that I have in regards to when the part of the presentation that was showing the photos of what our dorms or rooms could look like in our housing structures. I have a question as to the board. We passed a resolution that was brought by President Bona, Trustee Vela, and I believe Trustee Vettis, if I'm not mistaken, that we passed for data collection to see specifically how we would like to structure our housing. So has that already been collected, and is that then being included in this presentation as to how we would structure our housing? Or is that something that we still have yet to collect and will then be added to this presentation later?
That's a great question, Student Trustee Martinez. What we've provided today was just samples. We're in the process of collecting that data. We wanted to provide samples that show some options other than just dormitory. So what we're looking at is also looking at a kitchen versus a kitchenette, looking at opportunities to provide hot and cold food, maybe in the commons areas, so we can drive the cost down to make sure that it fits for every student, regardless of the location. We just want to be as flexible as possible in that build out, and then to see how we can control cost if we think that there's a challenge with the construction. So there'll be more detail on that. So I appreciate the question, but we will come back with more information when we collect more data.
Great, thank you so much for that. And one last thing would be I know during this presentation, there's been a big emphasis on ensuring that the housing is affordable. And I just want to ensure that I want to echo and reaffirm what our students were saying today earlier during public comment, is ensuring that this housing is affordable, because I believe that's the purpose of this housing, because if it's not affordable, then our students that are in most need of it will not have the proper access to it. And a student, I believe, by the name of Sandra, she's actually the president of Valley College, I believe. She mentioned something about having like a rental assistance grant or something of that sort for those of our students, because I know that the district is going to champion the effort as much as possible to ensure that this housing is affordable for our students. But just wanted to include that rental assistance grant, I think is also a really great idea, because as affordable as we can make our housing, there are still going to be students that are not going to be able to afford it. So I think that that is also something really great that I would really appreciate the district look into. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. Trustee Perez.
Okay. Sorry, you changed it up on me. You were going left to right or right to left. Anyhow, if I can ask for the presentation to come up, because I just want to ask a question on a few of the slides here. So let me first start off with a comment. In terms of the athletics piece, there's an element, and I just wanted to, it'll be part of the report a little later on today in the meeting, but there is a ongoing conversation that actually has an immediate and connected sort of concern to not just facility, but the housing itself is essentially health and fitness as a conversation point. I mean, I think we've talked about athletics, we've talked about recreation facilities, but there's a trend amongst colleges, universities nationwide to view health and fitness as the standard here, not only academic, but for physical and emotional and mental well-being. We can point to places like Cal State Northridge with a wonderful center they built a few years back, and as well as UCLA with the Arthur Ashe and Wooden centers. So in terms of a dialogue, we haven't had that as an element of our schools, but it is a driving trend across the nation, and I think would be extremely helpful for not only our staff, students, faculty as well. So it's an element to add there. Secondly, out of curiosity, I think we've listed it, and I've seen at least a notice of one or two. Is there any initial feedback from the campuses in terms of the sort of dialogues and discussions that take place? I think I saw Mission on the table, but I think several of our presidents and our campuses have been engaging in this. Is there anything that can be shared? Yeah.
Yes, Trustee Perez. Let's see if any of our college presidents would like to comment, or Dr. Smith. Thank you.
If none of the college presidents are on, or if we're waiting for them to get on, do you mind just repeating the question?
So I was, the comment is that I'd seen at least one or two sort of sessions listed with, sort of either feedback on the bond or housing conversations. And I just wanted to understand what the campus feedback has been, because I think when we come here, we certainly have students and other interest groups publicly speaking, but I know there's also been some engagement out there.
Great.
Yes, please.
Yeah, let me invite a few of the college presidents. I see Dr. Gribbons online. Yeah, there have been active and continuing conversations for several months now related to this topic when it was initially introduced more formally by the board, and our college presidents have engaged in their shared governance leadership council processes on site. So we now invite them to share a couple of views there. So I see Dr. Gribbons on the line. I don't know who else on the line, Crystal, but if you could perhaps allow a few of them in, then we'll give the floor to them. Dr. Gribbons, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you board members for this opportunity to talk about it. We have had quite a bit of conversation about student housing on campus, and especially looking at solutions for providing support for our students that are experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness. There is a lot of recognition that a lot of the partnerships that we have in place are important, and they're almost certainly important to continue. They're providing a really important service to our homeless students. We are looking at ways of possibly expanding that. Some of the other sentiments that were expressed were similar to what was in the presentation. There's quite a bit of concern about using general fund resources for student housing and drawing away from important instructional programs and support services. So perhaps looking at partnerships to provide student housing will be helpful. I know that that's going to be very difficult to find ways of having that pencil out. But certainly many of the ideas are important to be considered. We are going to continue to have some conversations about student housing, and perhaps that'll crystallize into an actual more formal statement about student housing, if that's helpful.
Thank you, Dr. Gribbins. Dr. Aguiar.
Good afternoon, board members.
Yeah, Dr. Aguiar.
It appears we have established a work. Oh, okay.
No, go ahead. We can hear you now. Yeah, you might want to turn your camera off.
Okay. Appears we have established a campus-wide work group that's going to be looking at a lot of the discussion points that have been this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Aguiar. We were having a little bit of connection.
Thank you. Okay.
No, thank you.
That's good.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and move. Dr. Gallagher, why don't you unmute yourself?
Thank you, Vice President Vela and board members for bringing this topic up. We've had several conversations about this topic at LACCD College, and we are very sensitive to the needs of our students for housing. The programs that we have to do whatever assistance we can with our housing has certainly raised our level of awareness of the need for housing. The sensitivity that the campus has to do with how this housing could have an impact on the college. So, for example, where it could be located, things of that nature. And we obviously have a full city block across the street that has an opportunity. But because of the circumstances that happened about 20 years ago with the driving range at City, there's a lot of concern from the college community about making sure that we don't get into a situation like that or similar to that again. So we have been having conversations to talk through this, but just so that you're aware of some of the conversations that we're having. There's not a question about whether there's a need, it's the how, I think, that is the question for the campus.
Thank you, Dr. Gallagher. Dr. Limbaugh?
Thank you, Vice President Vela, and welcome, new trustee Ida. We really will look forward to working with you. West is looking at it through both academic senate and college council, and while I'm awaiting recommendations on that, West is in a particular position where we could have the space once we tear down our 12 buildings. So theoretically, we could have space on campus. And also, I used to manage residence halls, so I understand what we're about to get into. And one of the larger issues at West is how it'll affect the campus culture, because once you have residence halls, you become a 24/7 institution, which is totally different from the kind of schools we currently run. So I'm awaiting recommendations from the two governance entities here, but our concern is, what does it do to what West is in terms of its culture if we've got students 24/7, 365? That's the big issue. Plus, how do we afford it in terms of all the staffing that is required? So those are some of the conversations we've been having.
Thank you, Dr. Limbaugh. Dr. Roman?
Yes, thank you, Vice President Vela and trustees. You know, we've had several presentations and conversations on student housing through our participatory governance at ELAC. The month of March and February, we engaged in stakeholder meetings with our campus community on the topic of student housing through various presentations at our councils, including our college council, facilities planning committee, and we're also slated to have a conversation at the Southgate Council. We've had Dr. Smith also come out with his team and talk a little bit more about the feasibility studies. We're also planning a town hall on April 26th at 1 p.m. at ELAC regarding student housing. What's been underscored, though, as part of our conversations is the fact that we do have a very strong relationship with some of our nonprofits that are providing a significant amount of support to our housing insecure students, including, of course, Shower of Hope, LA Room and Board, and Jóvenes. We're looking to see how these options could be augmented with other, either enhancing our partnerships with the nonprofits or other options as well. We're still sort of formulating a particular position if there will be one for ELAC, but we anticipate that we'll have more feedback after our town hall coming up this month. But again, we do appreciate and value the relationships that we have with our current partnerships with Shower of Hope in particular, that has expanded significantly over the last year and a half, now including a facility for our female students as well. So we'll continue to have a conversation this month and hopefully get to a point where we can formulate a better position in terms of housing. But right now, what we have in place has been working to some extent to meet the needs of our students.
Thank you, Dr. Roman. And due to time, I will go ahead and have Trustee Vettis go ahead and continue with these questions. Is that okay, Trustee Vettis?
Yeah,
Okay.
if they can provide emails or writing or
Absolutely.
follow-up, that would be great. That's fine. Okay, so the other questions are a little bit more brief, but like I said, I've seen some of it and I wanted to get a sense of it because I haven't had that formally there. If we can go to the proposed key dates and action items, and I just want to clarify the final policy. Is that coming to the board? It's not exactly clear here, or is it just going to be at FEMPOC, or what? I know typically policies are sometimes adopted in different kinds of ways, but what is ultimately going to be the final assessment of the draft policy?
Ultimately, we'll make a recommendation to the chancellor, and when the chancellor's comfortable with it, we will also go through each one of the colleges with their presidents and their cabinets before we come back to the trustees with a final recommendation.
Okay, so it'll be circulated relatively widely,
yes.
And then I imagine either at another committee of a whole or a regular board meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be pardon if I may chime in, Mr.
Yeah, Chancellor, go ahead.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yes, it's fully expect to be brought to the full board at a committee of the whole. As you know, it's not there's no action taken, so it'll be at a regular board meeting with preceding another presentation similar to the one we have now.
So possibly next month. Next meeting or June meeting?
Possibly June. Yeah.
Okay. Then if we can jump to the slides, and these are polemic slides for me and questions, and I appreciate Mr. Frejo reaching out, and we had a little conversation with this as well that I think was helpful here. But for the sake of the public and sort of putting it out there, this concept of like what problem are we solving and who are we serving? I think it may be best phrased as what problems are we prioritizing, as opposed to what we're solving, because there's a mountain of areas and spaces. And, from being someone who once was a governance leader in a city where, we do stuff like, regional housing needs assessments, and those are part of our basic responsibility. And of course, as we're migrating into those areas now in the past few years, and finding the connection that's our students and workforce, it again is of the multiple areas. And I think basic student needs has been something that's pushed us more into a multitude of problems and trying to understand essentially prioritization. And so I think in terms of the policy is a broad thing, and in terms of the funding, at the high level, if we wanted to say that, I think in the goal that's listed later, and Mr. Frejo, appreciate you trying to put together an institutional goal. And that's maybe a goal that needs some debate and some conversation. But if we're trying to essentially alleviate housing insecurity, right now on the stats, we're talking about anywhere from half to 2/3 of our students dealing with housing issues. And if we wanted to alleviate, I think somewhat of a conversation is we have 100,000 or so students, anywhere from 90 to 100,000, and including our staff, another 10 to 15,000 individuals. So are we talking about endeavoring to get into dealing with 50% of that 100 or so thousand? That's a really ambitious endeavor. And to put in scale and perspective, our partners in the city of Los Angeles just put out their study assessing their Triple H, and not without criticism, but they went out and did essentially a $1.4 billion of housing development and prioritization, and that's about 10,000 units. And so I think from us, I think there's a lot of agreement on, yes, there is something to do. There's many problems to tackle. There's a little more fine tuning I think we have to get to into what is being prioritized and at what scale. Those are not questions to answer now, but of course, in the past, when we've done bonds and facilities bonds, we've done bonds in the billions range, anywhere from 1 to 4. And so I think as we think about the prioritization of the 5 items that are there and the piece that is housing, we probably have to have an understanding. I think I've heard everything from pilot programs to, if we're going to address the housing insecurity surveyed number, that's a pretty substantial number. It's basically more than half of our stakeholders that have this concern. So somewhere in the middle of that, I think we kind of need to have a conversation and figure out whether it's going to be budget constrained or it's going to be a goal, aspirational lift to know that we're going to take a piece or a chunk or whatever. And it was sort of thoughtful to lay out some examples of what this could look like, because certainly sometimes people view multi-stack dormitories, and certainly that's not what we're talking about. A lot of different kinds of models, a lot of different kinds of examples, but how we address sort of and prioritize what's on the table, whether it's our workforce and whether it's our lower income students, whatever it is, at some point we're just going to sort of have to lay out a clearer pathway of how to get there. Do want to remind everyone that last year we prioritized and passed SB 330, which in its structure is a pilot. So within, I believe it's a 5-year period, 10-year period, I'm sorry. Within a 10-year period, we're supposed to report back on how it works out. And so obviously that bill prioritized low-income student and 80% or lower AMI workforce. And so I think in the end, and that was a bill done for this district, and I think lots of other districts may look to that as a model for how legislation moves forward. So I think some of our housing policies should actually have some elements that deal immediately and directly with that legislative authority that was granted to us. 2 last points. Over the years, and we've done now 4 construction bonds, there's always been a strategy in those bond efforts to incorporate state bonds. I think there was times, for example, when the local bond didn't do a math and science building because that was a prioritized point at the state bond. And so we don't have a state bond, but we have a state allocation of $2 billion plus right now, $3 billion almost, I think, for all 3 systems. So I think it's important as we look at our policy and as we consider our bond pieces, where the direction of the state bond is going, and if we can utilize similar strategies that we've done over the years with either match or finding the sort of puzzle piece, where if the state is prioritizing this area, then we can prioritize these other needs. And that's not a big part of what's been presented and what's been talked about, but I know we have a number of people who've been here a long time. I think Mr. Moreno has been somebody who strategically during his time being a council or being a college president, and Chancellor, you as well, and Mr. Smith or Dr. Smith, all of you have strategically used state funding to fill the gaps in there, and I think that's been really important. My last point and sort of question, and I appreciate you, Chancellor, getting back to me with information here. We've been funded with planning and feasibility dollars from the state. We have some focus group, I understand, work that's going to be done by Brills for Dunleavy. I just want to sort of raise on the table, and they've been mentioned here in this presentation. This is an entity that's done at least 2 prior studies for us. And I know this set of work that they're doing is different than the others, but I don't think we should forget about what we've done in the past. And we should, the full board should be aware of it, should be introduced. So I know there were snapshots in time. Some of it can be useful to our dialogue today, but essentially now we have a firm that's at least got 1 new task order on top of at least 2 others that have been completed for the district and presented. I don't remember, the first one was a little bit higher up to my time, but the second one was in 15. The other, I think, was maybe 08 or 09 or something like that. But it would be interesting to understand, now we're on our 3rd sort of version of a study, and to understand how it's evolved, how it's shifted, how it's changed, how it's, how it's either different. And I can certainly respect that there may be different personnel from Brailsford Dunleavy that's doing the study, but it's the same firm, so there should be some research integrity that can be passed forward, and that would be very, very important for us to understand and assess. So if in the future, I know it's listed here because I think they're doing focus groups, but they've also done demand studies, and they've also done other things for us, and it'd be great to get the full board up to speed on some of those early ideas and early assessments. And I think they looked at locations, they did some other kinds of work that may partially be out of date, but nonetheless useful to understand how we've evolved over time. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Perez. Trustee Henderson?
Thank you, Chair Vela. I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Smith, for the presentation, but mainly to highlight the one slide that you included regarding other community colleges that have housing, and the fact that it isn't always affordable for students or accessible to students. And those are colleges that have 1, maybe 2 colleges, and we have 9. So I appreciate your being so thorough and considering all of the options and understanding that this will not be a one-size-fits-all opportunity for this college, for our district, to provide or consider providing housing for our students. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Henderson. President Buena?
So I just have a comment. The comment ultimately is, as we're looking at the entire bond, from like Trustee Hoffman said, a gift of sorts. We're looking at sports facilities, we're looking at student housing. But as we're looking at the state of California and its affordability index, and as we're looking at the completion rates, especially of students of color, the reality is that this issue is a civil rights, human rights, social equity issue at its core. And when those issues are going through the process of evolving, people are anxious about it. That doesn't mean you just dive into it, like the driving range at LACD College. But there is an obligation. Those of us who have grown up in Los Angeles know that the homeless population, or the homeless situation that we have right now, is not what we grew up with and is not where we need to be. So, as we're moving forward, I just wanted to make sure that we keep that in mind, and as we're framing it and figure it out as a campus community, how we're going to do it, because we don't want to be here in 5 years and say, oh my God, we could have done something, especially as the state, the federal government is moving in that direction, the state government is moving in that direction. And, and there's reasons why there are issues in community, ultimately because more government than the private sector literally isn't doing its job. So I want to thank you, Trustee Vela, for organizing this, and I'm looking forward to some of those results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Buena. I do want to also thank Dr. Ruben Smith's staff both at the district and the build program for being an integral part of this presentation. And we look forward to further discussion, further gathering of data, as well as stakeholder input from anywhere from our wonderful students to our staff that are here today. So thank you all so much. At this time, I'd like to have a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole and return to a public session.
So moved.
Anyone second? Okay, thank you, trustee.
Second.
Thank you, trustee Martinez. Appreciate that. A roll call, please.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Eno? Trustee Eno? We'll come back to her. Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Thank you so much. Meeting adjourned. I'll give the gavel back to President Bernal. Thank you all for coming today. I just wanted to do that.
We're officially
Recording
reconvening
stopped.
the regular meeting.
Recording in progress.
Roll call. We'll go just for the audience. We're going back into the regular meeting. So the formalities are important. Roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
I think she's getting back to in person. So.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee
here.
Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Is it here or a yes?
It's
I thought
here.
it was-
Here. Sorry.
Oh,
Thank you.
here.
Trustee Vela?
Here.
Trustee Vettis?
All right. Approval of minutes. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the March 2nd, 2022, March 10, 2022, and February 16, 2022 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All right. Any opposition? All right. Do we need to do roll call on this one? No. Okay. All right. You know, I knew there was going to be a problem. Roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Here. I'm just kidding. Yes.
Trustee Eno? Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
1 second. Okay. Reports from representatives, employee organizations. Do any members of the resource table wish to be recognized at this time to make comments before the board? Let's go to those who get to the microphone first and turn it on. State your name for the record.
My name is William Ellerton Selick, and I am a full-time faculty member and chair at trade, and I don't lean in. Oh, you got to lean in? Okay. And I'm a department chair at Trade Tech, but
It's not on.
Green.
I'm on Zoom and I can hear him perfectly. Can you guys not hear?
All right, we'll give this a try. Holy
There you
crap.
go.
Okay. Where was I at? Okay, I'm here primarily as the chair of the JLMBC, the Joint Labor Management Benefits Committee, and as my role as the AFT 1521 Executive Vice President. And there was something on the agenda that had kind of gotten my attention as JLMBC, and I just wanted to come and say some words to the board so they know some of the history and some of the things that have been going on recently. We tend to talk, especially during negotiations, about what's known as total compensation, salary and benefits. That's what we've kind of all agreed is our compensation. However, over the last few years, essentially starting with the first SRP, the benefits unit in our district here suffered in personnel. There were 6 techs worked, a supervisor, There was an HR person, a permanent HR vice chancellor, and an assistant to the HR. And after that, SRP had started to drop. And then there was the most recent SRP, and it dropped again. In fact, a year or so ago, it dropped down to essentially a interim HR person and one tech doing the work for all of the healthcare benefits materials. And it collapsed. I mean, right at this very moment, I have a list of about 35 faculty and relatives and children who, since the beginning of last term, August and September, have not yet had their medical benefits issued to them because it hasn't been processed yet. They cannot get their new spouses when they got married, get their spouses added. They have children that they've been fighting for over a year to get added to their policy. And that's just some of the issues they're having. They can't get addresses updated. The phones, can't get anybody from the district to call them back. And that was going on for quite some time, and it's still going on. We right now, this district's open enrollment that happened in September, October of 21 is still not complete, has still not been uploaded to CalPERS medical systems. There was many errors, not specifically related to what's going on in HBU, even though their staffing lacked. It's related to the same effect happened to IT during these SRPs, and they didn't have the people, and there was errors made in the programming. It wasn't updated. And so therefore, after all the changes were made, they did not upload to CalPERS. So the limited staff is working diligently to try to catch up. And so kind of that all being said, we began to see some light at the end of the tunnel. We had an interim HR director that was very professional, very responsive, get down, hands dirty, do work, as well as make sure that the people were getting work, fought to have some of the positions restaffed. And we began about 6-8 months ago to finally get some people back in that HBU unit, and we begin to slowly see things start to improve. It's, relatively a stable person finally in the job, responsive, actually doing it, getting some people back. And we've started, catching up. Some of the very first ones that were hired in August have finally got their medical benefits issued and so forth. And essentially what I saw on the agenda earlier that was posted, I was coming here to thank the board and the chancellor for finally showing, to give us some stability in that area in HR, and specifically in my interest, the HBU, by finally naming a permanent HR vice chancellor. However, I have to now change that tone to I'm incredibly disappointed and kind of dumbfounded on why yet again, month after month after month, we cannot seem to put someone in place and give any stability to that unit. It is demoralizing to the people, and it just keeps coming back to our members not being able to get their coverages put in, not being able to add their children to the medical, not being able to add their spouses, waiting during the pandemic to get their medical coverage. And it's unacceptable. And so I just wanted to let you know that we think it is unacceptable, and that position needs to be filled, and it needs to be permanent and treated with the respect and level of responsibility that it actually has. Thank you, trustees.
Thank you. Next person.
Hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Board President Bona. Okay. Start over. Good afternoon, Board President Bona, Vice President Savella and Henderson, the board, chancellor, colleagues, and guests. My name is Hazel Alonzo, and I'm fortunate to serve as president for Local 1521A, Classified Staff Guild. I am standing in front of you today again to beseech your consideration for the livelihood of Unit 1 members. The hardship and suffering has only continued to grow as inflation has skyrocketed and the cost of living has become a yoke around the necks of your dedicated employees. Before this meeting, every board member and the chancellor received an email of a petition with over 700 signatures of Unit 1 members demanding a fair and equitable salary increase beyond COLA. I'm standing here to let every board member know, to let the chancellor know that we are not going away. You will not run the clock, hoping that we will walk away in defeat and exhaustion. Unit 1 members have had decades of being overworked, understaffed, unappreciated, ignored, and overlooked when we have asked for equal consideration. I am asking this board to hold LACCD administration accountable for this deliberate oversight towards AFT 1521A members. As many are aware, we are currently in the process of contract negotiations. Our negotiation proposals deserve extensive conversation and serious consideration. The presentations we have prepared and submitted to the administration will show that Unit 1 members have the highest longevity with the district, but yet the most stagnant rate of promotional opportunities and a standstill at only a 5-step career ladder. Agenda item today on today's board agenda actually speaks to this reality. The list of classified employee retirements average a 20-year range. That is loyalty and dedication. Later in this meeting, the board will hear from Unit 1 members who will be sharing more testimonials regarding the hardships that we are facing. And though inflation is widespread, the suffering due to this rise in the cost of living is felt predominantly by lower salaried classified staff. The rise in gas prices and groceries may cause a temporary twinge for those making a 6-figure salary, but for those many who are living paycheck to paycheck, inflation may push them to homelessness. LACCD has prided itself on being a place of opportunity, equity, and equality for its faculty and students. But what about your dedicated classified staff? What about those loyal employees who greet students at the front counter and make small talk and share their personal stories at LACCD? Or the classified staff who processes your health benefits so that your newborn child has insurance? Unit 1 classified staff are the frontliners in every aspect of LACCD. They are who you ask to answer the call to put boots on the ground. There cannot be an LACCD with the classified staff, without the classified staff. I am asking this board to help rectify years' worth of being taken for granted with hardly a show of appreciation. Even now, with an increase in retirement within classified staff, there is a hesitancy by the district to fill back these vacancies. As such, remaining staff are left to pick up the burden, and they do. This cannot continue. LACCD must learn the meaning of reciprocity. There must be an equal give and take. So in closing, I hope this board will do what is right and give Unit 1 employees a fair and livable wage. You have the power to make this happen, and I can only hope with what you have heard from me and what you will hear from my constituents, you will push to do the right thing. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. I believe we have Chris from STIU.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And after Chris, Joanne Waddell.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Chancellor. My name is Chris Anozan, representing SEIU Local 99. First, I want to congratulate our new Board of Trustee member, Dr. Eno, to LACCD. Welcome, and we look forward to working with you. I would also like to congratulate Judge Kentenchi Brown Jackson as being the first African-American woman confirmed to have a seat on the U.S. Supreme Court. And I would like to thank this board for drafting a resolution to support the people of Ukraine. My thoughts and prayers continue to be for the people of Ukraine and for peace. I want to bring to this board's attention again that our custodial members at Trade Tech continues to face unfair treatment at their work site. They still are having major issues on campus with their work environment. Our members are being bullied, intimidated, and harassed by individuals on the management team, which is causing a very hostile and contentious work environment, and the administration is aware and is doing nothing to address the concerns. They may be listening to the concerns of the custodial staff, but they are not making the individuals who are creating this hostile work environment accountable for their actions. This is the reason why we keep having the same issues. Because the administration has decided to eliminate the late evening shift, our members are the ones who are suffering here. They're short staff of custodians because a lot of them resigned and transferred. They're not hiring like they should. And when they get new hires, I was informed that they don't stay because of the work environment. Custodians are being overworked to clean more than one assignment or clean entire buildings daily by themselves and do event setups in addition to maintaining their assignments, and are being written up and disciplined if they can't complete the job, yet they're not being recognized for all the hard work they do. They have little time to clean early in the morning before the students and staff arrive, and some of those work assignments are supposed to be cleaned at night. When they want to use their vacation or sick time or their COVID leave or whatever time they may have on the books, they're being told that they can't use it. Our members are being talked down to, belittled, and this is unacceptable on so many levels and needs to be addressed by the district. Is this the message that we really want to send to the public and our students, that it's okay to be bullied and mistreated at LACCD? I don't think so, which is why I think it's very important to have stronger policies for the district on bullying and harassment of any type in the workplace, and hold people accountable for their actions, and hold people who are in positions of authority accountable for not enforcing these policies. Everyone deserves to come to work in a safe and hostile-free work environment. We may not like each other, but in the workplace, everyone deserves to be treated with respect and professional towards each other. I've been preaching this for some time now. I know it's a touchy topic, but the district needs to do better to address this issue. And I want to thank all of you on the board that took the time to visit Trade Tech to hear the concerns of our members. We hope that you're not only listening, but taking notes and taking action. We would like for you to continue to visit our members at Trade Tech. If we're going to continue having classes throughout the day at Trade Tech, then a B-ship needs to be reinstated. And lastly, on a positive note, I would like to publicly acknowledge a few people: Melinda Nish, Mr. William Boyer, Miss Yannette Martin, Dr. Mercedes Gutierrez, and Dr. Annie Reed for keeping us informed on all the COVID updates for LA County. COVID information is constantly changing, and the fact that they were able to keep us informed and up to date with important information since this pandemic began, I want to say that they have done a phenomenal job, and I want to say keep up the good work. And also, I believe they should be recognized by the board also if they haven't already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joanne Waddell.
Thank you, Board President, Trustees, Chancellor. I can't remember the last time in this district that so many issues intersected, all of which demonstrated the challenges we face. But one quick look at this month's board agenda highlights just what we're up against. Some good stuff: a new trustee today, Trustee Lino. A new trustee allows us to celebrate democracy and democratic principles. And then there's not such good stuff: resolutions that remind us just how much we have at stake. And so we will stand with our friends in the Ukraine. We will remember those who perished in the Armenian genocide. We will honor Denim Day, Climate Justice Earth Day, and we'll talk about the freedom to love and speak about that love. Layered with economic inflation, a continuing pandemic, and declining enrollment, these are times that scream out for permanent, stable, experienced leadership that is strong and compassionate. Passing agenda item FF1 today would have been an important step in the right direction. We don't understand why it will not be heard today and look forward to its passage at the next earliest possible time. Why do I care so much? Because until that office has some stability for at least another month, now going on almost a year, because of the instability and understaffing in HR, faculty who are high actual agreement for wages and benefits will be without those benefits almost a year. In our world, in case you haven't heard, not getting compensated for what you were contractually guaranteed is called wage theft. It's illegal, and it's time we call it out. And while we're talking about declining enrollment, there can be no doubt that forcing students into levels of math and English that exceed their ability has reduced, not increased, successful enrollment by perhaps as much as 30%. You'll be hearing more about that a little bit later. While the community college faculty are coalescing up and down the state to oppose AB 1705, we urge this board to oppose AB 1705, at least as written unless amended, to allow students choice of pre-transfer math and English. Pre-transfer math and English are important for skill building, workforce development, most of the CTE programs, which are an essential part of the California Community College mission. So indeed, our plates are full, although I continue to believe that together we can do right by our students, faculty, and staff and community. I remain still hopeful. Thank you for the time.
Table.
Yes, we have Angela Echeverry.
Oh, Ms. Echeverry.
Thank you and good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez, faculty, staff, students, and members of the public. My name is Angela Echeverry. I am president of the District Academic Senate and a life science faculty member at LA Mission College. First of all, on behalf of the DAS, I want to congratulate our newest trustee, Dr. Kelsey Eno. It is a very important and exciting development to have the perspective, presence, and experience of a faculty member in counseling, a union leader, and an API woman of color on the board. So I want to also thank the board for making that wonderful choice. Last week, the faculty leaders from 116 colleges throughout California met for the State Academic Senate spring plenary session and voted to approve several important resolutions. But I want to mention two of these resolutions in particular. The first one is a resolution by my colleague, esteemed colleague, Jeffrey Hernandez from East LA College, titled Students' Right to Choose to Take a Pre-Transfer Level English or Mathematics Course. The second one by Wendy Burrell Wincoop, the president of FAC from College of the Canyons, is titled Upholding the California Community College Mission. Oppose AB 1705, Irwin 2022, unless amended. During these challenging times, when our district has lost close to a third of its students in the 3 years since AB 705 was implemented, I urge the board to join faculty leaders to seek amendments to AB 1705 that would preserve the mission of California community colleges to serve all students by protecting their choice to take pre-transfer level courses in math and English. The global pandemic that we are still living through has had a disproportionate impact on our most vulnerable students, including those with disabilities, students of color, English learners, foster youth, and as we heard earlier today, home insecure and homeless students. While there are many external groups that are funded by corporate interests that are trying to reshape our system, it is absolutely essential that we protect the integrity of our mission and reverse troubling declines in course success rates, growing equity gaps, and stem the loss of enrollment due to the unnecessary disenfranchisement of tens of thousands of students. And as was stated earlier in another context today by board president, at its core, this is a civil rights issue and an equity issue. Thank you.
Anyone else from the resource table? No? Okay. Moving on, we have received the Chancellor's monthly report, which includes activities at the colleges from the college and from the college presidents. Do any of the presidents wish to further comment or highlight? Now, you can, or you can also not. So any presidents, please articulate. Go ahead. If there are no presidents, that's fine as well.
We do have a few presidents joining in shortly.
Okay. Go ahead. On my screen, I can't see who they are.
I'll go ahead and start. Board President Wilna.
Yes.
This is Mary from President Gallagher from LACC.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a couple of updates from LACC for you. We had a couple of weeks ago on campus City Senior Days. That's where we bus in seniors from our local high schools. We had a goal of 500 seniors here over 3 days. We actually got over 800 seniors here over a 3-day period. So we were really, really happy. They were very enthusiastic. They had their counselors with them and they were really excited. The last day of the event, we had 70 counselors on campus from LAUSD, from our local high schools, for a meeting with them. We've got also a Counselor to College Summit here on Monday, the 25th, and our local central city superintendent will be with us that day in person. So it's going to be an in-person summit all day for our LAUSD high school counselors. So we're really excited about that. And lastly, there is a flyer that went out to the information that you got, but we're going to have a great Earth Day celebration on Friday, April 22nd. Ron Finley is going to join us, and he'll be our keynote speaker, so we're really excited. Children's Hospital of LA provided the funding for our community garden, so they'll be here to help us that day. So we hope that some of you can join us. Thank you very much.
Trustee Wellman, I'm glad you're next.
Oh, go ahead, President Limbaugh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Limbaugh, President of West Los Angeles College. As you all know, we've been privileged enough to earn the Aspen Top 150 designation. And I wanted to explain to you all very quickly how we got that, because we've not really talked about how West achieved that. So I'm going to go through this really quickly to give you an idea of how we got to this point. What Aspen does to establish eligible colleges is use publicly available data from iPads and the US Census Bureau, and they ended up with 982 eligible colleges. So their evaluation model is based on institutional performance in 3 general areas: retention, completion, and transfer, improvement in performance over time, and equity, which is defined as performance outcomes for underrepresented minorities and low-income students. So they pull the most recent 5 years of data for retention rates, graduation rates, full-time outcomes, completers per 100 FTE students, and part-time outcomes. They make adjustments for the percentages of part-time students. Now, here's the really important part. Using a weighted scale, 33.3% out of 100% was accorded for progress in first-year retention, graduation rates, and completers per 100 students through a regression analysis of the aforementioned 5 years of data. The national weighted index of all 982 potential candidates when evaluated for change over time was 1.4. For the top 150, this average was 3.3. And for West, the weighted index is 12.7. So in other words, we've been recognized for our progress over the past 5 years in retention, graduation, and completion rates of Latina students, Black students, and Native American students. So I want to publicly thank all of West's faculty, administration, and staff for their efforts over the past 5 years that brought us to this. And then later this spring and into the summer, we'll be continuing our work with Aspen leading into the listing the final top 10. So thanks for the opportunity. I just wanted to explain to you all how West was accorded this honor, one of which we're very proud.
President Gibbons.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of things, and I'm going to follow up on a couple of items that President Gallagher also mentioned. Similarly, we're working on a lot of enrollment management activity. We will be having senior days with all of our local high schools. That's going to be an important activity, encouraging a nice smooth transition from high school to college and nicely fitting following the FAFSA work that our outreach team did with over 1,000 high school students in February. We're also continuing to evolve our dual enrollment program, ensuring that we develop the program with some intentionality. And there's been lots of conversation. I know several colleges are similarly focused on this, looking at how we can support high school students engaging with College 101, ethnic studies, and other programs, whether it's GE courses or courses related to CTE programs. So those efforts continue to unfold nicely. There's been a lot of conversation recently about 705 efforts as well, continuing to refine our practices, looking at some additional adjustments in math, as well as additional research studies that can help inform future efforts. So all that I think is moving along nicely as well. Of course, we continue to look closely at the mode of instruction for summer and fall and make some adjustments there. And then just two last things to mention. It was a pleasure last week to provide some testimony at the Assembly Higher Ed Committee in support of AB 1942, which would provide some increased funding for instructional service agreements, which I know will affect LACCD nicely, especially East LA College. And then lastly, we were recently recognized, Valley was recently recognized by the Greater San Fernando Valley Chamber of Commerce with the Captains of Industry Award. So it was a pleasure to receive that. Thank you.
I can go next, if that's okay. Wonderful. So good afternoon, trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez, and welcome, Trustee Eno. We look forward to working with you at Southwest, and welcome. As always, exciting things happening at Southwest College. We, of course, celebrated our press conference and receiving the $1.5 million congressional earmark to open up our Family Resource Center and our Justice Impacted Center. It was a beautiful event, and thank you to Trustee Henderson and Chancellor Rodriguez for being on site and supporting us with that beautiful event. I know the Congresswoman was very pleased, and we are working diligently now and are planning, hopefully, to have our Family Resource Center up and running in its physical location very soon, so please stay tuned for the grand opening. We have two upcoming enrollment events that are scheduled to be in person. The first is on April 28th, and that is actually focused on our Promise students as well as our current K-12 partners. We're actually going to be using that as a Black student enrollment event and focusing specifically on Black student enrollment at that event. And then our following month on May 14th, we have our final in-person enrollment event for this semester. And then we, of course, will be planning our schedule for summer for our in-person enrollment events. We also just received the junior and senior list from our LAUSD partners. So we are planning to send out about 5,000 more Promise acceptance packets to those individual students at their homes. So we're excited, and of course, inviting them to those in-person enrollment events to help them get set up with us. We're gearing up for our in-person celebrations. Our Dean and President award ceremonies will be in person this year. And we, of course, are getting ready for graduation as well on June 7th. And very excited to share that Ms. Shirley Raines is going to be our commencement speaker. She was CNN's Hero of the Year in 2021 and owns Beauty to the Streets. So we're very excited to have her be our commencement speaker. And thank you so much.
Thank you. President Aguilar.
Hi, good afternoon. The grant encompasses, it's for zero emission vehicles, and Galpin Ford will be providing the equipment, cars, and this is a collaborative effort with our automotive department and our environmental science department, and so it includes curriculum development, paying for student tuition, internships, and industry-driven curriculum. So it enhances our ongoing curriculum that currently exists. Last Sunday, we had over 500 individuals participate in a day of service with Assemblymember Gabriel, and it included pulling weeds in our gardens and cleaning around our community streets and the LA River. So it was a very exciting day with lots of music and dance with community organizations. And we continue to have registration days. This week we have registration week for all of our high school students. So they're visiting our classes, they're getting tours, FAFSA applications, registration and applications into College Promise for high school students.
Okay, thank you very much. Interim President Dorado.
Thank you, President Buena. First of all, let me say congratulations to Dr. Eno. We look forward to working with you as you represent Trustee Seat 7 and LACCD as a whole. Congratulations. Just a few enrollment activities. We are knee-deep in our early decision events where we provide services, in-person services to LAUSD students and other districts that surround us. We are embarking on our onboarding in-person activities at Harvard College. And we already have schools that are scheduled to be on campus. We will have 2 Saturday events, one on May 7th and one on May 21st for registration events so that we could assist students to register for classes at Harvard College. In the next few weeks, I will be having pan dulce y café con el presidente for our community so that we could tell them all about our programs in adult ed. And of course, if they're ready for our college bearing credit courses. I also want to give a huge shout out to our conference for our Men of Color conference. It was a huge success. Although you have something in your packet in regards to the Chancellor's report, it doesn't give justice in regards to the energy and excitement that was happening at Harvard College. We had 4 presidents from other districts join us. We had 2 chancellors join us because they wanted to see what we were doing here at Harvard College. Like I said, we are shaking up the South Bay. Dr. Eno, thank you for joining us that day. So we were excited. And a huge shout out to our counseling faculty, Ivan Silva, our Dreamers counselor, for putting that together. He definitely did an awesome job. We also want to give you an update. We're starting to take students on transfer events. We are taking our Puente students this Friday to UC Santa Barbara for the Puente Motivational Conference. Our students are excited and we are excited that we're starting to take them. We also have a trip to ASU downtown tour that is going to be covered by ASU. So huge shout out to our transfer center director for getting that resources for our campus. I also want to tell my colleagues and my fellow presidents, Dr. Ornelas and Dr. Vanderwood, Harvard College is ready to defend their title at the Culinary Cup on May 13th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Interim President Ornelas.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the board, Chancellor Rodriguez. Welcome, Trustee Eno. Just a few announcements from LA Mission College. LA Mission College, along with our other sister college, or several of our other sister colleges, were recently informed that we were awarded Rising Scholar grants, 3-year grants. At Mission College, we received $160,000 a year to further expand on our services for our justice-involved youth while they're in a facility and transitioning them once they're released. So really excited about the Rising Scholars Grant. Also really excited that we started our second session on Monday, and we saw a boost in enrollment over the weekend because we did add several short-term classes that proved to be really a strategic enrollment practice. Our students are liking the short-term courses, and at this point, Mission College has managed to capture 97% of our enrollment from last year. So really excited about all the efforts going on around enrollment. On April 20th, we will be hosting all of the principals in the San Fernando Silmar community of schools. Close to 50 principals will be here, elementary, middle school, and high school. And we will have an opportunity to plan out the 22-23 academic year, both for dual enrollment courses and adult ed offerings at our elementary and middle schools. So lots going on the 20th. And then finally, of course, as my colleague, Dr. Lalo mentioned, we are hosting, Mission College is hosting our Culinary Cup. The theme is Cocina Oaxaca. So we'll be having all of you judge the moles throughout the day. So thank you all.
Thank you. President Vanderwood.
Hello, Board President, Trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez, and also hello to our new trustee, as well. Good to meet you and have you with us. So, of course, I have to reiterate, as my last two colleagues did, that we do have that Culinary Cup coming up, and we are totally preparing to be there, and truly, our team is going to be well invested there. I'm going to start with some of the things that we're doing with enrollment. We did last month, we actually held a counselor day for area counselors. We had 102 counselors here on our campus. They were able to experience tours throughout the campus, link with our pathways, see our students at work and our faculty members in the classrooms, and really understand what our pathways are about and what the path is for our students. We've also continued with additional events. Our Roll In to Enroll event took place on March 24th. We saw another 156 students for that one, or potential students for that one. We conducted, we're continuing our robocall and phone banking. Particularly, we've increased that as we were getting ready for the second 8 weeks during the last couple of weeks of March. We did also have Super Saturday this past Saturday, April 9th. We had 189 exactly, local area high school students here on campus, and this in-person recruiting event allowed them again to experience our college, experience the pathways and what's available to them. We will also host on May 12th, Senior Day. And that's where high school area seniors will actually experience and be on our campus with tours, swag bags, lunch across the board. We will continue with our in-person open houses. Our major open houses will take place during the summer. We will do them every couple of weeks. I do want to mention, as one of my colleagues did, we also were a recipient of Rising Scholars at $160,000 a year. We hosted a couple of events. One I want to mention, the Southwest Carpenters Combine Day that we hosted on March 26, where roughly 1,000 attendees gathered to test their skills, scaffold assembly, drywall etching, with more than 100 contractors being there to really evaluate those skill sets. And we invited our own students to be a part of that as well. And we see some job placement coming out of that. We're working also with respect to enrollment, the development. We've had such a need and request for very short-term, non-credit, not-for-credit with culinary arts and others. And so we're working on those to pilot this summer so that you really can come and in a couple of days learn how to bake bread or learn how to do a summer barbecue. So those are some of the other things that we're doing as we look across our organization with respect to short-term, timely trainings and instructions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think that's... Oh, Dr. Roman, apologize.
No worries. Good afternoon, President Buelna, trustees, Chancellor, and again, welcome and congratulations to our new trustee, Dr. Eno. Congratulations again. We definitely look forward to working with you. Some updates here, similar to our sister colleges. ELEC had our senior welcome days, we call them, for our high schoolers in March and April. We had over 1,000 students come on campus. They were provided orientations, and equally important, they were able to fill out registration cards for the upcoming fall. We have redeployed our dual enrollment teams out to the high schools, and we had over 3,500 high school students actually enrolled for the spring and dual enrollment classes. And puts us back to pandemic numbers. Our goal for the fall will be about 5,000 students, and we're very confident that we can reach that number. We are working throughout the summer to ensure that this happens. We focused a lot on enrolling and registering students for the short-term classes. We had about 220 sections start this past Monday. And through all of our enrollment activities and efforts, we were able to fill those classes very well. We had an average class size of about 39 students, which is good. Similar to our colleagues, we also received the Rising Scholar Grant. This will be a really good opportunity for us to bolster student support services for our just as impacted students, as well as obviously capturing more enrollment in this very population that needs more support. And I'll just end with saying we're continuing our racial equity work with town halls. We did have Dolores Huerta join us in March as part of the celebration of Women's History Month. And we're also looking forward to having Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara join us in April in celebration of LGBTQ+ Awareness Month. So with that, I'll conclude my report. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Are there any persons signed up to address the board? And I'm asking this facetiously, regarding regular agenda items. Lupe. Or Crystal. So that's a yes. Okay, it's just the amount of the number. So if there are more than 7 speakers, if more than 7 speakers will be addressing the board on the same person or topic, the board may vote to limit the total time for public speakers of the name in the same person topic no more than 20 minutes.
We have G4 next. And
Which
those
one?
are, G4, request to address the board on the committee of the whole matters not on the agenda.
Okay. And how many
Those are
speakers do we have there?
64.
64. Yes. Okay. So here, since the board rules provide for a maximum of 20 minutes per topic, and we have 61 speakers in this area per topic, and we have more than that, may I have a motion for each speaker to be allocated a certain amount? I need someone to make a motion. Let me do that. Is there a motion to allocate for 1 minute? Okay. Seeing none.
I move a minute and a half.
Okay. Is there a second for a minute and a half?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Trustee Vettis. Any, so that's a minute and a half. Any comment? Any objection? We'll do a quick roll call.
Student trustee.
Yeah, we'll just vote. That's a minute and a half.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote.
No.
Trustee Buelna.
Can we maybe do?
Yeah, we have to take it.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Eno. Trustee Henderson.
No.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
He's absent. He'll be back.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes. All right. Who's the first speaker?
Lauren Rita.
Okay. And let me just advise board members. So because we have so many speakers, so we're going to be strict on the 1.5 minutes. If you could please, if you don't need to take up the entire 1.5 minutes, if you could please calculate yourself. So that gives us a sense of being able to manage that. So we're going to go ahead and start with Ms. Lauren Rita Centers.
Hello, Board of Trustees. My name is Lauren Foster, also Lauren Rita, and I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old at LACD Child Development Center, and they are currently required to wear a mask. Per the LA County Department of Public Health on March 3rd, it said, after March 11th, universal masking requirement of K-12 schools and childcare settings will terminate. What is your rationale to continue this policy when the science does not support it? We've been told during this entire pandemic to follow the science, listen to the advice of our health and medical experts. The district is not listening. I can go to baseball games, I can go to indoor sporting events, anything. My children don't wear a mask almost anywhere else. But when they're in school, when they're learning to speak, a 2-year-old, why? I demand the board end this policy now. It's ridiculous. Stop it now. Thank you, board.
Thank you very much. Ms. Valerie Lynn Shaw. Valerie Lynn Shaw. Then if Ms. Shaw, we have, just so people know, Monique Bacon, Gina Johnson, Vincent Samuel. Okay. Next is, I'll name the next 4: Angelita Romero, Carolyn Shevenko, Maximilian Martinelli, Daniel Nori, Natalie Lavelli, Lisette Bettis, all from LA Pierce College. So there's a group there. So you can please move forward.
Am I next? Do I speak now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez. My name is Angelita Romero. I am a Chicano Studies professor at LA Pierce College. I also am adjunct at East LA College and also at LA Trade Tech. I am also here asking the board and the chancellor to please lift the mask mandate and make it optional for our students. I have fought for this for my own children with LA Unified School District. I believe it's time to unmask not only our children, even the little ones like Miss Lauren had stated earlier, but also our college students. I have a lot of students who are not wearing their masks in class, and it does affect students as a whole, as they are people as a whole, as we should be aligning with the county and state guidelines. I see the depression, the frustration within my students and even my own children in the past, but they have now lifted the mask mandate and made it optional. So I'm asking the board and the chancellor to please consider aligning with the county and state guidelines. It does affect our adult college students as well. And we do have students here from Pierce that feel just as strongly. But I will tell you this much, when I walk around campus and I see a student wearing a gas mask at school, it breaks my heart to see that students you have from one extreme to the other, that we have instilled so much fear that this is what I see. And I'm hoping that by lifting the mask mandate, we can get back on track to normalcy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shevenko.
Hi, Board of Trustees and Chancellor. My name is Carolyn Shevchenko, and I'm a UC Honors Transfer student at Pierce. And I want to say, not only is it unfair and not following the health guidelines that LAUSD is filing, that we don't have to wear masks anymore, it is just plain ineffective and unhelpful that we have to wear these masks because we already have to be vaxxed and boosted just to attend an in-person class, which I think is not fair. And in addition, there's just a lot of regulations and protocols that aren't helping us at all, that we've added a lot of effort to, like the Cleared for Class survey. Just to enter a library, me with my team members, we have conducted and asked a lot of participants around the library and on our campus if they think this survey is effective. And they said if they had COVID symptoms, they could easily say that they don't and enter the library. And there's just, I feel like so many technicalities that weren't thought of. I was going through a financial situation not too long ago where I didn't have a cell phone. I came onto campus to go to the library and, do some work. And I wasn't able to enter the library because I couldn't answer these two ineffective questions regarding COVID. So I think not only is it unfair and just plain a little bit useless at this point, I think it's just very ineffective and causing a hassle to many students. I think not just teachers and administrators think this way, but many students and my peers think that, it's time to just get with the times. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maximilian Martinelli. Maximilian? Okay. Daniela Nori?
Yes, hi. Can I?
Yes.
Oh, the camera, it's not letting me open the camera, but okay. Hi, today, first of all, I wanted to say thank you for listening to my concerns and my peers' concerns, as it does really affect us in our day-to-day lives. I would like to speak about the mask policy. I wanted to discuss the fact that it has been lifted all over LA County, including LA district schools, except Pierce College and many LACCD colleges as well. I would like to compare Pierce College to UCLA, for example. UCLA has lifted their mask mandate on this Monday, and their school is almost triple the size of ours, with housing and teaching over 40,000 students.
Moniquue, Moniquue, bacon, like you eat.
I'm sorry, this isn't your time yet. Please wait for your name to be noticed. Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So as I was saying, I'm comparing Pierce College campus, which is a fairly smaller campus, to UCLA, who has over 46,000 students that both live on campus and study on campus. And they, from this Monday, were not required to wear masks at all. However, here on Pierce College, we are required, which is, I still don't understand why. And yes, we are both vaxxed. Both campuses are vaxxed and boosted. And those who are not have an exemption.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Natalia Level? Natalia Lovely? Lisette Perez?
Good afternoon again, Board of Trustees. As I mentioned before, I am a student at Los Angeles Pierce College. I'm also a student intern and I'm a member of MECHA at Pierce. I'm here to address the mask mandate on our campuses. I believe the board is overdue in updating the mask guidelines on our campuses to further align with the rest of LA County and make masks optional. Students attending classes or events on campus are required to be vaccinated and boosted, which is something we should be proud of, as our county and our residents have been one of the most responsible counties in the country helping to reduce the spread of COVID. My daughter is 6 years old and attends a school within the LAUSD district, where masks are now optional. If our children and our neighbors are given the choice to be mask optional, it would stand to reason that the LACCD campuses stay consistent with these guidelines as well. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Richard Shavy? Richard Shavy, then after Richard, Mark Allen Hedges. Richard Shavy? Okay. Mark Hedges?
Hello.
Okay. Mr. Shavy?
Hi. Yes. Hi. My name is Richard Shave. I want to thank the commission, the board, for letting me speak today. I'm coming to you to talk about concerns that I have about Pierce College's stated intention to deaccession and move the folk art environment, Old Trappers Lodge, out beyond an initial contact with Rolf Schleicher, who's the vice president of administration in charge of this proposed removal. I've had no communication. I've asked for a renewed request for proposals to figure out how to best deal with the college's wish to get rid of this important folk art environment, which came to the campus in 1986. I am also asking State Senator Henry Stern to help Pierce College figure out how best to steward this important folk art environment, which the college wants to remove, and whose putative plan for deaccession I openly question. I'm also putting in a Public Records Act request to understand and find out the valuation report this board asked for in April of 2021 last year to understand the value of these sculptures and their relationship to Pierce College. So I get my ask for the board is to help convey to Pierce College to stop the clock on removing Old Trappers Lodge, to set up a new series of requests for proposals to find a better steward and a better place in which this important folk art environment.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Allen Hodges. Then after Mark Allen Hodges, Ms. Valerie Shaw.
Hi. Oops. What's happening? Hi, I'm Mark Hedges. I'm a student at City and Harbor. There's a recent survey about online classes. I'd guess they're popular, environmental, economic, and time-saving. The system-wide course search form could allow you to search across the district without having to reset the fields each time. It's cumbersome to find all available classes by keyword or subject. And please consider AA degrees that are cobbled together from classes offered at different campuses. Game design is a good candidate to efficiently utilize teacher experience across the district. District film and TV programs are respected in the industry and lead to good jobs without expensive film degrees, which is great for the housing problem too. Get people paid as soon as possible. Games earn more than films. Fallout 4 cost about $100 million, comparable to a tentpole movie, but revenue was $2 billion. The recent PR crisis at Activision shows that the industry will benefit from greater diversity. The success of diversity efforts requires specific technical skills due to the nature of the work, and there doesn't seem to be a game design associates at any of the schools. To be relevant, the computer science classes should teach Unity or Unreal. The only available related classes at Trade Tech with an engine that isn't widely used anymore. Could you use an interactive writing class with Artisy Draft, which is inexpensive for students. It's widely used to manage narrative design.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Valerie Shaw.
Oh, hello?
Ms. Shaw.
Good afternoon. Valerie Shaw had to leave because it took like over, 2 hours for us to wait as a community, and she had to get to a next meeting. But my name is Monique Bacon. Thank you, board, for allowing me to speak. I'm a member of the Coalition of 100 Black Women Los Angeles chapter, also a member of Los Angeles Southwest College Community Coalition. My dad's an alumni, and so was I. The community is concerned about the college football program, which has been canceled or negatively modified in some way for 2 years. This is a failure to support a population of students and young men in our community who are inspired by competitive sports and participation in athletic programs that engage their energy, pursuit of skills, and other possibilities of employment at a game that they enjoy. So far, LAX have advertised jobs for individuals, while many of our students might not be candidates for the NFL, but they can still secure employment around the sports industry and travel industry, given the national, international teams that will be flying in and out of LA and SoFi. Why is the college preventing young Black men who they seem not to be recruiting for these opportunities? Who are they redirecting these opportunities to while eliminating our young men from possibilities right in their faces? We believe this is by design. When we know the tax base in our community is Black enough to have a voice and an explanation. We essentially have no football team. If students are not competing, just practicing and offered non-accredited courses or carrying less than 12 university transferable units, that is required of students who wish to transfer to a D1 college. Students who may not have necessarily been able to go straight to university from a high school for various reasons elect to attend Southwest in their neighborhood to build their qualification, only to be failed by this institution who doesn't see the value in educating their athletes nor support their preparation for the university level. What junior college does this? It appears this institution doesn't understand the clients in which they serve and missing a huge opportunity for students in the community. When is the last time the community was invited to a sold out money-making Florida college football game? The community and campus need to know the plan and the objective. Many decisions are made unbeknownst to us and without input until we insist. Please be transparent. Transparency is accountability. Let me say this. It is not solely the job of coaches and teachers to recruit either. That's why you're supposed to have a marketing and recruitment plan. Bring our students back as college football team and stop discouraging and impeding their success. Your own documentation shows the decline of African Americans at Southwest and the whole district since 2014 and more so since 2018. We keep asking to see the outreach, recruitment, and marketing plan for the college. Why is it that the college doesn't seem to care or take students' academic needs seriously? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Gina Johnson.
Also had to leave too. I'm sorry. They tried to wait, but it was 2 hours too long. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming Vincent Samuel as well. Okay. Then we're going to go to Abraham Horowitz, Andrea Edwards, Andy LeBrun, Annette Ivy.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and guests. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak today. My name is Abraham Horowitz, and I'm here as a member of AFT 1521A to read a testimonial from one of our members. It is with a heavy heart I write this testimonial, because never in my wildest dreams, back when I began at LACC, as a bright-eyed student who fell in love with education, who believed that LACCD was better than the Emerald City of Oz, with 20 years plus experience later, believed that LAC was, after making the choice to build my life's career in student services at LACCD, would I think we would be at this sad and dark crossroads. Never would I have thought or believed that LACCD would allow their very own to be living paycheck to paycheck. How is it even happening? Be an institution built on the promise of a better life through higher education, who say that our guiding principle is equity and upward mobility for all. Sadly, here and now, at this juncture, that is not the case. Instead, the LACCD has left their very own soldiers alone to die on the financial battlefield, and is continuing to ignore the many years of dedicated service, the many years of going
Thank you.
above
Your
and
time's
beyond.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea Edwards.
Well, thank you and good afternoon, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and guest. Like my speaker before me, I am reading on behalf of my AFT 1521A testimonials for my members. It is hard to stay afloat and make sure I have enough money for the 2 weeks before my next paycheck. Having a living wage would mean I wouldn't have to skip meals to do everything I can to make my gas last as many days as possible. We choose to work for this district. We've been blessed, but it doesn't mean we aren't still struggling. We all want to give our families what they want, but it's hard to say no because we're having to actively save money to make ends meet. The work we do is long lasting. I only wanted to work for the district for many years as a classified staff member. I'm discouraged, and yet I have to continue to persevere and fight. I fought to join this district because it meant something to me. It was the most rewarding work that I could possibly give to myself and to students like myself. We do not only do this job for our job details, we become someone who many students depend on to come back to for encouragement. Yet we are not paid counselors. We're not even paid as faculty, but we are the source for many of these students to engage and get integrated into the school. Sometimes so heavy we take it home, listening to the stories, that it can break us down from the weight. But yet we do not get paid. You don't see us. We're the working poor, but we are the ones that are advocating for your students to enroll.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andy LeBrun.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Andy LeBrun. Hello, Board of Trustees, Chancellor, and college community. I am here to talk about, with my union brothers and sisters, to advocate for fair and equitable wages for classified staff. Our district is behind with low enrollment, out-of-date policies and procedures, training and technology, 10 years behind when it comes to some of our wages. Our students need help, and we're the first ones they see on campus and online, but it is harder than ever for us to help them without the resources we need. We heard that today in some of the different comments from other people. The schools that had the best enrollment during the pandemic had previously invested in their staff technology and training. Need you to make the same investments in their future. We also help faculty and administrators who are also burned out and some with mental health issues because they don't have the staff they need for all the work that they have to do. So helping us helps them. We are also one of the most diverse unions in ethnicity, creed, and gender. So helping our people is equitable action, not just equitable talk. And our community needs you to help us help our students. So thank you for your time, and please consider our words and all the things that you're going to hear today, because our students need you to help us help them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next four speakers are Annette Ivy, Anthony Alvarez, Araceli Martinez, and Armendi Juhardian. Annette Ivy. Okay. Anthony Alvarez. Anthony Alvarez. Oh, okay. I should look up. Okay.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Chancellor, Board of Trustees members, and guests. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anthony Alvarez. I'm out of Harvard College. I'm a member at AFT 1521A, also a delegate for AFT 15. I'm here to read a testimonial from one of our members. But actually, I want to finish the testimonial that my previous colleague was reading. Just the last part of it, because I think it gives feeling to what they were trying to say. Board of Trustees, you're our last hope. This was a cry from our collective soul and last glimmer of hope that we beseech you to do what you do best and stand up for the underdogs. Stand up for your soldiers, your classified staff. Show us in action what you have told us in words, that we matter, that you value us, and you won't leave us behind. You need the Board of Trustees, Chancellor. It just seems in negotiations, it's stalled. There's nothing, no feedback. I mean, negotiations is, hey, we give you a proposal, here's our counter proposal. We work together to find a medium. But for us, it seems like there is no work from management. It's just, oh, status quo, status quo. I mean, that's nothing for 8 months. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Araceli Martinez. Ms. Martinez. Armendi Juharian. Mr. Juharian. Bernadette Stain. Bernadette Stain. Betsy Ramirez. Betsy Ramirez. Chad Bogger. Mr. Chad Bogger. Chara Buffy Moore. Chara Buffy Moore. Daniel Fitzgerald. Daniel Fitzgerald. Dean Brown. Dean Brown. Right, next. Edward Alvarado. Edward Alvarado. Oh, Edward's here.
Good afternoon, Board and Chancellor. Thank you for having me here. I am a classified staff member at East LA College. I work hard all the time to be there for my students. They're there first thing in the morning when I show up, and they're there when I stop in and I check on them at 10 o'clock at night when the college closes. We are there to support our staff. We do this all day long, and we do it without even thought. It is our passion. It is what we do. We love our students, and we all are hoping to have some kind of give back and respect that we deserve for doing this job. We do it tirelessly because it is what we do. We enjoy, we help them. I am also an adjunct instructor. I also do mentoring. I'm an advisor for the clubs. This I do it unpaid. I do it because I do it for the students. It is what we do all the time. We love our students. We take care of them. We're asking you to take care of us. Treat us fairly, please. Thank you.
Next is Elizabeth Prager. Ms. Prager? Okay. Next we have just Gloria. We also have anyone here named Gloria?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Gloria.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gloria, and I'm here as a member of AFT 1521A to read a testimonial on behalf of one of our members. Despite being employed, most of us live paycheck to paycheck with minimal opportunities to change the trajectory of our condition. Many employees at LACCD meet and surpass their job entry-level education mandate, yet are limited in the capacity to advance after the 5-year max income cap for one's position. Due to COVID, we have tripled our duties to be available for necessary virtual platform. As a mother of 2 children in my position as a student support service representative, the max amount I can ever make in my position is $55,000. This puts me at a 50% poverty margin. We can say, oh, you should try harder, apply for new positions, etc. But this minimizes the overarching issues. The hiring process is riddled with issues. Now we are stuck at our max pay, and yet the cost of living keeps rising. A living wage is health. The immense stress is damaging. To work and still suffer from poverty is inherently wrong. I am asking for decency and equitability in wages that take into consideration the current conditions of the stage. A living wage is the ability to feed my children and pay my bills, and to not choose between bare necessities and their dreams and passions. We are doubling down.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Next is Grace Guerra. Ms. Guerra? Okay. Next is Jamie Holiday Collins. Miss Holiday Collins? Or Mr.? Unmute yourself. Okay. Next is Joanna Chevalier. Joanna Chevalier. Okay. Next is Joanne Haywood. All right.
You said show it. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez, colleagues. My name is Joanne Haywood. I'm the first Vice President of the AFT Staff Guild, Local 1521A. It is becoming quite traumatic and emotional experience facing our members after each negotiation session. As dedicated employees committed to the mission and value of the district, for most of us, it has become a second home. We are at work sites that are sometimes unsafe, understaffed, and have challenging responsibilities. I wonder if there's even an inkling or thought put into what we do day to day to meet the needs and demands of successfully serving our students and our community. We attend many of these board meetings and see millions of dollars squandered by hiring third-party vendors to do jobs that could be done by our capable employees. And the kicker is we see times that we again have to correct the mess up that has been done by the individuals who are paid highly. It hurts when you see your coworkers struggle to make ends meet. There have been several conversations regarding housing for students and faculty. There is a clear omission of staff in the dialogue. It is saddening that we are continuously left out of discussion that also impact us. Are we not valuable as our other colleagues? And we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Josephine Tang. Josephine. Okay. Juan Chacon. Candice Merck. Carl Coyote. Kelly Hernandez. Is Hernandez?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hi,
Yeah.
good afternoon, Chancellor, Board of Trustees members, colleagues and guests. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Hernandez and I'm here to read a testimonial from one of our members. The cost of living increase has had a negative impact on me and my family. I recently had a baby, which has caused my household expenses to double while my wages remain the same. Inflation has caused food, gas, and other necessities to increase to an insane amount that has forced me to start living paycheck to paycheck. I'm literally 1 or 2 paychecks away from my family and I being homeless. A living wage means I can sleep better at night, knowing that I am able to maintain a roof over my family's head and keep food on the table. A living wage could also provide me with the opportunity to live near or in the city where I work. I am a commuter because I cannot afford to live close to work, and being a commuter has added additional stressors in my life due to the current gas prices. A living wage provided by LACCD will show me that LACCD actually cares about the staff members. If I were to receive a fair salary increase, I could stop living paycheck to paycheck and rebuild my savings account. I currently cannot do this with my current salary. I have reached step 5 in the salary step, which means I am not due for another raise, will only be receiving the cost of living increase, which is not enough in this current state of California. Classified staff put a lot of work to maintain the colleges. The living wage and fair salary increase will be an opportunity for the Board of Trustees.
Your time's up.
To show they appreciate my hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christine Avazian.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good afternoon, Board President Welna, board members, and Chancellor Rodriguez. My name is Christine Ivazian, and I'm the treasurer for AFT 1521A. I'm speaking today on the unfair treatment of the Unit 1 staff and dismissive behavior that we are seeing from your negotiation team. We are being told that the board does not see the need to negotiate or even give consideration to raising our members out of poverty. I would like to ask why, Board President and Chancellor. I would like to ask why, Chancellor, when you present in town halls, that you praise us for being the frontline workers and the staff that pivoted and adapted to the remote work environment in days to keep the district running. But when we ask for that recognition in our pay, all we get is nothing. Why should the best community college district, as you claim it to be, have employees that may be homeless when the eviction moratorium is lifted? Why should LACCD have employees that get paid less than the living wage in the Los Angeles County? I would like to ask the board to look at the facts that we have presented and consider our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Rufos. Then after Ms. Rufos, Lynn Wood, then Mayra Cruz. Linda Rufos. Okay. Lynn Wood. Mayra Cruz.
I'm here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chancellor Rodriguez, members of the board, and guests. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mayra Cruz. I am a member of AFT 1521A. I will be reading a testimonial from a fellow member. The increased cost of living has caused me stress as I am concerned about how I will be able to maintain a standard living that will provide for my basic needs in the future. A living wage will mean that I can afford the cost of housing, personal necessities, and eventually enjoy a retirement that will provide for circumstances that arise as I get older. The Board of Trustees needs to hear that we as classified professionals are the backbone of the Los Angeles Community College District. We are often the frontline workers, and we serve in various essential capacities when it comes to providing services to the students in our communities. We are educated professionals who deserve the same respect and consideration as other employees in the district. The Los Angeles Community College District could not function successfully without the knowledge, professionalism, hard work, and many other contributions of classified employees. I have been at the fifth step approximately 15 years, and additional steps on our scale would help me to meet the ever-rising cost of living expenses that I must continue to absorb. The Board of Trustees doesn't know that my job entails informing students and providing them with services which helps them to make informed decisions regarding their education. My responsibility is also to ensure that students receive these services and benefits in a timely and efficient manner, which helps them to succeed in their courses. My dedication and hard work are critical to the success of the district because when students are served with efficiency, patience, kindness, and understanding, they feel well supported and will return to our campuses and encourage others to attend our campuses as well. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. Maria Navarro, Mark Berquist, May Ma, and Maynard Alvarez.
I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you to the good people of Los Angeles who are watching. Thank you, trustees, chancellor, and my peers of the College Staff Guild 1521A. My name is Mark Berquist. The staff have been recognized by our campus presidents and the trustees as essential workers. A large portion have worked from home during the pandemic, and many had to stay during the pandemic. We went back and forth over these 2 years of difficulty. My coworkers are dismayed at our contractual situation and gravely disappointed and demoralized at the lack of progress. My coworkers and peers in the Guild do a great deal to maintain, clean, provide administrative support and many district direct services to our students. I myself worked in student services and financial aid. We've been described as the backbone which supports the district. We need reciprocity in our contractual negotiations with the district. Thank you for your attention and your support.
Thank you very much. May Ma, Maynard Alvarez, Michael Romo, Naira, Michael. Okay.
One second. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez, and audience. My name is Mike Romo. I retired from the district last year after 34 years of service. For the first 20 years, I was the rookie in my department, the district, and probably district-wide. During the first 20 years, I was able to name all the chancellors, including interim and acting chancellors. In those 20 years, there were 8 chancellors at least. I've also had to work with or under numerous Board of Trustee members. There are no term limits for trustees members. They are in office until they either are voted out of office or leave the district to pursue other interests. Some of those former trustees have used their service in the district as a stepping stone to higher office, a practice which I notice continues to this day. While chancellors and trustees have come and gone and their agendas have remained, and the classified employees have been here always to implement those agendas as well as conform with state and federal regulations. As Staff Guild President Hazel mentioned that the board has an agenda item listing retirees. Many of them have 20 years of service. Besides the service that they provide to the district, they have also accumulated a lot of institutional knowledge for the district, which it needs to survive, to thrive, and to continue its business. In business, private business, there is a
your time's up.
There's a line item for goodwill. If the staff guild, if the district had a similar one for institutional knowledge of its employees, that would be incalculable. But the employees deserve a fair reward for the value that they give to the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Naira Sargsian, Natalie Embray, Osman Morgado, Promise Williams.
I'm here.
Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, members, colleagues, and guests. My name is Promise Williams, and I work at East Los Angeles College, and I'm here to read a testimonial from one of our members. I must always cut corners and watch my every step with spending. I would like to put money for my future. I'd like a real vacation and better living situation. I'm at my 5th step, and it is not enough for what I handle and what I do. Pay us for the work we do for the district and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, Chancellor and Board of Trustees, members, colleagues, and guests. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Natalie Embry, and I'm here to read a testimonial from one of our members. I do not have enough money for groceries and other necessities. I am a single mother. My paycheck is no longer enough. I also take care of my elderly parents. They are on a fixed income and I do not have extra money, so they depend on my help also. I have to borrow money, which is something I really do not like to do. I may have to look for a part-time job just to make enough, which will cause me to lose out on activities with my daughter. Having a living wage would allow me to spend money on buying healthier food for us. I'd be able to I wouldn't have to pick and choose the bills I pay. And I'd be more comfortable knowing that I have extra money in case of emergency. I would be able to pay my other bills on time. I would have plenty to buy groceries and make extra to do things with my daughter, take her to a movie or after school activities. She has 1 more year of high school and extra money would help to pay for all of her senior activities. I would have no money to buy her a senior ring or a Letterman jacket or pay for grad night without help. The district has pushed all classified staff to come back to campus during this pandemic while most faculty is home. The community should know that all classified staff are important when it comes to working in the college. Staff go above and beyond to help students register, choose classes, make education plans, help financial aid, counseling service, and get books and electronics. All of this before a student starts taking the classes. Maybe the community should know that classified staff are taken for granted and do not make decent wages. I'm not sure what step I'm on, but I would greatly help financially to add more steps yearly. All pay increases and COLA help, but the cost of living has increased and our wages are not enough to keep up. People at the top don't seem to realize that. Thank you.
Thank you
for letting me speak. Thank you.
Raquel Sanchez. Robert Martinez. Robin King. Rochelle Romo.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and guests. I'm an AFT 1521 member. Thank you. Here to read a testimonial from one of our members in support of a wage increase. Our member writes, my rent continues to rise every year. I have had to cut back on all essentials like food, heating, and driving. A wage increase would mean being able to save money in case of emergencies, being able to pay my bills instead of juggling them monthly. It would mean security for food and housing. It would relieve the anxiety I feel every day. I would be able to make needed repairs in my home for safety issues due to physical infirmity. I would like to respectfully remind the board that we have not received a raise in many, many years. COLA isn't enough to cover the inflation of these difficult times. Rent increases are higher than COLA and have been for years. Currently, my rent is higher than one of my paychecks. I work in the library. The main part of our services is working with the students. We help them find the materials they need for classes. We provide quiet space for studying and reference help. I have worked at Harvard College for over 21 years. That would mean I hit my 5th step over 15 years ago. Any increases for all of my years have been few and far between. I feel loyal and hardworking employees deserve to have increases in pay more often. Due to our department being short-staffed for several years, I've been doing my job as others and helping to make students succeed. Our first priority is always our students. They depend on the library to have the materials and service they need for our classes. Our services help students graduate and have a good experience on campus.
Your time's up. Thank you.
In support, in summary, I would like to please consider a wage increase that is so very much needed and quite overdue. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Safir Lario Ramos. Okay. Safir? Safir Ramirez, Sydney Cosby, Sol Limon, Susan Navarro, Tasha.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Also, I'm supposed to be speaking for 2 slots. So if I could be re-added to the panel at the end, that'd be great. Good afternoon, Chancellor and Board of Trustee members and guests. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Susan Navarro, and I'm here on behalf of a 1521A member. As a single parent of 2 with a single income, I feel trapped. I can't move out of my parents' house because I cannot afford a decent place for my kids, and I do not want to move too far away from my parents and my job. My kids feel stressed. We are crammed into a 1-bedroom. They do not have space of their own, and we have 6 other adults living here. I am not poor enough to qualify for state programs, and I do not make enough to pay for everything myself. A living wage would mean security for me and my kids, and I would be able to afford the basics for me and my family: housing, food, clothes, and have some left over for entertainment and savings. I would move out of my own 1-bedroom room from my parents' house and be able to find a decent home for myself and my kids. We are dedicated to our jobs in a way where we give our health, life, and soul to our work. We go above and beyond. Some of us do more than what is expected. Some of us are overqualified for some of these positions. We have stayed at our posts for many years beyond the last step and have accumulated years of experience without being compensated for it. And to top it off, we cannot move up in the corporate ladder. There are so many blocks preventing us from moving up and trapping us in our posts, not being able to move and afraid to lose our jobs and go anywhere else. I think
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tasha Anderson. Teresa Dunham Frost. Troy Pierce. Victor Hugo Ortiz. Giovanna Campos. Okay. So are there any other speakers on the, oh, Ms. Campos?
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanna Campos, and I am the current recording secretary for the AFT College Staff Guild, Local 1521A. I am here to ask this Board of Trustees, how are you keeping Chancellor Rodriguez and District Management accountable? We have been at the table with management since August 2021. We presented our first salary proposal on October 22, 2021, and all they have offered is COLA repeatedly. There have been no counters of any language of the proposal, therefore showing us that they are not reading our proposal and bargaining in good faith. Vice Chancellor Gordon did a presentation that claimed that this district has no money to give us a raise. We know that to be a deliberate misrepresentation of facts. It is a slap in the face to members that we are told the district has no money to give us a raise, but the district is paying over $23 million to Eldertree, a contracted firm to boost enrollment with no guarantee of results at the end of the 2-year contract. What is further insulting is that the $23 million could have been used to increase classified staff salaries that are already doing the work that this consulting firm has been tasked to do. Why not ask the frontline workers that are already tasked to do this to increase efforts to boost enrollment? We are the first employees that students encounter when they need to enroll or need assistance. We are the faces behind the counters, the voices behind the phone calls, and the hands behind the emails. Why not backfill vacancies? This board has no shame in approving extension of contracts or step increases for administrators to sit behind closed doors, but can't approve a salary increase or step advancements for decades of work for the people that show their loyalty to this district. You have let down your most committed and most vulnerable
I'm
of
sorry,
our
your
district
time's up.
employees. We need you to show us that we are valued for what we do. Given the challenging times we are in, where some employees are unsure whether to put gas in their car, buy food, or pay rent, the salary increase and step advancements that we are demanding is long overdue and deserving. It's time for this Board of Trustees to show up for AFT 1521A. We are tired.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional speakers on items not on the agenda?
Yes, Scott Ford.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, Felipe Agredano.
Okay. Go ahead with the two speakers. Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Can I start? Scott Ford. My name's Scott Ford. First of all, thank you for the opportunity of speaking today. I'm speaking because I'm concerned about some recent decisions by the trade tech leadership that they're not showing any interest or enough interest in fulfilling our strategic educational master plan and our PACs, which I think many of us know are pathways to academic careers and transfers. We've always been a leader of this at Trade Tech College, and we're struggling right now to keep our vision for student success. Our morale has been impacted by the hiring of some of the senior administrators recently and the decisions that they're making regarding enrollment management strategies and decisions regarding our safe and functioning campus facilities. Our morale is very low and the levels are people are feeling overworked with the lack of transparency of what's going on around them. And we're also concerned how that's affected morale, not only of our people, but of our students who we're the most concerned about. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Agredano.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, Trustees. My name is Felipe Agredano. I'm faculty at East Los Angeles College, and I'm also AFT Executive Board Member. Speaking on behalf of also Mercedes Gutierrez, who has been diligent and meticulous during the pandemic to work collaboratively with staff and with faculty. It's very important that we need stability in the Human Resources Department for our faculty. They deserve it and they need this right now, especially during this pandemic. I'm not sure why the Vice Chancellor of Human Resources item was pulled, but I definitely urge the trustees, I urge you, the Chancellor, to please approve this recommendation without any more delay. Our faculty need stable human resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brittany Grice.
Good evening, trustees. I am here to just provide a quick comment in support of Dr. Mercedes Gutierrez's permanent appointment. I just want to reflect that in my time with the district, I've been really grateful for her formidable leadership and her ability to unite us across our divisions at the Educational Services Center, her leadership during the very fraught period of the pandemic in its early stages, and what she was able to accomplish in bringing stability to our workforce. And I think she's just really brought a lot of vision to GESI since she came into her role. And we are all the better for it. And I look forward to hopefully seeing what she's able to bring as we move forward, and hopefully her appointment is made permanent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers with regard to agenda items not on the agenda?
Yes. May I speak?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Rachel Harper DeLupio. I'm faculty at Los Angeles Trade Tech College, and echoing my colleague Scott Ford. I started in the district about 5 years ago. And so my entire career has been administrative turnover, COVID. Even during that time, in my experience, there was transparency, there was discussion, there was collaboration. And in the last 2 years, there's been sort of a siloing and unilateral decision-making by the administration. I would like to thank the board for coming out, seeing our campus, and continuing to engage. And I ask that you continue to engage. Because as a devoted faculty member working with the staff that are speaking today, I think trade fills a unique niche from the equity, from the access to other career pathways. And we are excited and motivated and involved and want to push things forward. But we need partnership with our administration to do that. So thank you so much for the time today. Please consider to read our letters, and thank you for engaging with us.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? On
Jackie
item?
Rodriguez.
Okay. How many more speakers do we have for items not on the agenda?
Yeah, we have 7, and then we also have agenda items
No,
as well.
I understand
Okay,
that, but on
we have like
this,
7.
on this one. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chancellor Rodriguez, President Buelna, and Board of Trustees. My name is Jackie Rodriguez, and I'm with the Campaign for College Opportunity. I'd like to take this time to congratulate Vice Chancellor Dr. Ryan Corner on his recent appointment as the incoming president of Glendale Community College. Dr. Corner has been a leader in supporting the implementation of critical policies that center equity, access, and student success, such as AB 705, and has worked alongside Chancellor Rodriguez and this board to champion its success. Successful implementation of 705 has helped dramatically increase the number of Angelino students transferring in a timely manner and has helped this district and others to close persistent equity gaps. That is why civil rights groups such as Asian Americans Advancing Justice and the Mexican American Legal Defense Educational Fund are in strong support of 705. We applaud Dr. Corner's steady and unwavering commitment to student success, closing racial equity gaps, and ensuring equitable placement is faithfully implemented. We wish you all the best on this new and exciting chapter and look forward to continuing our partnership with you and the GCC community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Michael Griggs. Michael Griggs.
Okay, next person.
Jose Ramirez. I think we're done with the non-agenda items, and now we'll go to the agenda items.
Okay.
So I have a non-agenda item, Mr. Chair, sorry.
I do as well. Thank you.
You're actually under.
I do as well. We all have
you-
the FF1 as
Yeah.
well.
You have the item for Vice Chancellor, correct? That's an
Uh-huh.
agenda item.
Okay.
So we're going to call that now. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Karen, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Chair Buelna and the Board of Trustees, and welcome, Dr. Eno. It's exciting to see a faculty member up on the dais, so thank you so much for doing the public service of serving on this board. I just wanted to raise, I serve as the retirement liaison for the Los Angeles College Faculty Guild AFT 1521. And like my brother earlier, Bill Ellerton mentioned, there's just been a lot of issues around the retirement unit and the health benefits unit in terms of staffing. And I think this appointment of having a permanent HR person is critical. And so I was excited to kind of applaud today, and I'm disappointed that now this has kind of gotten kicked down the road another month. And so I just wanted to reiterate, we have full-time faculty hired back in September of 2021 who still do not have their health benefits. We've got part-timers who do not have dental insurance right now. We've got people looking at sabbaticals and retirement who aren't getting answers to the questions they need to plan for their futures. And so I think the faculty want to partner with the trustees and the chancellor to solve this problem. And one of the issues is around staffing, and we need a permanent vice chancellor of HR. And we need that stability, that consistency, and more staffing so that we can serve our members. So I appreciate your attention to this matter and taking action as soon as possible. Thank you.
Next person.
Michael Griggs is on the line now. Michael?
Hi, board. Let me apologize for earlier. I would like to speak to you now. As board member, but I would ask you to think about when you were first coming up in the educational ranks, and if there was anything you would not fight for, what would you do if you were asked to do all all this extra to work, all this extra work, and and, and be the face, of an entity. But when you are facing hardships such as rent or food insecurity, having that same entity say, well, we we we, we love the work that you do, but we we do not respect you enough to give you adequate an adequate way. I would ask you, what would you do? So when when you are thinking about what the stand that you would take when discussing our contract, don't start as the board members that you are.
Thank you, Trustee, Student Trustee Griggs.
Think about it as,
Thank you.
It's okay.
think about it as the human beings that you want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next person.
Now we'll go to the agenda items. Mario Macias.
Zachary Noor, then Ruben Christian Burgam, then Amber Angel.
So sorry, is that me?
You can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Board of Trustees, for letting me speak a second time now today, and congratulations again to Dr. Eno for your position on the board. We're very excited to have you on our board. I just wanted to really quickly, roughly a year ago, a number of us came to the board and asked you all to think about the values of our district when choosing a security provider, and I'm coming back to ask the same question. We're about to renew a contract with the Sheriff's Department. Sheriff's Department has a long and documented abuses, including the shooting of one of our very own students, Andres Guardado, 2 years ago. The Sheriff's Department has a documented history of working with ICE to detain and in some cases deport members of our community. The Sheriff's Department throughout the pandemic has refused to enforce our COVID measures that this board put in place to keep members of our community safe and healthy. And over the years, the sheriffs have continually come back asking for more and more money while we have been cutting classes and reducing student services and clearly not paying our staff what they deserve either. So I would ask the board to, when you're talking about the sheriff's question today, just ask what are the values of this district. We claim to be anti-racist. We claim to care about equity. We claim to care about social justice. We claim to care about providing safe spaces for the undocumented members of our community. And I don't believe that contracting with the sheriffs is in line with any of those. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mario Macias. Mario. Ruby. Christian Broham.
Hi, so I'm the AFT 1521 chapter president at LAVC, and I have another item to talk about, which is FF1, so I hope I can be put back into the pool. But right now, what I want to talk about is AB 705, and I want to talk about it in terms of success, equity, and access. I was told to get statistics, so that's what I did. I went to the California College Transfer Level Gateway, and I compared the statistics from pre-AB 705 to post-AB 705. Specifically, I'm going to talk to you about the years that are pre, which is 217 to 218, post, that would be 219 to 220. If you look at English and you look at transfer English and you look at those that attempted it, what you see is that pre AB 705, there was a 75% success rate. Post AB 705, there's a 68% success rate. The throughput numbers was 123,711. That is pre-AB 705, and 41,237 students failed. Post, the throughput rate is 188,540, and the number who failed was 88,705. The note that the failure rate for English has doubled. I don't know in what world that is success. I don't know what world that is access. And you will also note that in terms of equity, both groups that have been hit hard are what is labeled as Hispanic and African Americans. There has been a decrease of 6% for both of those groups. When you look at the math, the numbers get worse. What you see that prior to AB 705, we had a completion rate of 70%. Now it's down to 60%. The throughput rate prior was 37,906. The number who failed was 16,245. Post, we have a throughput rate of 69,001. The number who failed was 46,087. That's a failure rate of 2.75%. So when you disaggregate the data, again, what you see is that for both African American students and Hispanic students, there is a decrease of 8%. I don't know how it is that people define success. I don't know how it is that people are defining access or equity. But here, when we look at this, when we look at numbers such as a failure rate that is this high, there is no way that you can say that this is a successful program. And to go ahead and strip away that one level below, which AB 1705 will do, below transfer, will make this situation worse. I can give you more statistics, and I can give you all the statistics that back this up. But please look at the statistics. Thank you.
Ms. Broham, because you're on the other item, do you want to speak to the other item?
Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the other item
within a minute
is,
and a half.
Okay, I'll do the other item quick, I promise. The other item has to do with Mercedes Gutierrez. So I am also advocating for her to stay on as the permanent Vice Chancellor of Human Resources. I have worked very closely with Mercedes on many issues. In particular, I have worked with her on the implementation of the vaccine mandate, the tuberculosis mandate, memorandums of understanding, and various other problems. I can tell you that Mercedes gets back to me within a half an hour. I have found her to be collaborative, collegial, professional, and responsive to the constant inquiries I have of her on a weekly basis. She's been placed in terrifically challenging situations, and she has always responded in a clear, succinct, and direct fashion. She's been placed in a time where there have been many changes and much uncertainty, and a very marked increase in workload, as testified by all of your staff members, and a limited workforce. She's worked very hard to respond to the demands for human resources services. I appreciate all her efforts. And finally, it's encouraging to see a strong Latina woman recognized. And I encourage you to employ her as a Vice Chancellor of Human Resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Angel, then Brian Walsh.
Hi, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for being here to hear all of our concerns and thoughts. Ruby gave you numbers. I'm kind of giving you a face. I am the success story of a high school dropout, now adjunct instructor at Valley College. About 10 years ago, my very first job on this campus was an embedded algebra tutor, working in the classroom to support students learning Math 115 and 125 at the same time. And I started here at Valley College at Math 105. And I know for sure that I wouldn't be here speaking to you today if I wasn't able to build my skills. I'm the non-traditional college student, waiting 7 years after high school graduation. I was a single mom. I did not know math. And I really think that it's important to be thinking about who we're serving. And I recognize the challenges with retention, that taking 2 years of remedial math classes before college level math is even acquired is not also sustainable. So I just would love to think collaboratively on how we can still keep definitely Math 125 available to our students so that they can be successful in their journey as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Brian Walsh. Mr. Walsh? Brian Walsh? Okay, we'll go to Karen Burns.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for listening. I am a longtime English professor here at Pierce College. I've been teaching here for 30 years, and I have seen many changes during that time that disregard the actual impact on real teaching and real learning, and specifically, especially student success. So I just want to cite 3 or 4 main factors why I am against 705 and even more so 1705, which will make the conditions worse. 705 was a decision made from the top down without the consultation or approval of the actual community college, say English instructors, for instance, in my case, who are the ones actually responsible for and have the most experience in teaching our discipline. And the upshot is that 705, since it has been implemented, has had terrible effects on our students, particularly the ones that were intended to be helped. I do want to cite, though, first of all, that community college is not what that law reflects. Community colleges are supposed to be and are open access. They're supposed to be lifelong learning institutions. They're not supposed to be transfer institutions primarily. So if this is going to remain the case, we need to change the mission statement of community colleges to a transfer institution. Secondly, the effects specifically of eliminating the support department here at Pierce in the English department assessment to only a 2.6 or higher GPA from high school does not ensure that the students come in even close to being prepared for English 101, for instance. The community colleges are the last stop, last chance for students who have learning gaps and deficiencies that can and are addressed by our developmental classes. Without the placement system and getting students in through merely a recommendation that sets the bar way too low, here's what's happened. Hang on, I have numbers, just one number. We used to have a success rate in our department of 75% or higher students passing English 101. It has now dropped to 55%. In my classes, even a little lower than that. The so-called throughput that supporters of AB 705 keep citing is a fallacy, because even though a few more students who now can directly take 101 and therefore pass, yes, a few more are passing, but the ones who are struggling, they're stuck there. They're stuck. Okay, so let's just say that 45% of the students who are taking 101 and don't pass because they're underprepared are stuck there, which is demoralizing. They have nowhere to go. They get frustrated. They may be dropping out. The resources, things like tutors, are not sufficient. And for teachers, we're frustrated, we're overwhelmed. It's like teaching a prairie schoolhouse where they're just radically varying levels of preparation, which, by the way, is also unfair to the students who are college ready. And lastly, I want to say this is going to jeopardize our articulation agreements with the colleges and universities, because if students who are not prepared are getting through there, affect the integrity of our articulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joelle Mendoza.
Hello, community, members of the board, Chancellor Rodriguez. I'm speaking to you today as an English professor from Pierce College regarding AB 705, but I also have experience teaching communications, women's studies, Chicano studies, philosophy. And regardless of the subject that I teach, I meet students where they are and work towards successful completion with critical thinking skills to reach SLO goals. As a PACE faculty member for over 10 years, my classroom is often the front line for non-traditional students, returning students, parents, full-time employees who have already faced multiple obstacles and hardships before they even reach our door. English 28 has provided many of them with the confidence of returning back to the classroom, most commonly with a gap of over 10 years of being out of school. And English 21 and 28 often provide the critical review and scaffolding attention to basic skills that serve to support success not just within English, but their overall academic journey. If we are to think about equality as giving everyone a pair of shoes, then and equity as giving everyone a pair of shoes that fit, by taking away English 28, we are taking away a class that fits for some of our most vulnerable student populations, a class that many of them need and want. Even with our most aggressive attempts and support, we witnessed many PACE students and English students not successfully pass English 101, as my colleagues shared, statistics, but also testimonial. And much of the data does not include the ones that drop out of the course or actively avoid taking English classes altogether. With enrollment declining, we need to think about our older and returning student demographics. This is a student population that can offer much enrollment growth, who have been out of the classroom and desire extra support like these English 28 classes. We cannot believe that there is a one size fits all, nor take away a student's right to choose. Our students deserve.
Very much.
Next, we have Armin Javan.
Okay.
Armin.
Yes, hello. My name is Armine Javadian, and I am a full-time faculty at Los Angeles Trade Technical College. I'm also the grievance rep for LATTC. I'm here to urge the trustees to approve the recommendation of Dr. Gutierrez in the permanent position of Vice Chancellor of Human Resources without delays. The district being understaffed and instability in the staffing really affects our faculty, students, and everybody really. Bill Ellerton spoke today about one issue, many that we have because of the understaffing and instability in the human resources departments. I'm a grievance rep, and I face every single day all the difficulties that come when the people come to talk to me, and the frustration they get when they cannot contact anybody and nobody's returning the calls or answering. I have been lucky to have Dr. Gutierrez to turn to with a lot of the questions, and she has been very supportive and responsive throughout the pandemic and even before that. We do need stability in HR long term, and it will be great to have a high touch, caring leader like Dr. Gutierrez in the position. So again, I'm urging to approve this permanent position without delays. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Joe Guerreri.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Guerreri. I'm the AFT 1521 chapter president from LA Trade Tech. I'm speaking today to express my disappointment about the removal of item FF1 from today's board agenda. Over the last few years, our faculty have struggled to get the support they need from our district HR department, primarily due to staff retirements as a result of the SRP. This staffing shortage caused essential services to be stalled, including the processing of medical benefit and employment documents. As you can imagine, this had serious ramifications for our faculty. We've seen those processes improve recently under the direction of Mercedes Gutierrez, but to ensure that we do not go back to where we were several months ago, there needs to be a permanent vice chancellor for district HR. I ask that you please approve this permanent position without further delay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Any other
Mary
speakers?
Van Winkle's here in person.
Ms. Van Ginkel? And also, did Brian Walsh show up? Oh.
Good afternoon, trustees. My name is Mary Van Ginkel, and I'm a senior human resources technician in the Human Resources Division at the ESC here. I'm speaking today in support of the current interim Vice Chancellor of Human Resources, Dr. Mercedes Gutierrez. I have worked at the ESC in human resources since 2004. I have seen 4 vice chancellors come and go. And all due respect for the ones that came before, Dr. Mercedes Gutierrez is by far the most competent. She came to us with 20 years of human resources experience, knowledge of the education code and labor codes in a public institution. And a more personal note, Dr. Gutierrez has been a mentor and an excellent example of what a human resources leader should be. She is patient and she is firm when she needs to be. When I grow up, I want to be just like her. Since Dr. Gutierrez was hired in 2019, she has changed the attitude within the Human Resources Department. Human Resources have been waiting for funding for our digital onboarding process where we will be paper-free. Dr. Gutierrez assured staff that she would make this happen, and she has. We will be fully digital by 2023. ESC Human Resources have been discussing the prospect of scanning all inactive personnel files that were located in the mezzanine on the second floor. We were talking about files that go back to our beginning. The mezzanine is now empty of files. All of them have been scanned and now are accessible electronically thanks to Dr. Gutierrez. During the pandemic, Dr. Gutierrez oversaw the process of making sure 8,500 employees were in compliance with the vaccinations and exceptions. I feel more. As I stand here before you representing the supervisors of ESC Human Resources, we're asking you to do the right thing and finalize Dr. Gutierrez's appointment, ending her interim status to bring stability to ESC Human Resources staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more. Jacqueline Rodriguez.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez. Jacqueline Rodriguez.
Unmute yourself, please.
Did she already speak? Okay. Okay. If not, we're going to move on to reports from the board, reports of standing committees. So, Trustee Vela. Okay. Trustee Hoffman, can you please summarize the proceedings of the Budget and Finance Committee?
Yes, just give me 1 minute. I made some notes. I'll be right there. Can you go to somebody else first?
Okay. Trustee Henderson, can you guess I'm going to go to you?
Thank you, President Buella.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. The Institutional and Effectiveness of Student Success Committee met on Wednesday, March 16th, with Trustees Veras and Moreno in attendance. The committee received an innovation. Okay, thank you. The committee received an Innovation and Technology Plan report from Vice Chancellor Carmen Lids, which was recommended for review to the board this evening. And the committee also received information from L.A. Pierce College Interim President Ara Aguiar and her team on the college enrollment, recruitment, and marketing report. And Vice Chancellor Ryan Corner presented the college institution set standards for accreditation to make sure that the board is aware of what our responsibilities are, as well as an update on district enrollment. The next meeting of the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee will be on Wednesday, May 18th. And Mr. President, so ends my report.
Okay.
I have a question for Trustee Henderson. Ms. Henderson, have you or in any of your agendas have discussed our nursing programs throughout each campus? And if not, is there any way you can look into them? Because I'm really concerned about how nursing students are going to come back, or are they going to go remote, or there will be virtual reality. Like I've been hearing that a lot of the private colleges are continuing to poach our students because we're not really creating the appropriate incentives to come to community college, and it's easier to get an LVN, RN, or whatever in these private colleges that so it's just stuff from the community that I've been listening to. I just want to look into it. So thank you.
So in response, we have
You
not,
don't have to.
we have not, but
Okay.
I will work with Vice Chancellor Corner to at least get some reports from some of our colleges.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Hoffman, are you ready, or would you prefer me to go someone else?
I am ready.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'm so sorry. I just need to get reorganized here. I'm reporting out on the Budget and Finance Committee meeting that took place on March 16th. We received informational items on the recalculation of the 2021 budget to the tune of $1,136,000 in additional revenue, and the 2021-2022 principal apportionment, also known as P1, with additional revenue of approximately $10 million. So the total additional revenue is a little over $11 million. 8.9 million of that is allocated for faculty hiring. So that's good news. The second quarter item was the 2021-2022 second quarter financial status report by college location. And then we got a HERF update as of March 11th. We have a remaining balance of a little over $18 million for the student portion of HERF funds, and an amount of about a little over 73 million, I want to say close to $74 million for the institutional portion. So altogether, we have $92 million to spend. We've been given some extra time, and we have asked for reports at every budget and finance committee meeting as to the plans for the colleges to spend that money. I think the intent behind the committee is to make sure that a good chunk of that money goes directly to students and student support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Vettis, could you go over the results of the ad hoc committee on sports facilities?
Absolutely, thank you. Wanted to note that the kickoff meeting for the board's ad hoc committee on athletics occurred this past March 10th. Trustees Henderson and Hoffman also participated. We had about close to 40 attendees from all 9 of the colleges. It was a kickoff meeting, so it essentially opened the floor to a discussion on the needs of our student athletes. It indicated some interest for future discussions, including what we heard a little earlier in terms of our bond presentation and facilities, everything from student housing to connections to rental facilities, appropriate prioritization of resources and personnel and staffing. We had a couple of really wonderful campus highlights that included the West Los Angeles athletics program, specifically the men's basketball team. Their athletic director and coach Tony Jones were there to give a presentation. Few notable highlights. Essentially, that's the student athletes on that basketball team were carrying between 15 and 18 units. Had in 2015 had a GPA of 2.5. As of this last year, had a 3.6 GPA in terms of this team that was highly successful and essentially made a really wonderful run in the state tournament. We also had a really great presentation from an individual student, Dylan Young, who's a 4.0 student, has transferred over to Cal State Long Beach, and had actually talked about wanting to come back and teach in the district, which is amazing, and to have that be part of his coaching and teaching license for his career. We also had some really wonderful presentations from Harbor College, President Dorado and Coach Caballero, along with the athletic director, Leslie Trujillo down there, introduced a program that did not exist and they came back into existence. Had an average GPA of the team of 3.19, multiple students receiving AA awards, and a really amazing adult student athlete, a mother of, I believe, 3, who had come back to become a student at Harbor College because of soccer, because of an opportunity to play soccer. So 32-year-old mother, didn't finish through Harbor College, got a GED, and has earned 3 AA degrees since. And so was our team captain this past year. So it's tremendous. But good discussion on COVID's impact to the athletic programs, and a number of other student voices from LA Valley College and Pierce College as well. So really great dialogue that we hope to continue. The next meeting is April 20th. We'll be doing quite a bit of conversation around the health and fitness components that were mentioned earlier. But now that we have an athletics counselor on our dais. Gonna really draw on your expertise and figure out a way to include you in our conversations here. So really positive meeting and a number of topics to continue forward over the next few months.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Trustee Vela.
Thank you so much, President Buena, and I just want to thank members of the Facilities Master Plan and Oversight Committee for attending. We did discuss the capital improvement assessment and student workforce staff housing policy. And it was essentially what you all heard today with obviously today at the committee of the whole. We did go more into detail, but that was the presentation that was given to the members of the committee. We also did discuss the Los Angeles Pierce College Agricultural Education Center College change order. So they're doing well over there. We also discussed the Build LACCD semi-annual report, and also that was a receive and file, and I'm glad to report that that also went extremely well. So thank you to everyone again. Regarding Public Affairs and Legislative Committee, as you all know, congratulations to former trustee and now Assembly Member Mike Fong, who joined the legislature. I am the current interim chair of that committee, and so it was really nice to see that a lot of work had been done by Assembly Member Fong. In particular, we're happy to report that President Biden did sign the Omnibus Consolidated Appropriations Act of FY22, fiscal year 22, and then all of the different community project funding requests. And I want to thank my colleagues on the board for supporting those funding requests and all the different all the different colleges that were able to turn in a earmark request. And thanks to Maria Veloz and the Chancellor for pushing those through, and obviously Holland and Knight, our advocates in Washington, who were able to secure those dollars, or at least the request. So very enthusiasm there, a lot of enthusiasm there. We also want to thank Assemblymember Fong for carrying AB 1964, although its success is still up in the air. We're just very happy that he carried that for us in the state legislature. Regarding the budget, we're highly anticipating the May revise, but one of the great news is SB 169. Obviously, our planning grants were awarded, and we're really excited to get those implemented here at the district. We are looking at anywhere from a $6 to $24 billion with our budget. But again, that's still to be determined. And yet again, a lot of programs. We allocated funding for the Metro Pass. We're looking at different programs as well. So just a lot of great stuff. It's over to our legislative visit. Ms. Veloz and the team visited Department of Labor Secretary Martin Walsh and the Chancellor as well. And so that was very positive. And also, I want to say that locally, the local advocates have been going to our cities and our school districts and contacting them to ask them to join us in increasing or helping us increase enrollment of our students, putting the word out, social media, and different various partnerships. So with that being said, thank you so much, President Bueno.
Thank you very much. Student Trustee Martinez.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So my name is Coraima Martinez. I am the student trustee. Thank you so much, President Buona. Okay, so last Student Affairs Committee meeting, President Buona was so gracious to join us. And President Buona actually came to listen to us, came and told the students, as president of the Board of Trustees, I want to hear what it is that you have to say. And our student committee members really appreciated that and expressed to President Buona many of the important things that students are focused on right now and that students need in order to be able to excel within our college. So one of the things that was brought up at the last Student Affairs Committee meeting was actually brought up by a student named Christina from the LA Valley College Abilities Club. Members of the Abilities Club have come to the Student Affairs Committee meeting multiple times, not only to ask I, as a student trustee, and the Student Affairs Committee members to be in support and stand by our disabled community during the LACCD versus Pine appeal, but also to urge us to continue to advocate for disabled students in all avenues. One of the main things that Christina and members of the Abilities Club have come to us to talk about is their desire to make gyms accessible for our disabled students across campus. I actually had a very insightful conversation with Trustee Vettis earlier, and he told me that LA Valley College, that when our colleges were created, many of our colleges were created to have a specialization. And the LA Valley College's specialization is served to meet disabled students. And so
Adaptive PE.
With adaptive PE. So with that, I would just want to urge the board and let the board know that this is where our students' heads are at, and our students are in need, our disabled students are in need of adequate support to obtain the proper fitness that they would like. Now, this can start small, maybe just having a few adaptive machines at each campus, but we cannot not have adaptive machines. We have to ensure that we are having accessibility and equity for all of our students, especially when our students are telling us that they would like avenues, they would like the ability to work out and to have a level of fitness the way that the rest of their peers do. Another thing is Christina and other students from the Abilities Club at Los Angeles Valley College actually spoke in support of this at our last Board of Trustees meeting and urged that the district create either a committee, a department that would specifically be to address the needs of our disabled students. So ensuring that they're dedicated to providing disabled students with the technology and the devices that they need. Another thing that the disabled students and the community is asking for is a liaison to help disabled students and students with disabilities register for their classes. It is not enough that the board voted to not send the LACCD versus Pine for appeal. It's not enough. We have to ensure that we are creating accessibility, equity, in everything that it is that we do. And so I believe that creating a committee that would work to meet the needs of our disabled students, their technology needs, any questions that they might have, is a step in the right directions toward our DEIA work. As well as ensuring that our students have somebody to go to that can help them register with classes. Our students are saying that they want an education, they want to come to school, and they want the same access to an education that I have, and we should not deny or bar our students from that. Another thing that we talk about constantly at the Student Affairs Committee meeting, and that was spoken at the last Student Affairs Committee meeting, is ensuring that LACCD moves forward with its student housing plans. So today during this meeting, we actually had a very comprehensive presentation by Dr. Ruben Smith and the team about how the district is planning to move forward with our student housing and the structure. And that's something that makes me very happy, and that I know that makes our students that are in desperate need of this housing very happy. I know that there is a lot of discourse that says that as an educational institution, some people say that it's not necessarily our job, or we shouldn't involve ourselves in the needs of housing. But as an educational institution, I believe that that's exactly what we should involve ourselves in. I've said this before and I will say it again, we are in the business of students. And therefore, if our students are saying that they need student housing, then I believe that we should also be, and we are in the business of student housing. The way that many of the colleges around us are also in the business of student housing. We have students that are the highest in need of student housing. Therefore, the belief that we should not involve ourselves in student housing, I do not agree with, and our students do not agree with. If campuses such as UCLA and many of the other community colleges that were mentioned in the very detailed presentation that Dr. Ruben Smith gave can provide this support for their students, then I believe as the largest community college district in all of Los Angeles, we can as well. Also, with being the largest community college district in all of Los Angeles and being the largest community college district not only in California, but in one of the largest community college districts in the entire nation, we know that people follow in our steps. Therefore, if LACCD is the trailblazer for creating student housing and addressing the housing needs of their students, then I believe that many of the districts and many of the sister colleges around us will follow in our footsteps. Another thing that I would really like to touch on, and that is touched on quite a bit today, is AB 705. So as a student and as a student representative, I would like to share my experience quickly on that. I have been with LACCD for 4 years. So the idea that students transfer out or that they all transfer out in 2 years is not true and is not feasible for many of our students. Now, prerequisite classes, yes, did hold me back in transfer because I'm not good at math in any capacity. But without these prerequisite classes, I would not have been prepared for the transfer level math course that I needed to take. One size does not fit all. Some of our students need the prerequisite classes, some of our students don't. I think the better answer to, or the better solution to this problem would be making prerequisite classes optional. Our students know what it is that they need and know what it is that they do not need. So if our students feel that they can excel in a transfer level math course or transfer level English course, then they should have the ability to take that course. Now, if our students feel that they will not excel and that or not excel to the best of their abilities in a transfer level math or transfer level English course, then they should have the ability to choose to be in a prerequisite class. I believe that AB 704, the trying to take away prerequisite classes, I believe is looked at by the higher ups as a solution to helping students transfer out faster, but really it's not. Another solution, a better solution would be in these prerequisite classes, providing extra support. So providing a personalized tutor to this class so that not only is the professor helping and of course teaching the course, but there is a student tutor preferably that has taken that course previously that is there to help the students and knows the work firsthand because they have taken that class. I have been in courses like that. I actually had a math class like that where we had our own tutor and she had previously taken that course and she was dedicated to helping us. And that really helped me and helped many of the students within that class. That also happened for an English class that I had. And it was not a prerequisite English class. It was a transfer level English class course. And it had a privatized tutor with the Delora program. So I believe classes like that and modes like that are what could work better to helping our students graduate faster and meet their educational goals, rather than taking away the opportunity for them to have free choice within their education and do what they feel is best for them. I apologize, I have a lot written down this time. Oh, another thing is that
Trustee Martinez, can I ask you just a quick question? I think everything that you're saying is really valuable, and we of course we want to hear your voice, and I think it's terrific that you have solutions. Are you reporting out? I got a little lost. Are you reporting out on what happened during the Student Affairs Committee meeting? Because I think we're on committee reports.
Yes, so actually, these are some of the things that were spoken at and touched on at our Student Affairs Committee meetings, and also spoken a bit about during public comment. So I'm just giving a bit of detail as to how I feel about these things.
Okay, that's great. And if you had, can you report out on some other agenda items that were at your committee meeting? I'd be interested. So thank you.
Okay. Another thing is, I already touched on student housing. This was not spoken at the Student Affairs Committee meeting, but this will be the last thing that I say. I just want to, as a student, I want to make it clear that I stand with the union, and that it's very important that our professors have a living wage. Our professors do a lot for us, and we are very fortunate enough within the district to have professors that do go above and beyond for us, and do care about us as people. Many of our students feel safe going to our professors during their office hours, because many of our students do have challenges, and it's important that we take care of those that take care of us. Our professors, our faculty, and our staff were there for us when we made the online change, and have been championing for us as students. And I think that it's important that that they have a living wage, and that they can. One of the things that I heard and that I was not aware of, and I'm sure many of students are not aware of, is that many of the faculty and staff are having issues with getting their healthcare or getting their insurance. And in being in a time of a global pandemic where health is very, very important, I think it's kind of a risk to students if they're having professors that don't have their healthcare and that maybe haven't seen the doctor or have certain medical needs that have not been taken care of. So taking care of our taking care of our teachers takes care of our students. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. With regard to the committee on teaching and learning barriers for non-English speaking monolingual communities, we had a meeting with, we actually had about 120 individuals who were present. Vice Chancellor Coroner did a presentation that in Los Angeles, we have about 2.2 million people that speak English less than very well, with most common languages as Spanish, Chinese, Korean, Armenian, and Tagalog. 1.8 million people, working age individuals with limited English skills. We had speakers from different universities, from different countries, and we had a full-on discussion about what, and also the fact that as a district, we are doing a legal analysis with regard to how do we functionally and potentially systematically teach in different languages, understanding that potentially you have a pool of 2 point some odd million people who aren't accessing our educational services. So we had that discussion, and further discussions are forthcoming. Is there any committee that I missed that anyone would like to report back on? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to resolutions. Resolution 1, resolution in support of the Ukrainian people by Los Angeles Community College District Board of Trustees. May I have a motion and a second on M1? Trustee Vettis moved, and Trustee Eno seconded. I have my ear. Good hearing, bad eyes. So is there any comments on this resolution?
I would, I would like to just begin the discussion and ask the co-authors to also provide short comments on this. I just want to again thank staff for putting this together. Obviously, it's available for you to read online, but it's essentially showing solidarity, similar to what the Congress is doing in the United States. And so I'm really proud that, and I asked the board members to support this resolution in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Thank you so much.
Any additional comments? Trustee?
I just want to thank you, Trustee Vella, and thank you, Trustee Veras, for including me on this resolution. And in the interest of time, I think your comments are perfect. So thank you.
Okay. Trustee Eno, did you have a comment or? Oh, student trustee. Okay, I heard her voice. Sorry.
Oh, hello. Yes. Okay. I wanted to just thank Trustee Veras, Trustee Hoffman, and Trustee Vella for this resolution, and let our students know, our Ukrainian students know, and any of our students that are being currently affected by anything that is going on in Ukraine and Russia, that we stand for you, we stand for love, and we stand for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments?
One quick additional comment, and just in case people don't know, adjacent to Los Angeles City College is actually the Ukrainian Cultural Center. And so sometimes people, right off of Melrose, so sometimes people sort of wonder why this district involves itself in major issues. This just happens to be one where it's a next door neighbor, and we have students that attend, and it's essentially a community that's been alive and active. And I will say this as a bigger, broader thought process. From some of the atrocities we're seeing, there'll be a refugee conversation we're going to have for many, many more years afterwards. And of course, when you have some roots and you have some connections and you have institutions like the Ukrainian Cultural Center right next to LACC, you better believe that in the next few years, we're going to see some impact from this conflict that's going to be right on our doorsteps. And expressing support now is the pathway for supporting in the future.
Thank you. With the United States, I think taking in 100 Ukrainian refugees right now, I think it's fair to say that probably a third or half will come to California. From a third or half coming to California, we will likely get anywhere between 10 and 20,000 refugees from Ukraine. So, I mean, we should not only be aware, just understand that as not factual, but likely. Any additional comments before roll call? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Abstain.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Veras?
Yes.
Trustee or President Buelna, can I make a suggestion, just in the interest of time? We used to get a motion and a second on all the resolutions together, and then we could still comment on each of them, but then we can just take one roll call vote. Is that acceptable?
Let's just get through it. We're getting through it. So resolution condemning Florida SB 34, HB 1557. Is there may I have a resolution, motion a second for HM2?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Trustee Vella, second by Trustee student Trustee Martinez. Comments?
Again, I want to thank staff for putting this together actually quite expeditiously. This is yet another attack on the identity of millions of Americans, including myself and many other students that are proud of who they are. If you can imagine one day waking up, being a proud Latino like I am, and being told that you can't be proud of being gay, that's what this means. As a child, I was told that over and over, so have people that I know and love, and I would have loved to have seen in, my upbringing in school, someone that I can look up to, a hero. Just in general, this is just really uncalled for. Unfortunately, then the rest of the southern states next to it are currently now drafting similar legislation. What this is doing is essentially ethnocide, genocide, and erasing a group of people. If you're born and you're Latino, you can learn in kindergarten about Emiliano Zapata, but you can't learn about Oscar Wilde. And I think that's shameful. And so I really want to thank and ask that my colleagues support this today to be in solidarity with the countless of millions of American citizens who love this country, who are proud of who they are, but most importantly, our students who are here today. And I think this is, again, just very, very important for us to condemn Florida's Senate Bill 1834 and House Resolution or House Bill, sorry, 1557. Again, thank you all so much, and I ask for your support, colleagues. Thank you.
Any comments?
I want to echo the comments of Trustee Vela. I as well, Trustee Vela actually said something earlier today that he's the first openly gay trustee member. And that really made me think about how important representation really is. As a proud member as well of the community, I think that it's very important that we have proper representation and that we are free to be who we want to be, that we take a stand against homophobia and against any hate towards any marginalized communities. So I as well urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this, and to all of my students, faculty, staff, and anybody within the district that is a part of this community. We stand with you, and we do say gay. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Any additional comments? Okay.
I'll make a brief comment as well. New to this group, I would have loved to, if I had been here earlier, I would hope my name would be on this resolution as well. And I just say thank you to this board that worked on these resolutions because they are very important. And it shows that bills like this and legislation like this does not have a place in California and specifically Los Angeles. So thank you all for working on this.
President Buelna, and is it okay to add Trustee Linos? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
If we could also possibly add me too.
Absolutely.
We'll add all the trustees that would like to.
Thank you so much.
Roll call.
Student trustee advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution to celebrate Earth Day 2022 and reaffirming LACCD's clean energy and sustainability goals. Board members, may I have a motion? Trustee Vettis, was that a motion?
Yes.
Oh, motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Trustee Eno. Any comments? Okay, roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Resolution Day of Remembrance Armenian Genocide. May I have a motion?
I move to approve the resolution.
Trustee Vettis was faster.
Okay.
Trustee
Second.
Vettis moved. Trustee Hoffman second. Comments? Trustee?
Just very briefly, I wanted to make a comment to let all of those know, faculty, staff, students, and community members, that we stand with you, that we recognize the wrongs that have happened, and that we stand for our Armenian sisters, brothers, and community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Okay. Roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Okay. Resolution in accordance with Denim Day 2022 and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. May I have a
I'll
motion?
move to approve.
I heard you, Trustee Hoffman.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Hoffman, is there a second?
Second. Kelsey?
Trustee Eno, second. Comment?
I asked student trustee Martinez to co-sponsor this along with trustee Henderson. So I'd like to give Karaima the floor if you'd like to speak.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd like to thank Trustee Hoffman and Trustee Henderson for allowing me to be a co-sponsor on this. And it's very important that we take a stand against sexual assault, that we take a stand against any attacks on anyone, that we are about love, that we are about peace, and that not only do we take a stand against any kind of violence, but that we are loud about taking a stand, and that we are allies. That when we see something being wrong, when we see a woman, a community member, a friend, a student in an uncomfortable situation, that we do our best to make that person feel supported, that we do our best to ensure that that person is safe, and that we look out for each other. Women, we know that we do look out for each other. We've learned to give each other looks. Women that are complete strangers in public know to give each other a certain look, like he's a weirdo, he's bugging me. It's very sad that that's what it is. But bills like this remind us, resolutions like this remind us that there is unity, and that there is light at the end of the tunnel. There is a world where 1 in every 6 women is not a survivor. There is a world where women don't have to look over their shoulder at night. And I think resolutions like this, and conversations, open conversations, really work to create the support that survivors need. So thank you so much again to Trustee Hoffman and Trustee Henderson for this. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution.
Any additional comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Resolution in support of the 2023 LA Community College Board Congressional Community Project Funding Request. May I have a motion and a second to approve H6, or I'm sorry, M6?
So moved.
I'll second.
Trustee Henderson moved, Trustee Henderson moved, Trustee Hoffman second. Comments? None noted. Roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes. District classified employees retirement. May I have a motion and a second on M7?
Motion.
Trustee Eno?
I'll second.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm getting used to the different voices. The student trustee Martinez and Trustee Hoffman as second. Comments?
Can I make a comment? I just, when you look at all the years of service, 41, 34, 33, it's really impressive. And I just want to say congratulations to all of the retirees and thank you so much for your service to the Los Angeles Community College District.
Thank you. Additional comments? Now noted. Call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Number 8, 2022 California Community College Trustees Board of Directors election. So for the first time, it's important to note that for this item, an action must be taken to nominate 6 candidates for re-election on the CCCT, did I miss a C, board. May I have a motion and a second?
Trustee, I think to note, it's up to 6. We don't have to do all 6, but it's up to 6.
Okay, up to 6. Can I get a motion?
So
We have to pick.
do we want to make recommendations and then take a motion in a second?
Andra, do you want to, Trustee Hoffman, do you want to lead this? Trustee Henderson, who would like to lead this discussion?
Well, I'm currently vice president of the CCCT board, which is the Community College Trustee Board for the League. I'm also on the executive board and I'm soon to be president-elect of the Triple CT board. So I'm very excited about that. That'll happen at the conference at the end of April. So my recommendations for the candidates that are listed below would be Ken Brown. He is a trustee at El Camino College. He's currently the president of the Triple CT board. He is the only incumbent on the list. I would also like to recommend Marianne Lutz. She's at Citrus College. We previously had a member from Citrus College on the Triple CT board, and Marianne, the mayor, I believe, of Monrovia. And she recently helped put on, I don't know if you were there, Trustee Henderson, but she did put on the last town hall on diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. And she did a really great job of bringing in some amazing speakers. So I recommend Marianne. I would also like to recommend Jose Alcala from Riverside Community College District. We've had 2 members from Riverside Community College District on the board before. I think it's an important district to be represented. My next recommendation would be Tammy Silver. I don't know if you know Tammy. She was recently elected to the Pasadena City College board where Linda Waugh serves. Linda Waugh has termed out. And then a newcomer, Danny Kelly. I think he's a fairly new trustee. Apparently he's a real go-getter. He's at College of the Redwoods, which oftentimes doesn't get represented. So a college in a rural area. And then my last recommendation is Ines De Luna from Napa Valley College, because it's Napa Valley College and they make wine. They're really great. They actually all participated in a town hall where they were able to give a few comments about their qualifications. And colleagues, if you would indulge me and support these colleagues across the state, I would be very grateful.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So I guess that would be my motion.
Okay.
My motion would be to approve these 6
How many is
candidates.
that? That's 6.
6.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Trustee Henderson. Additional comments? Oh,
I just want to say one more thing, that in addition to like geographic diversity, I tried to look at ethnic diversity as well, and a little bit of age diversity. So we get a good mix.
thank you. Roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buolna?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vera?
Yes.
Trustee Veras?
Yes.
All right, next resolution, it's a long name. Resolution number 2022-1, resolution of Los Angeles Community College District, County of Los Angeles, State of California, ordering a regular governing board member election and a special governing board member election, and constituting specification of the election order to be held on November 8th, 2022, and with 1 comma in there. Okay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any comment?
Can I make a comment? This is Trustee Hoffman.
Yeah.
I know that we have a regular election coming up for seats, is it 2, 4, and 6? And then we need to have a special election for seat 7. Chancellor, is there an extra cost to call that to put that in as a special election, or can you explain how that works?
Yeah, let me turn to our general counsel, Mr. Jetter, who can explain that matter and any special circumstance in your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, seats 2, 4, and 6 were scheduled for election in November. So seat 7 wasn't originally scheduled. That seat expires in 2024. So that's why the election for seat number 7 was labeled a special election rather than a regular governing board member election. And you will recall that you previously passed the resolution for seats 2, 4, and 6. I added them again here to this resolution so that the county and LACO would just have to deal with 1 resolution and can deal with all 4 of our seats at one time.
Thank you, Mr. Jetter. Do you know then, does it show up, like the 3 show up as a regular and this is separated out, or do they all show up together on the ballot, or do we not know that level of specificity yet?
Yeah, I don't know that level of specificity at this time.
We may have a trustee that knows that level of specificity.
Yes.
Yeah, who could say specificity?
Historically, it's been separated and noted because it has to be, it's not the same because it's a shorter term. So it's in the same category, in the same section, but separated out.
Okay, great.
It is the same date. It is the same date of November 8th, 2022. So it's not a special election on a special date. So the cost is extra printing, and we've set aside our resources to cover this.
Correct. Great. Can and I think the other trustees would agree with me. I don't know if it's general counsel who looks into this, but can we look into what the standard requirements would be to get on the ballot? You know, we kind of missed a step, I think, when the elections got consolidated and there were no signature requirements, there were no like fee requirements. Can somebody look into that? And I know that Trustee Veras has brought this up before.
What does this have to do with this?
The instructions are also something that gets passed on from the district to the County of Los Angeles to administer the election.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we'll follow the strict protocols. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Maybe Trustee Hoffman's correct, because last time this was submitted in a time of COVID. So there were some relinquishing of requirements,
Some relaxation.
but there is a difference between a few of us who ran under the City of Los Angeles rules versus the most recent one. So we have not made a clarification. I think last time we just let it go because we were trying to make sure we could hold elections in an appropriate way where the public can access. But I think as we're sort of in November returning closer to normal behavior, it is a topic that was not resolved that should be resolved.
Okay. The biggest difference is that we originally consolidated our elections with the City Council for Los Angeles. There was a change in the statute, one, the realignment, and then another change that now requires us to consolidate directly with the county. And so these new requirements, I think, are imposed by the county rather than the city, since the city isn't controlling our elections anymore. That was the biggest change.
Thank you. See no other comments. Roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buona?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Veras?
Number 10, resolution naming the administration and career advancement building at Valley College to the Wax L. Heyman Administration and Career Advancement Building. May I have a motion?
I'll move to.
So moved.
Trustee Hoffman, I think, was first on that one.
Yes.
And Trustee Vela was the second. Is there any comment?
I do have a comment, and I don't mean to be usurping all the time. So maybe President Gribbins is here. Has the money been donated already for the naming of the building, or is it how is that going to work? Because we had an issue with Senator Bob Hertzberg. We were supposed to put his name on a building several years back. And so I just want to make sure that we've got all the paperwork and everything's in place. Is that something that we need to discuss here?
The Chancellor will answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'll answer the matter generally and invite Dr. Gribbins if there's any additional information. Yes, everything is in place. It's followed by our rules, standards related to and from the LA Valley College Foundation. It is a pledge of $2 million for this, and we do everything is in order. It's not a lump sum check that I understand will be submitted, but payments over time.
I want to say thank you to the Heyman family. I think it's a great idea. I'm excited to have the name on the building. I just want to make sure we've got everything in place so we don't run into any snafus.
Yeah, honey, could you take the knife there?
Any additional comments? Okay. Seeing no.
It looks like Dr. Gribbins has his hand up, President Buona.
Dr. Gribbins?
Thank you,
President Gibbons.
President Buona. If I can add just a couple more comments, we are greatly appreciative of Roz Heyman for the gift. Our executive director of the foundation, Raul Castillo, has been in conversations with her for quite some time. She recently passed away, and we were contacted by the trustee of the estate. So this gift, once this action is made, the trustee will be releasing the gift. So it'll have a significant impact immediately.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons, so much. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Unseen, roll call?
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Bona?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis? Not present.
Oh, motion passes. Okay, AB 361, resolution to hold via teleconference the board's committee meeting scheduled for April 2022, regular meeting scheduled for May 4th, 2022, and any special or emergency meetings that may be scheduled.
So moved.
Any additional comment? Oh, wait, who's second?
Second.
Second, trustee Eno. Any additional comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Bona?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis? Not present.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to report from the chancellor. Chancellor?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bowman, members of the board. I'll go through this report swiftly, but importantly, it's lots of good information to share. Let me start by, again, thanking Trustee publicly for her election to this board. We look forward to working with you. We're super excited. You've seen some of the values and congruency that certainly is within your moral compass, as we understand, and her leadership is going to be add additional capacity to this organization. So we thank you for that. You've noticed that you also need a great deal of stamina to be on this board. So we thank you for your leadership and you sticking with us throughout this process. Let me just go ahead and begin the three very quick things, special announcements, discussion on for a moment, and we would love to receive any feedback today or later between now and the next meeting on May the 4th on what the board's interests are on sustaining, maintaining, or revising the board's current vaccination policy and masking policy. And then the second part, which is the more perhaps timely part of the conversation in the report, is around 7:05, and we do have a prepared report for you. So I'll go through this very quickly. Next slide, please. Dr. Corner, please stand. We're going to recognize you, man. Congratulations, Mr. Superintendent President-elect Glendale, CCD. We look forward to working with you as a neighbor, sister district. We know we're going to be real tight. We've been joined at the hip, our districts, for many, many years, and we know under your leadership that will continue. So it'll be a more appropriate time to thank you for your many years of service in the district. But today we wanted to recognize you, congratulate you, and say gracias, hermano. So please. All right. So coming next, special announcement. There's a lot that we've been discussing this afternoon, but it's really important. What is this all about? What are all our collective efforts, our faculty, staff, our administration, our members of the community, our philanthropic organizations, our nonprofits? What do they help us to do? The legislation that we passed, well, they help us get students to graduate. So simply wanted to note for your attention all the wonderful graduations that are going on this particular time of year. Spring is the season of sheet cakes, as we call it. So simply draw your attention to the many exciting things, including the annual Lavender graduation in May, the 12th annual now Black graduation celebration, the first day in each church, the inaugural graduation on June the 5th at ELAC, and of course the traditional commencement in-person exercises on June the 7th. So let's celebrate all of those. I would add just a transfer scholarship ceremony will take place on May the 20th from 3 to 5 p.m. at Los Angeles Trade Tech College. And then you heard earlier on April 22nd, we'll have our Earth Day celebration district-wide at West LA College on April the 22nd, beginning at 9 a.m. And one last quick announcement. Lots of interest, discussion on our enrollments, our strategies, our restoration of enrollments. I invite all members of the community to join us on May the 2nd, Monday, for our next spring enrollment summit from 12 to 1:30, May 2nd. Please join us. Next slide, please. Quickly on the COVID health, public health emergency updates, our vaccinations, our policies around vaccinations and masking is still in place. So we're asking our board, and I'll send back a couple of items. Excuse me a second here. Get my screen going. I'll send back, we will want to receive feedback from the Board of Trustees on this between now and the next meeting. We are now well over 100 weeks into the period. There's been discussion, this new surge of the subvariant of the Omicron, but the results are telling us that while the cases are up, other elements related to the impact of COVID is indeed going down and not having the significant health impacts that we've seen with the original virus. So that's very, very good news. As a result of that, the county orders, health orders have been modified or even reduced all around the county, and health experts are predicting that we're entering into what they describe as the endemic phase. So that's we'll simply have to learn with this. It will not be completely eradicated. And so we are learning to live with COVID as we move forward.
Chancellor Rodriguez.
Yes, sir. Mr. Moreno.
I just wanted to, before we go further, I want to ask, is there a possibility that we could not immediately remove the requirement of masking for 2-year-old children or in our preschools? It seems to me that it wasn't there some provision within the rules we approved that allowed for your independent action so that we can get this modified immediately rather than having these kids walking around with unnecessary masks. I think it requires immediate action rather than wait for us to meet again.
Okay, well, we're certainly help listening to your comments today. If you'd like to move that and have members of the board to support that, we can certainly do that. And here are the options for you to consider. You could modify the policies on masking and vaccinations. You could rescind them. You can keep both policies in place. No actions expected today, but you certainly can give us that direction.
I understand. I did know. I'm perfectly willing to make a motion, provided there's somebody supports me, of course. That if now I don't know what exactly the policy, I don't know the details of the policy. My concern is the results. If the results are that we require preschoolers to wear masks, I think we should immediately stop. So how do I do that in modifying the policy?
Okay, let me get through this information, and then I will verify what language is in place now that could be considered or reconsidered for today.
Okay, thank you.
Give me, so we'll get our staff to work on that right now as I'm finishing this up. Next slide, please. So there are some employee survey results that we'd like to share with the board. If you're interested in how folks are feeling about masking, vaccination policies, et cetera. We also had some recent conversations, as we always do monthly, if not more, with our labor caucus leaders and getting their opinions on these policies and whatnot. And just to give you a sense of what some of that sentiment was, that there's some desire to modify the board policy on vaccinations for students only for enrollment consideration. But that, again, that just comes as an opinion and a view, a perspective from our labor caucus leaders. So let's show some data on what our survey said for our employees. So just over 2,300 employees were surveyed on the masking policy, which is 2,800. And you can see from the results there that 56% indicated that masking should remain mandatory through the end of this spring term, which is June 7th. And you see the rest, and 44% said, masking should be voluntary as soon as possible. So it gives you a sense of the current sentiment, at least of this representative sample of employees. The next slide looks at the vaccination policy, 2,900, if you're interested in getting a sense of the staff faculty.
How recent, Chancellor, how recent was this taken? This
was this quarter.
Which is what, 2 months ago?
Which is January through March.
All right, so we got a little bit of time since the survey was done.
A little bit of time, but generally speaking, recent. And then if you see the board policy on vaccinations, 62% indicated that the booster shot should remain mandatory for anyone eligible. And then about 38% say no, booster shots should no longer be mandatory. So giving you a sense of the pulse. The blue is the remain mandatory. The brownish color there says say no. Just give you a pictorial view of that. How about students? Let's see what they have to say. Well, one more. On recent survey of these same employees regarding both masking and vaccinations, again, this gives you a sense of the percentages, 62 indicating percent that weekly testing should remain for those with exemptions, regardless of the masking vaccination policy. And of course, 38% said weekly testing should remain for those with exemptions only if masking and or booster shots are not available. So that's gives you, again, a sense of the pulse. We thought we would share that with the board. Just give you now what students are saying about their views. There's a couple of recent surveys. And this is the current data that is available. It closes on the 15th of this month. So we have this week, a couple of days of additional data collection. But this was interesting. If you look at these numbers of students, most students did not agree that the board policies on masking and vaccinations negatively impacted enrollment decisions. So they're asked, did any of these following impact your decision not to enroll for spring 22? So you can kind of get a sense of it with the burgundy, a bar there that, the vast majority said no.
But,
so that was interesting.
Chancellor,
yes.
I have to interrupt you right now. Are these
Please.
surveys made of current students?
Let me, Dr. Corner is pulling himself up to the mic. Give us a sense of the who was surveyed and the methodology.
So Trustee Moreno, we actually did two surveys. The survey that's being looked at right now is those students who did not persist and trying to find out why they did not retain. That's why it's called the leaver survey. It's for those students who chose not to come back to the district. There's an additional survey, which I'm sure some data will be shared on those who are continuing students within our programs right now.
So how many students were you able to contact?
The full number is there as far as how many responded. Maury, do we know how many we sent it out to? We sent it out to about 80,000.
And so looking at these numbers, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. So this is the numbers of those who did return. And I believe I have just one more slide here. That's simply asking if there are any other questions on this, any direction the board would like to give on vaccine or on masking or vaccination policies. I'm looking towards colleagues. We were able to find the language as to whether or not the CDC or how the CDC is impacted. Dr. Nish, are you on the line? You can give us, yes. Trustee,
Well, so I'm the COVID task force at El Camino College. And so we do a lot of these kind of decision making as well, but as a task force rather than just from the trustee board. But recently, we also surveyed our staff, faculty, and students with comparable numbers to keep the masking. So at El Camino College, we're keeping the masking, indoor masking, for the rest of the semester.
Okay, so similar sentiment.
Yeah, I mean, also too, when students enrolled in classes, it was part of the rules. And so to kind of remove that mid-semester, a lot of the students didn't feel comfortable because they knew what they were signing up for, as well as the instructors. So to remove that, I think some of the faculty were saying that they would like choice of how to manage the classrooms, but I think just having the blanket rule was just easier to manage for everyone. So there was like a consensus. So just for a comparison, we are in your neighboring college and we had very similar statistics and data.
Okay, thank you for that. It's a very useful perspective. There are about 7 weeks left in the semester for LACCD, just to put it into perspective. So Dr. Nish, are you on the line? I know that you're joining us virtually. Do we have specific language on CDCs and children and masking?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I would ask that Mr. Jetter weigh in, but the board policy 2900 is specific to indoor use for all employees and all students. It also requires all visitors. Children that are in the CDCs are neither employees nor are they students. So I would gather that they would be considered to be a visitor. As such, they would still be required by the policy to be masked while indoors. I would ask Mr. Jetter if that is correct or not, but assuming that that is correct, then it would require that the board actually amend the policy. The policy is not on the agenda today, so I do not believe it's possible for the policy to be amended today. But again, I would refer this to Mr. Jetter because I believe that the students in the CDCs would be considered as visitors since they are neither our students nor our employees.
Right. I agree. The kids in the CDCs would be visitors. They're not a direct students. But one of the things we did in 2800 was to add the delegation of authority to the chancellor to develop and implement any administrative procedure necessary to implement the policy. So one of the things we could do is to do a admin procedure defining the term visitor and excluding students who are 2 years old. In that way, that takes them out of the policy through the admin procedure, and that's something the chancellor can do under his authority without having to come back to the board.
Can you go back to Chancellor to the slide where you're showing the percentages?
Yes.
A few more.
The students or the employees?
Employees. Okay, if you leave right there, 62% indicating booster shots should remain mandatory, 38% indicating booster shots no longer be mandatory. Can you move on to the other slide with regard to the students? That one, okay, right there. All right. So most students did not agree that the board policy 2800 making blah, blah, blah impacted enrollment decisions. Okay. The problem with both of these slides and more the first two is that once you get into a number that's around 38, 40%, those are, well, they're material numbers. So the policy, and I'm not saying either correct or incorrect, is an issue because it is having a behavioral effect. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's having a behavioral effect because you have, it's not, these polls aren't elections, right? Where the majority, supermajority. We're trying to figure out how a policy is affecting the number of people that we have or their opinions. So when we're at 38, 40%, whether there's a majority or not, it's irrelevant because that number has an effect on the operations of the district. It's impossible for it not to because that's a material number. When I see these numbers here at around 20%, most students did not agree, impacted student enrollment. Our enrollment's down. To me, I'm looking at that and I'm saying, well, our enrollment number potentially, since it seems as though there's some type of correlation between the numbers there and our enrollment drop. Okay. No, so what I'm saying, I'm not saying it's our fault for what's occurring. I'm saying that we can't say that there's not a correlation between what's occurring here and enrollment. The question that I have is how, knowing that we have these numbers, right? Because you're right, everyone's right. They're 80%, but 20% of students that it's impacting their enrollment decision is having a number on our bottom line. So the question I have is, can we make can we amend the policy in any way so that the people in the burgundy will say, oh, that's not such a big deal. And the group in blue, it would actually go down because it might alleviate.
But can I have to interject something here? You must remember, if these are students online. Am I right? That you got the majority of your classes online. So why would the mask mandate make a difference?
Trustee Moreno.
Yeah.
it includes students that were in person. But my
But
point
that's a
is
small number.
No,
That's a very small number.
and it may, well, but it's saying that the masking policy, the effect on their decision about enrollment, right? So
Precisely.
right. Okay. So it's having an effect on the decision. So what I'm saying is that 20% or whatever this number, 18.2%, it's not an election, right? So though normally, wow, that you won by a landslide, right? This is our enrollment. So the question is, can our policy be amended in any way to reduce these numbers from 20 to 10%, from 18 to 9%? I don't know, right? But just because these numbers are low doesn't mean that it's not having a massive effect on our campuses. And that's a different conversation. That's why I don't like hearing language about the vast majority, because it doesn't matter. Here, 20% is a mass majority. I just wanted to reframe it so we understand.
No,
go ahead.
I think the statistic supports your argument. What we're doing is we're surveying people whether masking will make a difference. Well, we're asking them not to show up so they will never have to wear a mask. So there's a, when you survey these people, you've already pre-selected the decision.
Right.
If you were to say to them, would you are you not coming to us because we require you to wear a mask when you come to campus? But the reality is they don't ever come to campus.
Trustee Moreno, because I think we may be speaking past each other in the sense that this is, I think, a very important conversation with regard to summer and fall enrollment. Okay, so and I'm not looking at the answer right now because frankly I don't have one. The question is, within that polling, is there any room for the blues to go down? Vice Chancellor Corner, I know you knew I was going to ask the question. What little tweak is it? Is it voluntary? Is it whatever that could bring that number from 20 to 18, from 18 to 9?
I think it's less a math question and more a public opinion question for these individuals. There's going to be some people who are going to be upset no matter which policy decision the board makes. There may be some in the positive group that if we choose to remove masks, that may push them to not come.
Correct.
So it's going to be a trade-off no matter what. And I do agree with you that even when you're looking at 10 to 20% of our leavers saying they didn't come back because of mandates, that could be a lot of students if it holds up validity across all the students that come. So it's going to be a very difficult policy discussion to have. And I feel comfortable with where we're at for spring, because I agree with the trustees who have said we've made a commitment and students have signed up based on that commitment. But I think the most challenging question is what we're going to do for summer and fall. Right now, our is set up to continue to enforce boosters and vaccine mandates for summer and fall, which means that those wanting to sign up for in-person classes will have to provide that information before they can sign up for in-person classes.
All right. Thank you. The only thing I'm recommending is that when we have this discussion at the next board meeting, there might be some analysis that says what is an additional change that could lead the I'm sorry, I have bad visions. The burgundy ones to stay or go up and the blue to go down. That's I'll just frame it that way, because it's impossible. I think it's physically impossible to not look at this and understand that this is an enrollment discussion.
It is an enrollment discussion, and I understand the question, Trustee.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Any other comments? Trustee Eno, then Trustee Martinez.
I just had a question regarding the survey for students. Did you survey students that were only taking in-person classes, or were they online and currently enrolled?
So the chart you're looking at right now is for students that did not retain. So those are students who were enrolled in fall or previous semesters and did not come back. We also have a survey of continuing students, which included both in-person and online students. But there was smart logic built within the student survey to make sure that we had specific questions for in-person students related to the masking and vaccine, and also to the online students. The the continuing students does have some really interesting information about a change in students' preferences, with very few students looking for an in-person only experience, and a majority of students looking for a mix, and more students looking for remote only than in-person only.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick observation, then Trustee Martinez. Bill Ellerton seems like he's dying to ask a question, like he's going to pop out of his seat. You're dying to ask a question. I could.
Trustee, can you put me on the list?
Yeah.
Put me on the list.
After Coraima.
Yes.
Do I need to reintroduce myself?
No.
Okay, good. Just a quick question on the survey. My question is really more related to, do we have any data or survey that actually addresses the new students who did apply or were going to and did not apply because of the masking policy or our status? That would make more sense to me anyway. Was that question ever asked?
I think Vice Chancellor Cordner said yes.
Somewhat. The Lever survey included students who applied and never attended, but that would be for the previous fall and spring. We would have to do it again for the incoming summer and fall, because the enrollment period starts in terms of applications in October for summer and fall, but we tend to get most of our applications between now and September.
Got it. Okay. Student trustee, then Trustee Lettuce.
I think I understand that this conversation a lot is about comfortability and students wanting to feel comfortable, whether it is comfortable with a mask or comfortable without a mask. I think more so the conversation should less be framed around comfortability and more around safety. I understand that there were a few students earlier in public comment that mentioned that UCs stopped with the mask mandate. And what I would think maybe is kind of echoing a bit what Dr. Ryan Corner said, is continuing, leaving the mandate as it is for the rest of the semester. And then in terms of how we go about our spring and our, how we go about our summer and our fall, I would think that we would look to the UCs and see, is there going to be a huge outbreak now that nobody is wearing masks? Is their enrollment going to increase or decrease next semester? We should be looking at the data for those that are not wearing masks and are sizably larger than us campus-wise, and seeing the positive and negative effects of it. Because of course, I want students to feel comfortable, but if our students are on campus and then with no masks, as well as our faculty, and then we have an outbreak that forces us all to go back online again, almost at 100%, then I feel that that does no good for anyone. If we have a high percentage of our students getting sick, our faculty getting sick, and hopefully not, but potentially passing away due to catching a strain of COVID, then that is also a negative for the district. So I think it should be more about whichever choice is the most safest. But I do understand that there are students and there are faculty that would no longer like to wear masks. And with that, I feel that we should give them the option for hybridity, ensuring that we are still continuing to have all of our resources online and accessible to our students, to get them online if they wish to not come on campus because they would not like a mask. But I believe overall what should be focused on is the safety of our community. Thank you.
Trustee Vettis?
Just offer an observation, and I think I don't know if there's a next step to come from this, because I think we put a few things on the table, or perhaps it would be best that if this comes back to us, Chancellor, with some feedback. I think, you know, a lot of what we're doing is we're looking at this chart and viewing it as a causation chart, as opposed to perhaps it's just a correlation. And I think, you know, we're looking at a couple hundred folks that are here. We actually don't technically know, and maybe I'm wrong to assume this, Ryan, but did those students go enroll somewhere else? Because if it really was a mask problem, what other choices do they have out there? Because I think most of us, in the region were pretty consistent with the mask policy. So is it that they were just disagreeable and we lost to another institution that's just decided to be different? Because certainly El Camino wasn't, Glendale wasn't, Pasadena wasn't. But I'm trying to get to the point of causality if we're looking at enrollment loss. Is it because they chose somewhere else that didn't have a mask? And they would have actually had to go, in my opinion, had to go pretty far away to find it, because everything in the region seems to have followed that consistently. So if you can answer that, if there's any insight there. But then secondly, I do, to harken back on Trustee Eno's comment of, we set up standards at the beginning. It's always hard to like sort of rip the standards that we set up. So if there is a more natural moment to adjust and change, I think it would be the beginning of a new session.
Absolutely. Just to address both comments, we did ask some questions about whether people were going elsewhere, but I agree with you that at this level, you can't assess causality. It's just good information to add to the pile in the discussion of effective policy. And you are right that regionally, everyone was mandating masks. You'd have to go into Orange County or some of the surrounding counties to really have a more significant change in the masking, particularly in fall. On the natural starting point, we are pretty close to that, and I would recommend that if the board is having a change, that they make that change at their May meeting, because we begin priority enrollment for fall the first week of May. So it is a appropriate time to be able to inform our students of any we make at a policy level.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, is the vaccine for faculty and staff mandated?
Yes.
Right now, and then is it mandated for students too?
Yes.
Okay.
For in-person
For
classes.
in-person courses, okay. And then I remember in the beginning we were, closely aligning ourselves with county restrictions, not necessarily with CDC. I mean, CDC was kind of, I think, all over the place. So now that, what is county telling higher ed institutions to do? I guess that's the bigger question.
I'll let Dr. Nish, if she's around, give more details, but I will say that they're moving more towards highly encourage rather than mandates as it relates to the vaccines, but they, I think, are in support of the higher education institutions that are remaining. But Dr. Nish, do you have more details on that?
I'm here. Would you like me to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. To the trustees, the Los Angeles County Department of Public Education has relinquished all requirements for masking and for vaccinations, distancing, etc. There are no requirements. There are strongly recommended procedures that would strongly recommend that people be fully up to date on vaccinations, that people continue to wear masks indoors if they are in a highly trafficked public space. But there is nothing required. At this particular point in time, due to the change in the county health orders, our policies are actually more restrictive. This was anticipated when the policies were initially enacted and allowed the board to determine when they would like to relax these. So the county has now relaxed from required to strongly recommended, and we are actually a bit more conservative because we are still requiring by BP 2800 and 2900 masking and vaccine.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, and you clarified a good point. And I think for me, I obviously think that we should continue the conversations with our employee groups and with students, but I don't want to go everywhere on this. I don't want to go, adhering to county and then not, and then maybe, and strongly encourage. To me, I don't understand that at all, because they are an institution that should have expertise on pandemics, or at the very least, the county should be a guiding principle, and communicate with federal government in order to keep us safe. The county's role actually in their charter is to keep the citizens of Los Angeles County safe from disease, to be honest. That is in their charter. So I just would like for us to, at the very least, have the discussions with employee groups, and students, because it just seems very odd to me that we are not we were adhering to them when they were restrictive, but now we're not adhering to them when it's not restrictive. So that's kind of hypocritical to me. And I would like for us to, have that serious talk. Now, if we do at the end of the day, if the count, and again, just hearing from, what I'm reading now today, this morning, they keep doing that again, saying, be careful because there might be a rise in, infections with the sideline of, but there's no rises in hospitalization. So therefore we're not gonna, the county, I'm talking about the county, they will not, enforce or implement more restrictions. Again, I'm very linear and I would like for us to talk to employees, talk to students, but also either we're going to listen to the county or we're not, on the good times and the bad times, because that's what, unless we have experts at LACCD that work for us, that are pandemic experts, then I'd like to hear from them to tell me, hey, even though the county's getting loose, we don't have to, or we should stay restricted. Well, why? Well, because, our college students are, this or that, or there's more chance. But I don't know any of our staff that has, been, I know we've been communicating with, scientists and Dr. Ferrer and all that as the community college system, but to leave it up to us or highly encouraged without us having an in-house expert really just confuses me a lot. So hopefully we can, look at that holistically and come to a consensus as a board and as a community to be able to keep each other safe. I understand that's the goal. So I'm not gonna, by the way, I'm not favoring less or more. I'm just asking, where are we going? Are we gonna adhere to county? And if they, go more restrictive, like I've noticed that sometimes they'll do it at a drop of a hat. And then they send out, press releases saying, or they'll warn, like, county considers, requiring mask again indoors. And then it happens. And sometimes it doesn't. But I want to match them. That's because I don't want to be liable for anything, So anyway, that's my opinion.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are we, anything else from the chancellor?
Take it over.
I think we are concluded this part. We receive a significant that may imply some changes to our administrative procedures on matters that have been discussed. The board policy for the moment stays intact, and the next available time to do that would be in May. So, Dr. Corner, thank you so much. We're going to move now.
Chancellor.
Yes, sir.
I thought we had heard that the possibility is that we could immediately remove the requirement of preschoolers to wearing masks.
That is correct, and we're going to determine whether that could be done through the administrative procedure, which simply allows me the authority to do that. So if that is the case, we'll move forward.
And I do recall this discussion, and I couldn't agree more with what's been said. I thought we had given you the authority, or somebody in administration, that should there be change in the law or mandates required by the county, that we have immediately the right to make our changes. I didn't think we had to go back to us. But maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that's what we had said when we made the policy.
Yeah, I think Mr. Jeter laid out as it relates to implementing the policy, the administrative procedure. Yes, that is absolutely correct. But the board policy itself, you have the only authority to do that.
All right. Okay.
Trustee, as a point of clarification, so next month we will have on our agenda something that potentially modifies the rule for the fall enrollment.
Yes, we'll bring a
That's
staff
fair.
recommendation.
Staff recommendation there. Okay. I do want to note, obviously, like I have children in LA Unified. They do not have a mask mandate right now. They're different than us. They're forced to go. They're, distance stuff is clearly there, but I would say that perhaps some of the concerns may be alleviated about masking if we have identified that the fall will have a change in that policy. So, because it could actually be used as an announcement of where we're at
as enrollment begins.
So,
I messed up, and Trustee Henderson just reminded me. I wanted to throw in optional in there as one of the choices. I think Trustee Martinez said that we could also go towards leaving it optional for people. Is that what it is at LAUSD for the kids?
It's optional,
right?
But it's not required anymore. And I'll tell you, over the last week, for the most part, I haven't seen very many masks.
Okay, all right.
You
said optional.
Thank you. What I would add is, if there's going to be a change in policy with regard to children, and this is, getting feedback is important. I would even consider a special meeting to deal with that issue within our child care centers. And I wanted to get a sense of from the board on where we're at with segregating the component of the mask for children in our child care facilities. Is there a feeling to potentially deal with that differently?
President Bona?
Yes.
Clarification here. From my understanding, we also have people under 18 in high schools that are in our campuses, as well as articulation, taking our courses on campuses that are younger than 18. So how do we deal with them? I guess that's my question.
Right, and I guess I'm thinking zero to, in terms of the age group for under 5, right? I'm segregating the under 5 group from everyone else, right? And if we need to have, even to a certain extent, come into a special meeting to discuss that if it's not necessary. Because I have a real problem with that. And I could imagine the learning really being, and I coordinate it. Trustee Hoffman, what's your opinion on this?
I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I think we need to, it's not an action item for today. And so I feel like we're spending a lot of time on something that we can't vote on yet.
Wow.
At Glendale College, our board policy expires at the end of the spring semester, which kind of sort of takes care of itself. And then we can reevaluate and decide if we want to implement a new mask mandate. We're going to keep the vaccination mandate in place, but the board policy requiring masks expires at the end of the semester. I guess I didn't realize that ours doesn't, there's no expiration date for our board policy, correct? And then as far as the child development centers, I don't think we have enough information. I mean, we did hear from one speaker and she has been emailing us, but we haven't talked to faculty. We haven't, that I know of, we haven't talked to parents. I think I would need more information before giving an opinion.
I understand that, but we have Department of Education protocols. There's Head Start protocols.
Yeah,
I would, Chancellor, ask, what are Department of Education protocols on this? What are Head Start protocols? I mean, they're pretty aligned, right? I mean, if it is a problem like the speaker mentioned before, and we could fix it even before we fix the other one, because if we don't have to have small children having masks for any additional day that they don't have to, I think that is worth the discussion, and even calling for a special meeting, even if we specifically deal with that. So Trustee Hoffman, I wasn't advocating anything with regard today, but it's an important policy, because if you have children that are wearing masks, and that may be affecting our enrollment in our childcare centers, which is significantly low. I think at West LA it's down from 30 to, down to 30 to 80, because to a point from Trustee Vettis earlier, are they going to their campuses? They just may not be going anywhere. They just might be staying home. Yeah. So if that's a big issue, and we can alleviate that immediately with some basic research, it's just ethically correct to do it. I think that specifically with children. Now, Trustee Vela is bringing up another group, kind of, under 18, might be high school, but they're on our campuses. What policy, right? So we need to do that. But I'm specifically saying children.
Yeah. Thank you for calling on me. Let's get a little more information. Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
I definitely agree that we need more information, because that also does raise another question for me. If we are to allow children 5 or younger to take off their masks in our child care centers, would that then affect as well the caretakers who are in our child care centers? Are we going to ensure that they continue to mask, whether as a district we decide to remove masks, we decide to make them optional? I feel in that sparks a whole other conversation of, yes, children, but what about those that are entrusted to take care of them? How do the parents feel about that? So definitely, I think we need to come back to this with more research and speak to our student parents.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. That was it. Okay.
Okay, that was it. Let me call up Dr. Corner. This is the AB 705 presentation. It will be co-presented with the Dr. Maury Pearl, as well as Dr. Angela Echeverria as well. So we'll have them on staff and ready to go. So thank you very much. Dr. Corner, the floor is yours.
Yes, absolutely. And I want to say our Senate colleagues, we have Angela Echeverria and Jeff Hernandez, who are joining us virtually. So we will go quick because we know the board has been here quite a while, and leave it to the questions as it relates to the policy decision. But we wanted to provide a little historical context to AB 705 so that we could see the evolution of how the state has treated AB 705 and its recommendations over the years. Its original legislative intent was very focused on placement, maximizing the probability that students were placed into transfer level English and math and completed it in 1 year. And we only are able to require pre-transfer English and math placement when statistical evidence shows that transfer leads to someone being highly unlikely to succeed without the prerequisite. During the first year pre-implementation, we received several guidance documents, including some that came in December of 2018 when we had to implement in fall of 2019. One of those things that it did is it established default placement criteria where they said, go with what we are saying as the state, and you can go on your own, but know that within 2 years, you'll have to provide evidence that your placement is better than our placement. It also established that we can permit pre-transfer placement. And again, you see the emphasis here is on placement, but we would have to do so with evidence in the future showing that placement was more effective than direct placement into transfer level. We go to the next slide. What did we do in fall of 2019? First of all, we were able to automate all of the placement with the multiple measures data, which was no easy task. And I do want to thank the IT team and Betsy Regalato for the work that they did, because that was a monumental lift in a very short time. We also made a decision as a district to offer only one level below in transfer, and then have our transfer levels. Each of the colleges went through and decided how they would have a placement model that was compliant with AB 705. On the English side, all 9 colleges went with the default placement model from the state. On the math side, it was a little bit more of a mixed bag, with some colleges going with the default placement, some going with their own alternative placement, and some having pre-transfer required, mostly in the STEM area where somebody had to go through the calculus track and not directly into stats. All 9 adoption plans were accepted by the state in summer of 2019. We go to the next slide. So what have we seen since then? In November of 2020, we received information that we had to submit data on how we were doing with our placement criteria. And they asked for survey data, including numbers, which Maury's team provided for all 9 colleges, focused on whether students were being placed in pre-transfer level courses, and sought validation data for any placement outside of the default model. What we saw is a significant change this past November. In November of 2021, the state dramatically shifted from an emphasis on placement to one on enrollment. where instead of asking what our placement criteria were, they said how many students are enrolling in pre-transfer level courses, even if they were placed directly in transfer level. They provided 3 options for colleges to submit an improvement plan, which was due this last month in March. Option 1 is we are already not providing pre-transfer level math and English. Option 2 is we will no longer offer pre-transfer level math and English. And option 3 was we will offer pre-transfer level, or 3B, we will offer pre-transfer level and even place students in it. The difference with 3A and 3B is they made it very clear that in order to have this option, you had to have statistical data that said that students do better if they go through pre-transfer rather than direct placement. And the data we had did not justify that. So what did we do based on this? If we go to the next slide, we decided to continue with our current policy that we offer 1 level below. And what we have now is some short data presentation from Maury on how well that's been working.
So this is some information that we've compiled over the last few years. And this particular slide looks at the percentage of new students, both attempting and completing transfer level English in 1 year, that is throughput. So we've seen, as you can see, pretty much across the board, and particularly focusing on the right set of bar charts on the far right, a pretty significant increase in the proportion of students successfully completing transfer level, in this case, English. It's pretty much across the board, as you can see by looking at the ethnic breakdown, which is displayed in this slide, that over time we have seen those increases. However, what you can also see, perhaps looking at it a little bit more carefully, is that when we disaggregated this data, even though there's an increasing trend for each ethnic group, there are still some disparities in that there are gaps in the completion rates. That is, they remain, particularly for Latino and Black students. That is, their increases have been lower than that for other groups. And you can see that by looking at the bar chart for Black students compared to that for white students, which the increases are much less there. Next slide, please. There's a similar situation or picture for math. Completion rates for Black and Latino student groups are increasing somewhat less than compared to other student groups. And but generally, these are both across the board in terms of increases in throughput. Next slide.
So one of the questions that the Senate asked was, okay, throughput counts attrition. How well do students do when you take attrition out? What happens to students when they go directly from pre-transfer level into transfer level? So for English, we had very few pre-transfer levels because, as we had said, they adopted the default model and all students were placed at transfer level. But over the time, we had 686 students enroll in pre-transfer. 401 of those completed the pre-transfer level class. But of the 401, only 278 enrolled in the transfer level class the next semester. What we saw is that those students were pretty successful. They were able to complete the class 71.6% of the time, which is higher than the 62.3% throughput rate. However, when you combine the lost students from those who did class, that's where you get throughput. And the throughput there is 29% compared to 62.3%. And that's where we really see the difference between the in-course success rates, which we'll talk about in a moment, and the throughput. They're different metrics looking at similar themes, but from different angles. If we go to math, it's a little bit of a different picture. There were more students who enrolled in pre-transfer level math, 3,575 students, Of those, only 1,270 completed the pre-transfer level class successfully, 35.5% success rate. Of those, only 598 went and enrolled in the transfer level class subsequently. Now, very similar to what we saw in English. They did pretty well when they got into the transfer level class, 63%. But overall, we lose 90% of students through that 2-course sequence. And that's why we see the throughput rate of 10.5% compared to the throughput rate of 51.2%. These are two different metrics to look at the totality of the situation here. And our Senate colleagues will give a little bit more discussion on their views as it relates to the comparative metrics. If we go to the next slide, we'll see some information that Maury will speak about in terms of high school GPAs. Chief Wanda, would you like questions held or throughout?
Held.
So this is a shift in looking at some information on transfer level course success. Students who received a C or better at in a particular transfer level course. So over time, as you can see by looking at the chart, all 3 lines in the chart, there's a decline in course success or at transfer level for both English and math over this entire time period, fall of 2017 to fall of 2021. And in this particular slide, what we've done is disaggregate those changes by the student's high school GPA. So you can see that the students that seem to be having the most difficulty are those with the lowest GPAs. They are the declines in success rates are greater for those students, and their overall success rates are lower as well. And if you go to the next slide, please. You can see that also there's a parallel situation for math. It's the students in the lowest GPA band that seem to be struggling the most in transfer level completion. Let's see. So next slide, please. We also looked at, are continuing to look at the disaggregated course success data by ethnicity and see that in this particular slide, focusing on English, we see that Latino and Black student groups have seen a much or a larger decrease in success rate than other student groups. Finally, on the next slide, please. This continues with a look at math, where it's a similar decline when looking at Hispanic student group, particularly experiences compared to other student groups, sort of mixture of both increases and some decreases. A little bit mixed on the student success side when it comes to course level.
If we go to the next slide, I'll introduce Angela Echeverry, DAS president, to provide some insights as to our Senate.
Thank you, Ryan and Maury, for that presentation and for showing us both sides of the data here. I want to introduce my colleague, Jeff Hernandez from East LA College, and he's going to be talking as well. One of the concerns that we have is that the use of a single metric as one-year throughput rate for the evaluation of the success of AB 705 is problematic. Why? Because first of all, we have lower course success rates, as you can see. We also have growing equity gaps. And students during this period of great disruption because of the COVID-19 pandemic and learning loss cannot be expected to have the same level of preparation and readiness that they had 3 years ago in fall of 2019 when this AB 705 was implemented. And if you look at the state chancellor's database, they don't have data beyond the first year of implementation. And I really suspect that we're going to see even greater declines in success rates. Colleges are also penalized due to attrition from one term to the next. So if a student stops for whatever reason, maybe they're sick, maybe they lost their job, maybe they had to take care of somebody in their family, the colleges are penalized for that through no fault of their own, because then that doesn't count toward throughput. And we're also penalized for completion outside of the district. So if a student takes the second sequence course outside the district, we don't get credit for that. And then finally, the 1 year throughput does not look at the large number of drops before census, when many students might go into a transfer level class and not feel ready and just drop before the census date. So we're very concerned that looking at a single metric does not get the whole picture. Now, if we could go to the next slide. One of the things that we know is that there has been a huge amount of disruption to learning during this pandemic. Now, as a district, we haven't looked at it, but a number, especially the K through 12 system has, and they've looked at what's happening to students in math and English in particular. So the LAUSD commissioned a study called Educational Recovery Now, and they looked at how students were doing, and not surprisingly, what they found is that certain students have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. And we've been talking about those students today. We've talked about homeless and home insecure students. They looked at their grade, the percent of those students who were at grade level, and you can see that it's very, very low. About 19% are at grade level for reading, and only about 16% are at grade level for math. The same is true for students with disabilities, that's even lower, and English learners. Only 2% of English learners were found to be at grade level for reading, and 6% of math. And they also have a list of foster youth is there. So that is LAUSD. Those are our students that are coming to us. So we cannot disregard the fact that these students have been impacted by the pandemic, and we can't assume that they're at the same level that they were 3 years ago. There's another story by the New York Times about reading levels in children and how they're severely behind, and stating that we're really in new territory right now. So if we could go to the next slide, I would like my colleague, Jeff Hernandez, to talk about some of the Senate resolutions regarding AB 705 and AB 1705.
Thank you, Angela. So as you know, Angela has communicated to you in a letter, the District Academic Senate has adopted a resolution really addressing this concern for student agency, that students have a right to decide, to determine if they want to take a pre-transfer level English or math course. That's not taken away by AB 705. AB 705, as we were reminded earlier by Dr. Corner, dealt with placement. And in doing so, it provided students the right to transfer level English and math. And colleges can do quite a number of things that we've been doing, right, to advance that. And so we've seen the positives data on that, but it's been mixed because the equity gaps have widened, right? So when that right was given to students by the legislature, it did not require the students forfeit their right to other options, and certainly not to pre-transfer level English or math if they needed that for academic preparation. If they needed that, let's say for a degree, a CTE degree, they needed intermediate algebra to meet the competency requirement, but not necessarily a higher level of math, which is really the direction that the Chancellor's Office is pushing the data points, is to compare all pre-transfer level, even for CTE students, to what is ordinarily what you would want for transfer, with the throughput rate. And so the Chancellor's Office's efforts, particularly as you heard earlier about options 1, 2, and 3A and 3B, that implementation plan, is really pushing colleges to no longer offer pre-transfer level English math courses, even though that is not what AB 705 was about. Next slide. So that's why we, in the resolution that we presented to you, we've asked to work with us to seek legislative remedies, and indeed our resolution in a slightly different form was adopted by the State Academic Senate this past Saturday, along with a companion resolution, which actually had amendment language that we would like to see in AB 1705. One of the challenges with AB 1705, it actually would provide the same sort of data comparison of pre-transfer level courses that the Chancellor's Office is currently pushing in these improvement plan requirements that we've seen this past year. So if AB 1705 goes into effect, it without explicitly prohibiting the pre-transfer level courses, it'll have that effect unless it's amended. So that's why we're seeking a position of opposition to AB 1705 unless amended to secure the right of students to take pre-transfer level English or math if students determine that that's what they need for again, certificate, career, degree goal, for the academic preparation needs they need due to a break in education or the learning loss disruption that's been taking place, to build skills, to reskill, or for lifelong learning, right? So there's more language in addition to just this. This is the core amendment language, and let's face it, the LACCD Board of Trustees has a loud voice in the state legislature. You really are, each of you, in a position to make a difference for students retaining that right. I believe we're ready for the next slide. Angela, this is yours, right?
Yes, thank you, Jeff. So again, we urge you to oppose AB 1705 unless amended, to protect student choice to take pre-transfer level courses, to maximize the probability of success for each individual student. It's not one size fits all. Some students may need that additional preparation or that additional time to be successful. And we have to ask ourselves, what happens to those students who do not succeed? Where are they going? Are they staying in college? Are they giving up? Are they going to private institutions? So I think we really need to recalibrate how we look at this and close these equity gaps, offer curricular options as well as support. It's very important to have that support to meet student needs and address learning loss. We need to have a comprehensive plan to address learning loss. If we ignore learning loss and we do not serve all students, there is no way we can prevent further enrollment losses. I don't care how many millions of dollars we spend on Elder Tree or any other outreach, we're not going to be able to prevent those enrollment losses. And I'm very concerned that we're down a quarter, 30%. We could easily be down half of our students if we do not take action. So please preserve the mission of community colleges. Our mission is, in addition to transfer, it is workforce development, lifelong learning, reskilling, and CTE. And let's try to get this amended. Thank you.
And so we'll just do a quick summary to let you know where we're at. And I will say I saw some board members looking at the slides in detail, and we will get you copies. So the District Academic Senate has raised concerns about the policy focusing on a single metric rather than all the metrics that are related to this issue. And so to that end, throughput has increased with decreases for in-course success rate at the same time. And there is evidence of disproportionate impact for in-course success rates. Currently, all LACCD colleges are retaining pre-transfer level courses in their improvement plans that were submitted last month, but mostly with reduced offerings. LACCD has not received indication from the state whether these plans will be accepted based on the state's criteria. Next slide. And so to end, there has been a shift in policy from the state, from a focus of placement to a focus on enrollment. LACCD places 0 students in below transfer level English and 7% in below transfer level math. But 28% of our enrollment is in below transfer level math and 4% of our English enrollments. The state guidance appears to disallow pre-transfer enrollment unless validated statistically. And the state model instead wants us to move towards co-enrollment and other supports while in transfer level course instead of having the pre-transfer level course. This type of guidance does seem to be in line with what is currently in AB 1705, which is going through the legislature right now. Trustee Buona, I will hand back to you for questions and engagement.
So I don't know which doll I am in this table.
you get to choose. You're first up. So.
I'll take the brown one. No, I'll be the purple one. Okay. Okay, she's the purple. Okay. See what you did? Okay. So board leadership requested this. Let me just say what I mean board leadership. Trustee Henderson, Trustee Vela, myself, we requested this presentation. We requested this presentation because we believed and we wanted to make sure we all had this presentation in order to be able to figure out what path as a district. Because it's clear that there are paths that are moving and there are multiple paths that are moving. There are analysis by certain sovereign components of our educational system. And we're also a sovereign that's also connected, right? So so whenever the academic senate when you start seeing a lot of agreement, right? I'm not a biology major, but everyone is starting to collide in agreement that there is a problem. Then from a policy perspective, how do we look at this policy and say we've chosen to leave this policy alone for the last few years through the pandemic, which was pre-pandemic, right? No one's accusing anything of anyone because no one knew about the pandemic. But the question is, as a district, as the Los Angeles Community College District, what is our position with regard, our LACCD centric position that is helpful to our students that we may need to either leave it alone, make changes to policy, whatever that is. This is part of the policy analysis because some people get upset when you even discuss it, right? They're like, stay out of it. It's none of your concern. We know what to do. Well, actually, that's part of our job. We are fulfilling our obligation here. So what is a direction that the shared governance component of our educational component of LACCD is saying we should go to with that data? What is our legal component with regard to what we're being told we have to do and what is actually a reality and actually protect our rights as an LA Community College District? So it's two things. And the third one is the policy direction and what role we're going to take, not just in the language of that, but really in the trajectory of the passion of that advocacy or not advocacy with regard to 1705. So really you have a triangle, right? You have the analysis, the analysis, where we're at, or if I remember the triangle, where the recommendation and what the legal component are in that, because we deal with a lot of stuff, but this issue, I'm really concerned that if we don't have an extremely structured approach on this, combined with advocacy on whatever that is, then I'm concerned about not just our enrollment, but you're seeing potentially a group of folks that will permanently fall and not have access to education. So I'm laying that framework for all of the trustees to understand that this presentation did not occur from scratch. And we specifically asked that the academic senate and our senior administrative, we have trust in every person who made a presentation today. Every person. I've never met Mr. Hernandez, but I've heard great things. Ms. Echeverri, Ryan, and our great, awesome statistical staff that's the best in the world. Now the question is, what can you come back with that we can agree and offer us a direction and that we can go be the gladiators then for LACCD on behalf of what we're going to do. I'm framing it that way so you guys knew, or the board knew what kind of we did and why we're here. So that being said, I'm going to stay silent as much as possible. So, yes, we are. Yes, we are. But I wanted to frame it as to how this presentation occurred. So I'm going to start from our virtual board members. Are there questions, comments?
Do you want to start with me or do you want to start with Trustee Moreno?
Which you started first, so please go.
So first of all, thank you so much for the very thorough and excellent presentation. You know, I just have one comment, and I know Kelsey will remember this because you've been at El Camino for 15 years. I've been at Glendale for 24 years and actually going on 25 years. You know, before AB 705, and every time I like cringe every time I say AB 705, students would attempt to take math, but way below transfer level. And at least at Glendale College, what was happening, these students would take math, and even if it's remedial math, and not pass, and take it again and not pass, and take it again and not pass. And lo and behold, they were kicked out of the college because they couldn't take it another time. And, you know, for me, that's learning loss because they were just kicked out of the college and they couldn't come back. There was a group of us working really hard to figure out how to serve students that just couldn't even get through remedial math. So I feel like it's the story of some of those students and of students like when my son first enrolled at Glendale College and he's a 4.0 GPA. He went to the assessment center and they said to him, which math placement test would you like to take? And of course he looked at them all. He's like, oh, I'll take that one, which was the easiest one, which when you took that placement test, you couldn't place into transferable math. So a lot of students who actually were math ready, and I know you know this, Angela, I'm like looking at you on the screen, were placed in remedial math. I think the intent of AB 705 originally, probably there was good intent there, but what happened was it blew up into something completely unrecognizable. And math was already an issue. I don't know how English got thrown in there as well, because I teach political science. Students coming out of high school, you know, when they have to write an essay, I always have to remind myself, okay, I'm not an English teacher. I'm not grading them on the grammar and the structure. I need to look at the content. And so I'm really glad that we're having this conversation because it is a conversation that needs to be had. And somebody made the comment, I don't know if it was you, Professor Hernandez, or somebody else saying like the LACCD board has a lot of, you know,
that's right,
power and clout in Sacramento. And it is time to sort of like really look at these policies. I do think we need something below transfer level. I do think that students that are put into the right math class with the right support, if it's statistics, you know, students can take that XL 10 math class at UCLA. It's taught through extension. It's transferable. Every single student that takes that class passes. Some need a tutor, but they all, and they're students of different levels, and they pass. We need to figure out how to get math right. And I agree in terms of we have CTE programs that do need some basic math. And we need to be able to have the freedom to have those classes included in those programs. But I do see there are some good things about AB 705. And so I think we need to take the good and figure out how to modify the bad. Does that make sense? And again, I truly appreciate, this is a great presentation. Thank you.
Right, next person.
Yes, well.
One online. Oh, Trustee Moreno.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hello to all the people who work for me, although 4 of them did, I might add. Mission and East LA. You know, this is not an issue that we haven't discussed before. In other words, we spent a lot of time on this matter. I'm fascinated to see the results. I hadn't seen that data before, although I have to tell you the chart needs a little bit more work for me. It's a little bit too complicated. I need to look at more of that information. Can I ask you again, the goal of this presentation was for us to do what?
for us to understand the different perspectives from academic, from our super statistical group, then at that point for it to come back in May to say, where are we necessarily going, to get feedback from the board, and then for the chancellor et al. To come back with X.
Well, is there some recommendation? I think I heard recommendation from Angela.
Well, no, what we're saying is, please, to the shared governance structure, the different of the district, they came up with a joint presentation today, and that was specific. We set them up for success, in that the four of them had to agree on this presentation. They can come back with the presentation. We have some of the smartest people in the world working with for us. They can come back with the joint something. Did that clarify the question?
I think so. Well, and then fine. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Say hello to everybody for me.
Okay. Trustee Eno?
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. It was very comprehensive. As a counselor who was part of the multiple measures component for our math department at the college that I work at, I'll try to not say El Camino College all the time, but
trust me, we hear Glenda.
yes. So, but being someone in the trenches working with students throughout, like the timeline that you had given, I definitely, like Trustee Hoffman said, I think the initial, the creation of AB 705 was very helpful, right? Because students do not, all students do not do well on assessment tests. And so to create all of these different mechanisms, transcripts and high school GP and all those things, I think they're really beneficial. Out of that, we did create some sort of pre-transfer level math classes where we can kind of consolidate, right? Go from arithmetic to intermediate algebra, that I think were very beneficial. I think in the translation in the direction that AB 1705 is moving in, it's very scary. And so I would like hopefully for us to take the position against AB 1705 unless it gets amended like your recommendation to still allow the pre-level math, at least one pre-level math class, because it also presents itself as an issue for those math teachers teaching those college level math classes, right? You now have students that are going to be at so much more of a vast level of math that it's much more difficult for them to teach in the classrooms as well. So to look at classroom sizes, right? How many students are you having in those classes? I would think should also be part of the conversation, because it ends up being a lot more work for them. But overall, in your presentation, very comprehensive. I think that's it. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Student Trustee Martinez.
I'd like to say thank you so much for that presentation. I actually learned a lot of things about AB 1705 that I didn't know previously. So I spoke a bit about this in my committee report, but I do believe that the option for students to choose whether they want to take a prerequisite or just go straight to the transfer level is extremely important. Like I said previously, students know the kind of support that they need, and I think we should be focusing more on what we can do in the classroom. One of the things that I mentioned was trying to get tutors specifically for a class, preferably a student tutor, because I've noticed that students respond well to student tutors. As I mentioned before, I have been in multiple classes. I have actually even taken a prerequisite math class that had a special tutor to it, a privatized tutor. And that is something that I feel that really helps students with engagement and with understanding, as well as I think another really big thing that we have to focus on is representation in the classroom. I think that's another really big reason why our students, whether they're good at math or not, are not passing math and are, if they're taking a prerequisite, getting stuck there and having to retake the class. For me personally, I can also say that due to lack of representation, I felt that it was harder for me to excel in that math class, and many of my peers at ELAC, unfortunately, I can only speak for ELAC as I've only taken math classes at ELAC. I don't want to act like I know the experience of every student, but at least the experiences of the students at ELAC taking prerequisite math classes and taking math classes in general is that many a times there's somewhat of a language barrier. So that with students not being good at math and with students having a full math class, I believe that there was a statistic given that almost 47% of our students are in a prerequisite English or a prerequisite math, I believe it was. And so I think that these students' needs, whether in a prerequisite or whether in a regular math class, I don't the problem. But I am all for us having the option so that students, yes, don't get stuck, but so that students are prepared and are ready when they are taking the proper math class that they need for whatever it is that their transfer plan is. So that's what I advocate for. And I hope that the board comes to that decision that we choose to have both. Thank you.
I do want to let you know that when we went into fall 2019, Chancellor Rodriguez provided an additional $1 million to support the colleges in embedded tutoring, just like you're saying. But things did shift pretty dramatically with COVID. And I think that's one of the things that's difficult with this data. We have a whole task force with lots of math people, and being able to, you cannot separate the impact of COVID from what we're seeing in this data, and that makes it challenging, but we're looking forward to having additional embedded tutors back as we move forward into these in-person classes.
It's a little late in the evening and I'm a little tired, so you might get what you get in my comment. But I think we also need to consider that everyone that understands the content, the subject matter, doesn't necessarily make for a great teacher. And piggybacking off of what student trustee Martinez was saying, in terms of representation, we need to make sure that when we know that we have students that are coming to us that are in need of additional academic support, that we have not just the right programmatic support systems and resources in place, but we have the right people. So we need to make sure that we have instructors that understand the demographic that they're teaching. And until we really start to address that honestly, we're going to continue to have this problem. And so, we could have courses 7 levels below the first level credit course. And if we are not intentional about how we provide support and resources to these students, they will never be successful. So, I hope that is also, a consideration as we consider this.
Thank you, Trustee Henderson. Trustee Vada?
Where do I start? But, to everybody here, I think, is happy that we have this data. I do want to take us to kind of a little bit, and, if we could just kind of relax and think a little bit about what K-12 means in this picture, because as a 8-year board member in a K-12, the 3rd largest in LA County, I can tell you we're not preparing our students the way community colleges might think we are. Mm-hmm. And I say that from a K-12 that actually took pride in having a 98% graduation rate, a 79 to 85% entrance to 4-year university, which is high for an urban school district. We did that with articulation with East LA College. We built a new high school called the Applied Technology Center. And even with that, what we found was that the numbers kept getting washed with the fact that there were students that were achieving success in English and math, but not at their grade level. And that says a lot from various different issues. What we found the most when we did our studies, that it had a lot more to do with access to resources, tutoring, parents who were absentee, not having English as their first language was the biggest one encountered. Reading comprehension was huge because math, all of a sudden, when I was in my last year as a board member, reading comprehension became the key to math. Who would have thought? When I was in math, I don't know about, not age myself here, but I was a little good math person, right? Got up to calculus in high school. That's pretty big, right? But I had no at all reading to do. It was literally just numbers. And as you know, currently high school math has a lot of reading comprehension. And I was scared when I saw my nieces and family. So you're in a tough spot, but I would like for you all to, find a solution that absolutely agree. AB 705, as you see, the intent was necessary so that we don't place students and force them there and keep them there. We now have that ability, but we also owe it to the students to be able to create a solution. I think that, we're going to be discussing this in the next Legislative and Public Affairs Committee, whether or not we support or oppose this bill. And I welcome everyone here to please attend. But again, I do think that we really need to understand this from all the various lenses. And for me, I understand the intent, but I do think that tutoring and all of that stuff that we thought could have created a tool through, and you mentioned the pandemic, I didn't. That was going to be a challenge no matter what. Yeah. But quick question before I end: the measure that the Academic Senate finds a bit unfair, is that the only metric that we currently can, for better lack of words, prove whether or not our students are in need of remedial courses?
We as a district look at all the measures, and in fact, Angela has asked for quite a many, and we always make sure we get them so we can fully understand the situation. But in terms of statistically validating a prerequisite, the state is requiring us to look at throughput.
Oh, so that's it. Okay. Yeah, some of those numbers are alarming. Some of them I understand. So I get, how we can have mild increase, but also these huge numbers that drop out. And I think at the end of the day, if we can come up with a solution where everybody, agrees and including the Academic Senate, I think we're going to be in good shape. So I look forward to that discussion, by the way, in the Public Affairs and Legislative Committee, because I think we're going to get some experts there as well that are going to come and talk to us. But anyway, all right, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Bella.
I don't know if I want to take Trustee Henderson's words of like it's getting late in the night, so I'm not sure I want to be totally responsible for what I say.
There's coffee.
You know what? I'm pumping myself here. It's like an IV to the veins here. So I guess there's a few thoughts I wanted to offer, and I did remember watching some of the hearings on AB 705 years back, and hearing the testimony of students who I think Trustee Hoffman mentioned her son. I heard like there was very, very bad treatment of students based on, the color of their skin, if they spoke with an accent, depending what schools they were coming from. There was embedded challenges in the placement system. And so I think the legislative sympathy and reaction, I think it's actually still there. So even if we're having this conversation and we've convinced a lot of ourselves that there needs to be something different, it's not reflected in Sacramento right now, to be very honest. Certainly not reflected in the state chancellor's office. So, one, it happens because of problems with placement. That we get a legislative action. I'm almost, I don't want to say I'm laughing, but maybe I'm reminiscent to the fact that when we were talking about implementing 705, and we had all agreed to like this one level below as a district policy, the Senate was not necessarily happy with that policy. But today it sounds like that policy seems to be much better than the alternative that's being discussed. So I'm processing how we went from there to here. But just like the mask policy before, I'm going to make the same comment that the correlation enrollment decline, I don't see the causality still. I just see a correlation been made. And I actually probably would like to say is that enrollment decline is probably more to do with COVID and the conditions of COVID around than almost any other thing that's on the table. Now, having said that, there were some interesting presentations over the past few weeks. I know Trustee Henderson just walked out, but Pierce College gave us a presentation on their math program that is a direct response to 705, which I thought was a very positive and motivating. And I think lots of our plans to support with embedded tutoring, I think those things were severely impacted by COVID and never got a chance to sort of understand and see what's going on in terms of the space. But like again, and I did connect with what Trustee Henderson said about the sort of quality of the teaching experience. I've found from early on in the start, there's been a tremendous amount of resistance to 705 and all its pieces, not sort of, and I feel like maybe I'm coming at it from differently because I think there's pieces I'm taking away from why it was necessary. And then being a pragmatist to realize our implementation was poor. The outcomes that we're watching, none of us like. And there needs to maybe be a third rail because I'm going to say this in Sacramento, if we're going to go up and take this position, and I appreciate, I very much respect Jeff and Angela's comments about the force that we can be legislatively. But I think if we took this kind of sentiment, it would be kind of like the NIMBYs going up there saying that we shouldn't build any more housing right now. The trend in Sacramento is very different. I think the understanding of learning loss is clearly there and it's clearly coming up more and more. But I think there is a desire for our institution to be, to meet them where they're at and to do something about it where they're at and not trying to say, something different. And I think that's the hard thing I'm struggling with, trying to justify from, watching these hearings. Some part of my living is watching these hearings and seeing what happens in the ed committees in both houses. I think, we're in a different place from this way this conversation is going right now for what Sacramento. And so I do think that if we go up and we have this conversation and if we do take a position out, and Trustee Vela, I don't sit on that committee, but I think the conversation that you should have in the committee about this bill, should incorporate lots of perspectives and ideas. Yeah. Because I think in the end, we take the position, we're up there testifying, and you have the Chancellor's office, you have the legislators, they're embracing this, and the advocates on the other side. We may not make the kind of progress that I think we'd hope to make, but I think ultimately we want to deal with a vulnerable student population. We all want to bring them up and reset from all the tremendous learning loss that's been there. I mean, I've read my share of, attendance dropping and inconsistent attendance, especially for the next 4 years of our students are going to have huge holes in their learning. And that is something that's very important. And I don't know if it's offering a plethora of substantially below college level class placements, or if it's, doubling down and all the sort of strategies that need to be done to catch people up, take them where they're at and move it from there. Or whether we may want to go into more radical conversations. Like, I think we've engaged in this once or twice in our careers about the kind of requirements that you need to graduate. Should we have algebraic math be the core gateway piece for how we graduate, or should we be looking at other kinds of components of the math piece? I don't use a whole bunch of algebra after I've left college, but I certainly use stats and probability and accounting and all kinds of other things that represent, but we've created that algebraic math as the sort of standard. Many of our CTEs may be guiding our way, right? They've modified the kind of mathematics necessary to complete their course work and certification process. But I don't think the transfer process has really changed all that much. So it's very much focused on algebraic math. So anyways, I think this is an important conversation coming forward. There's a lot of, like I said, important pieces in the presentation. So thank you. I appreciate actually the work together with the Academic Senate. It's important, but it's also important to be critical sometimes of where we've been and where we're at, and watching that modified process. But we do have some confrontational issues if we're on this path, and if we don't sort of recognize why these bills were there and imperative to get there. And I'll leave this last point. I think we're sometimes criticized as a district for being further behind on implementation than everyone else. And so I think at some point we're going to have to balance out why we've taken this position. And we can certainly say we have poorer and lower, less prepared students than other districts, but in the region, we're being pointed out as the one that's not implementing as robustly as other places. And I don't have a good answer for that. And maybe we don't all have a good answer for that. And maybe, maybe we'll go back to the GPA, the poverty, the other kinds of things to point out why we're different. But I think the goal is that we want to see movement no matter where they're from and the advancement of their skills. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. We're moving on to item O, combined consent calendar matters requiring a majority. Are there any items that any trustee would like to pull?
Trustee Buelna or President Buelna, I do have a couple of items, but before we get to the consent calendar, I have a question about an item that was pulled, FF1. In the past, when something was going to be pulled at the board meeting, usually, board president or chancellor makes an announcement with an explanation of why it's being pulled. I want to bring it up because we had a lot of public speakers today on FF1. And I know that we sent it, the contract for the Vice Chancellor of Human Resources came before us and we sent it back for further review and to make some changes. When I asked today, what's the process and why was it pulled? I was told for a technical change. So I'm wondering, first of all, if general counsel is there, does it not take a vote of the body if there's more substantive change than a technical change to pull an item, because there were members of the public that expected the item to be on the agenda? And if it is a technical change, would the board entertain a motion to look at the item, make the technical change and approve the item pending the technical change? And then if it's deeper than a technical change, could the board get an explanation? Because I was a little bit caught off guard. I didn't know we were having public speakers. I didn't know there was an issue with the item. We had all weekend to review it. You're all in agenda review, which happens a couple weeks before the board meeting. It had to be on there then. And I know I'm really anxious to approve a contract for Mercedes Gutierrez based on the comments today, especially because that position's been vacant or with an interim, and we really need to get that position into a permanent status. So I don't know if we need a motion to put FF1 back on the agenda.
Hold on, Trustee Hoffman, we have, now we've gone through this process and the chancellor has an answer.
What's the process? We didn't vote to pull it off.
Well, no, in consent matters related to agenda items, it's with the consent of the board president and the chancellor. In this particular case, we conferred on the matters that we pulled, all of them, and agreed that we would do that today. The material discussion is a closed session matter, so we can't discuss those matters in public. But I consent of board president that this matter, these items will return in May. We need some additional staff time to process this. And if you'd like to raise this issue in closed session, we certainly can, but prohibited from discussing that publicly.
Okay, I didn't see it I didn't see an item on the closed session agenda that references FF1. I'm just talking about FF1 because I don't know if there's action by the board needed. So can we get the opinion of general counsel? If the board comes to the board meeting expecting an item to be on there and it's pulled without an explanation, I'm a little confused, and I think the public is confused.
Well, I was going to say exactly what the chancellor said. The board policy sets forth the power to establish the agenda. And under the board policy, it is the chancellor in cooperation with the board president that determines what matters are to be placed on the agenda. The chancellor and the board president agreed to remove this item to bring it back at a later date. That complies with the board policy. No action item is necessary.
Okay, so there's no explanation for the rest of the board as to why an item is being pulled.
Oh,
In the past, there's been an explanation, that's all.
The chancellor was very clear. We're gonna have a conversation in closed session. We can have those conversations in open session. And we both conferred on it. So, anything else on this matter?
No, I guess not.
Moving on to the combined consent calendar of O, are there items that need to be pulled?
I have
Trustee
three.
Bettis.
I am prepared to support, but I do have questions on W6, Y5, and Y11.
W6, Y5,
Y11.
and Y11. Trustee Eno, is there anything to pull that you want to pull from O, the combined consent calendar?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Trustee Henderson? Trustee Vela?
Nope.
Okay. Trustee Moreno?
No.
Okay. Trustee Hoffman?
Yes, I'm prepared to support it. I just want some more information on X11.
Okay. Chancellor, no, these are just questions that you guys have.
This is part I just want a
Okay,
clarification.
so who are the staff members to answer these?
Yeah, let's go ahead and start with W6.
Okay, W6.
So my only question there is, this is not a campus where we only have the charter school that's there right now. So is the charter school rent covering this cost or what exactly? I mean, I think this is an ongoing equipment maintenance conversation, but we don't do anything else. So the only thing that's active is the charter school. And I just wanted to be sure that we've structured that into the rent, because that means the rent is we should, view it as whatever, 9,300, 10,000, probably $10,000 to $20,000 less a year because it's going into supplying activities.
Yes, we do other things at the center, but not with this equipment. And yes, the rent from the different lease agreements more than covers the operational costs of the facility.
Oh, I get it, but what I'm saying is, I think ultimately the point I was trying to raise is that because we do rents based on comparables, and we want to be sure it's an appropriate lease, and these are just the additional expenses. Are they factored into when we do the comparables to do? Because this almost sometimes it comes on the edge of add value, potentially gift, since no one else is using it besides what's there. But is that part of is that the way we structure the contract, that we would pay for stuff like this, including?
I will double check with Valencia and with Dr. Mullen, but when they did the contract, they were able to increases this year, and I think that accounted for these types of things.
Okay, I just want to be sure, like I said, because nobody else is using it but them, but we are building leases based on market values and not necessarily rental, and this over time could result to quite a bit of money. So, I mean, this is, if we're doing 5 years, this is, $50,000 that's off the rent. So, okay.
Y5?
Y5? Y5, yeah, that's mine as well. I just really wanted to understand what this was. Campus culture shift initiative. And this is from COVID. I mean, I think I've recognized some of our programs and efforts when it comes to, diversity and equity issues, but this is the first that's saying that we're like, what's exactly the culture shift of COVID-19?
Okay, let me ask Dr. Juan to walk us through this item. Dr. Juan?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this item. So this item is incredibly important. Morale, culture, just working together as collegially as a college, those things have been really difficult, and especially coming back now in person. I think all of the colleges across the country are really trying to figure out what that looks like post-pandemic, on how we work effectively with our integrated planning and with one another to get college actual goals done. This is actually in line with our Caring Campus initiative, and we're really engaging every single unit and constituency on our campus to look at who we are as an institution post-COVID-19, how do we adapt to meet the needs of our students post-COVID-19, and how do we engage fully together as one campus in order to achieve our strategic education master plan goals.
I guess, and I say as President Awana, like I said, initially I was prepared to support it, but I'd actually, this runs for about 4 or 5 months. Would love to have the materials from this sent to the board just to, if something like this ever, because it does appear to be like one person, $80,000.
Oh, no, apologies. It's actually a consulting firm. There are 2 facilitators and their firm who are helping us with this. They're going to be leading focus groups. They're engaging with our students and getting focus groups with them. They're actually in the process of planning those hopefully very soon. And then of course, focus groups with each of our different constituencies. So it's not just one person getting 80,000, and there are multiple events, activities from the students all the way up to the administrative team. Every level is getting engaged with in this process.
So
but I'd be happy to provide any more information that you'd like or need it.
Please, if because it, like I said, even if it's 2, and I understand it's right now you're presenting it to us as a number of events and activities.
Correct.
But for the standpoint, and because we're using essentially HERF monies here, and we're connected in that way, but this may be leading to a number of other kinds of issues that we've been talking about and doing. But I just want to get a sense that I don't want to extend too far out of what we were considering HERV appropriate funding for this. And like I said, it all has to connect to the COVID-19 because that's where the relief money is coming from. So yeah. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Y11.
And then Y11. The only question I had on that one is typically sometimes when we do these professional services, we have a budgeted amount. This is kind of an open-ended one. Just wondering what the thought process here was this, and of course, Mr. Frejo did his presentation today, and he's been really good to work with. But just wondering in terms of the approach, how we're doing this.
This is one of the firms that we're adding to our panel, and so we don't set a specific amount, but just limit the hourly rate, and then add the money over time as necessary.
Okay.
And the Office of General Counsel controls the budget.
So I understand the 404s. We've got special firms there. The 816 seems to be a little bit on the higher end, but I just want to be sure for the public's sake that it's within the range that's acceptable here.
It is a little high. 4 would be for litigation work. The 816 for more of specialized service, like for example, the construction or maybe taxation, things of that nature.
Okay. And in the end, I guess I'll reserve the questions for afterwards, but I think, and then are you responsible for managing the budget, or is this out of facilities?
The work is done out of facilities, but OGC will manage the budget.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That's all I had.
X11.
Thank you. So, but right before I get to X11, I want to just piggyback on what Trustee Veras was commenting on with the project at Southwest College. Those are her funds, and I generally don't approve using her funds to pay a consultant. And I think I made sort of the announcement, not only at the budget committee meeting, but also today, that we really need to look at that money and do as much as we can to provide direct service, direct aid, or direct supplies and equipment to relieve our students, staff, and faculty. So I don't know if we're pulling the item or if we're going to approve it and then just get more information. But as a general principle, I don't want to see a lot of her funds being spent on consultants and consulting firms. Then that's all I have to say on that. X11 is.
Are we pulling the item or not?
I don't know. I don't know if the item was pulled.
No.
I'd like to have voted separately.
I pulled for clarification, but it is pulled technically.
Well, so we'll have an opportunity to vote on it separately.
if requested, I believe.
Yeah, if requested, that wasn't requested.
Well, I'd like to request that then.
Okay. The Y11.
Okay, I think
No,
it's
X11.
X11. Get your XYZ.
X11?
X11, I really like this. This
Running
is
is Wi-Fi.
Trustee Hoffman, just give me 1 second, 1 second. Okay, we're pulling Wi-Fi for a separate vote and X11, Trustee Hoffman?
Yeah, don't pull X11. I just want to make a comment and just get a little bit of clarification. It's personal service agreements with the organizations that are providing housing and beds for our students. And it looks like the cost is $1.5 million to serve, and correct me if I'm wrong, 103 students. Is that to house 103 students for a year?
Yes.
And the funding is from the basic needs one-time funds.
Yes.
We actually have 103 students that we're currently paying for. I guess what I'm getting at is we don't pay like Hoveness if a student isn't using that space. Is that correct? Can we just get a little clarification?
The current contract would reserve that space for us, and then we would find students to fill that bed.
And if we didn't find, because I heard that we have a lot of beds, but not all of them are full. What happens?
We have not had contracts until the board authorizes this. Once we have the beds reserved, there'll be a more concerted outreach effort to try to get those beds filled.
Will we have that credit if we don't fill the bed?
No, it's a reserved bed for us. We're basically buying the bed for the year. Prior to this, any of the work that our students were doing was because they qualified for other programs, which did make it more difficult to find students who were accepting and were accepted by the program that was providing the resources. But since these are our beds paid for our resources, students who are at risk but may not have otherwise qualified will be able to take advantage. The best example I can give is we've had several students in the LGBTQ who were not physically abused in their home, but were mentally and socially kicked out.
Mhm.
And they often don't qualify for any of the county resources in terms of housing. This would go towards that type of thing.
Great. Can we get updates on this? Because I'm excited about this project.
Absolutely.
It's a great idea. I think the board really supports it. And yeah, if we could just get updates regularly, that would be great.
Will do.
Thank you. Thank you, President Buelna. That's all I had.
Okay, so the only item right now, as of right now, that we're pulling out from section O is Y5. Okay, so seeing no other item for clarification or pulled and for clarification having been received. So may I have a motion and a second to adopt all of the remaining items of the combined consent calendar P1 through CC5, excluding Y5?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Trustee Vera moves. Is there a second? No, he first. He motioned. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Vela. Any additional comments? See none, roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
I'm gonna abstain since I'm new.
Thank you. Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Veras?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lupe, not that I'm a stickler for alphabetical order. Isn't Trustee Eno after Trustee Hoffman and Henderson? Okay. Okay, it's Henderson, Hoffman. Yeah, then Trustee Eno. Okay, sorry, Lupe.
That's true.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, we'll deal with that later.
We got two H's and two V's now.
Okay, so then may I have a motion and a second to adopt all the remaining items, to adopt Y5 from the agenda? Is there a motion?
I'm sorry, what did you ask again?
Why? May I have a motion a motion and a second to adopt Y5 from the agenda. Y5 was pulled for a separate vote.
Okay.
So, okay, so right now we're voting on Y5. Okay, that's the only item that was pulled. And we have a motion by trustee Vela. Is there a second on Y5? Being none, I'll second it. Is there any comment on Y5? Being none, roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman.
I'm sorry, we're voting to approve Y5?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the item that we pulled?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I apologize. I'd like to change my vote. I reread it, but it's using her funds, so my vote is no.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Moreno,
No.
trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Veras.
Yes.
What's the roll call on? How many yeses? How many?
Did I miss somebody? Trustee Henderson? Did I get your vote?
Oh, you skipped Eno.
I'm sorry.
Skip Eno.
It's because trustee Buona changed me.
I will still abstain.
Trustee Eno abstained, but trustee Henderson?
My vote was yes.
Okay. So that passed. Okay.
Yeah.
Business items D and DD, business items DD1 through DD9. Are there any items that any trustee would like either clarification or to pull? I'm going to start from my right-hand side. Trustee Eno? And if it's none, that's okay. You don't need to.
Not at this
Okay.
moment.
Student trustee Henderson, just if you can tell me the items and I'll go ahead and pull for clarification or pull them. DD, so DD1 through DD9. Number 7. Okay, authorization. Okay, number 7. Okay. David? I mean, trustee.
Nothing.
Okay, trustee
I have
Vettis?
none.
Trustee Hoffman?
No.
Trustee Moreno?
I'm sorry. What are we voting on here?
DD, business items, DD1 through DD9. And trustee Henderson, did you want clarification or a pull for vote? Okay. So on those items, is there anything for clarification or to pull, trustee Moreno?
No.
Okay. So if we can get Chancellor a clarification on number 7.
Okay, let's go to 7. Oh, this is the sheriff's item. Okay, is there a particular question? There was a one-way set of communications that were sent to the board related to the process itself and whatnot. So is there a particular,
Well, there was some public comment
right?
regarding it. So I want to just make sure that we're being clear, that we're authorizing negotiations.
Yes.
Not
Oh,
authorizing
okay.
that we go into the
Yes.
actual agreement.
Yes. Yes, thank you, trustee Anderson. I will reiterate that point. With your support on this vote, it authorizes the district team to engage in negotiations with the County of LA Sheriff's Department. They came out on top of the bid process. So we will move forward in that process negotiating. If we agree to the terms, conditions of the contract itself, we will bring that back to the full board for a vote. If we are unable to reach agreement for whatever reasons, we will go to the next available bidder.
Can I ask a question? Can you tell us who the other bidders were? Because I haven't been part of it.
Oh, I don't have it. I can. It is public record. I don't have it committed to memory. Let me ask if Dr. Nish is on the line or there's someone from procurement.
And trustee, the rest of the board did receive a one-way communication from the chancellor on it. I'm not saying your questions are going to be answered, but I just want to let you know that did
And
occur.
I'm happy to forward that to you as well. But there were other, this was the only public agency. The others are private security firms.
I have a question. I see that I see the number that's put here that they want to enter in contract with. So with entering, if we do pass to go into negotiation, we do get to negotiate this number, correct? This isn't
Exactly what we're
the
asking.
solid number.
Yeah,
Okay,
that gives us the parameters
okay.
for which to negotiate, and it sets essentially a ceiling
Mhm.
for that.
And then let's say that if we can't come to terms with a number that we think is reasonable or viable, then what happens?
And what happens?
Yes.
Then we would sanction that the negotiations process has failed, and we would go to the next bidder.
Okay, thank you.
The trustee and chancellor, if you want to, I do have the memo so I can read it out since it's public. So after the LA Sheriff's trustee Eno, it's Allied Universal, then it's Intercom, and then it's American Guard. Those are the ones that were listed in responses.
Trustee Henderson, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any additional questions on this item before I go? Oh, trustee,
Hoffman.
I saw your physical hand, not the little.
I know, my little hand doesn't show up so good. Thank you, President Buona. Chancellor, I was on last Friday, we had our triple CT board meeting that lasted all day long, by the way. And it was brought to our attention that there are some regulatory changes being proposed by the Board of Governors regarding campus safety. So can we ensure that everyone is well aware before we do any negotiating of those regulatory changes? Because chances are they will be mandated, and we might as well get it built into the contract right now. Are you aware of those changes? I have them if you want me to send them to you.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Hoffman, for your observation and your suggestion. Yes, we are aware of that, and I'm happy to report that the way the contract was, at least, or the scope of work, pardon me, was initially written, does incorporate many of the themes that are incorporated now with the regulatory changes. The emphasis on community policing, de-escalation, training, all those sorts of changes that are now going to be, we believe, codified into the education code are indeed in the scope of work for this particular proposal. This proposal, I should mention, because I think it's important, before we released it out to the public for bidders, it was reviewed by this Board of Trustees with representatives, Vice Presidents Vela and Vice President Henderson, who were brought into the to the scope of work discussion, and they provided excellent feedback that represents the interests of this particular board. So, and in this particular case, the Sheriff's Department understands what our expectations are related to the work that we're expecting. It's not the same contract or scope of work that we have been in the last 20 years. We believe it's enhanced, and the LASD believes that they can perform.
Okay, but I need to say that for Trustee Eno, and I think Trustee Henderson, you probably already know this, but when I got on the board the sheriff's contract was $18 million. When we were going into COVID, the sheriff's contract was $24 or $25 million. And I think we all desired a lower dollar amount. And I feel like I understand that we can negotiate up to 29 million. I think that's absurdly high. And I don't think I would be prepared to approve a contract that's $29 million. And I understand that, you know, some of these things that we've built into the contract that are important to us cost money. So I don't know if there's a way that we can really take a look and figure out what things are we willing to scale back on, because I don't want you guys coming back to the board and saying, well, this is what the board wanted. And because the board wanted it, that's what it's going to cost. You know, I might want a Tesla, but I might have to just get the basic model without the leather seats and the nice floor mats and everything else, right? So how can we ensure that we're not going to get ourselves into the high end of the cost of this contract, and then it comes back and it's, you know, we're told, well, that's what you wanted. So I'm a little concerned, because one of the reasons, in addition to all of some other things that were going on, that we wanted to explore other places and organizations was because of the cost.
You know, they used to say, don't pay for a Cadillac, just get a Chevy. But the problem is the Chevy costs $40,000 now still. So, I mean, there's an escalation, there's a cost, there's an inflation, there's a lot of stuff going on as well. You know, I got to the board and it was like $14 million in 2011. So it's gone up, but I think there is, and I apologize, Dr. Buona, for jumping in here, but I did want to indicate that there are pieces in our dialogue that we've learned from over the years of accountability and really understanding effectiveness of the kind of oversight we should be having on this contract. That's been more part of a dialogue than ever before. So I think, as we get down to the final budget number, like those pieces are really critical for us to be able to ensure that we have appropriate service.
And I understand that, and I appreciate your comments, Trustee Veras, but, we just listened to 61 AFT 1521A members talk about how, their incremental increases over the last 20 years. And certainly it doesn't feel good when, we've got a contract for $29 million and we've got employees that haven't realized those kinds of inflationary increases in their salaries or anything else. So I just needed to say that.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. We're clear on the direction. We will return with a proposal that both meets the interests, the campus safety and security interests of the colleges and the district office first and foremost at a price that we think is reasonable and one that is commensurate with the level of service that we expect.
And we have one final question from student trustee Martinez.
I really want to echo the comments that Trustee Hoffman is making. I'm very concerned about the number, especially given the fact that what the contract looked like before entering COVID, especially given the fact that we don't have all of our students back on campus. So to have this be the suggested number when we are not 100% back on campus, there's a bit of a disconnect here. So that's a main concern for me. So I would really appreciate seeing maybe a breakdown of everything that we've asked for and everything they're going to provide for us, and see how it is that we accumulate to this number. And if we have to scale back, then I think that that's something that we should definitely do if we are looking at continuing the contract with the sheriffs, because frankly, this number is extremely absurd.
Being no additional comments.
Can I ask, I couldn't agree with people more on costs. However, I think we need to have, if we ever get to this point, if we need to, let's compare what we've done from 2014 till now, not only in terms of cost of living, but cost per FTS. Basically, what is the increased cost? We have increased costs that are exorbitant in certain areas, and we will not know that number until we compare it by FTS. I think it's valuable to see that information that either supports or is this such an outlier? I dare to say that when you look at the cost of FTS, the increase in the Sheriff's Department contract is no worse than what's happening relative to the cost of FTS in this district. So I'd like to see that data too, should we get to that point. You understand my point, that everything is phenomenally more expensive if you divide it by FTS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Matt.
First of all, I didn't comment. Yeah, I do. I want to echo just, this is to attempt to, move into negotiations. And, I really would encourage us to try to, again, factor in like we did successfully last time. We just spoke today about, some dire issues with enrollment, in-person attendance at our colleges hasn't been exactly stellar. Again, we continue to deal with a relatively aggressive pandemic, endemic. So I would appreciate if staff could look into, looking or negotiating a lower price. I also think, the Sheriff's Department is lucky because they don't have a bargaining unit within the district. And to be honest with you, I agree with Trustee Moreno that they are, the sheriff's department's having to deal with, increase in cost of living, inflation. But we can't say that at the same breath, and that one of our unions, tell them, we can cover the cost of living and increase of inflation for our contracted security. We're not willing to do it for you. That's not fair. And we have to think about how we can fix that so that everyone thinks they get a fair shot in this country and they're able to get home and, pay their electricity bill and stuff like that. By the way, I'm not putting the sheriff down here. I'm actually agreeing with, what Trustee Moreno said, but by the same token, we need to take care of our own too. So I think I said those two issues. One is see if we could get a better situation money-wise and services, I think. And then let's enter negotiations. I'm okay with that. But also let's, continue to discuss our own unions and what they need. So thank you.
Chancellor, you had one final comment.
Yes, the final comment here to build on Trustee Henderson's question on clarification. I wanted to clarify with your yes vote that allows us to enter into negotiations with a not to exceed number, period. If we're able to reach agreement and we've not exceeded that number, we do not return to the board. We only will return to the board if indeed we're not able to reach agreement, and we'll ask for the same authorization for the second bidder. So I wanted to make sure that I was clear in my explanation.
What is the number not to exceed? Is it the number that they gave us?
Is 29,232,779. That's noted in the agenda.
We don't get to
that's
set our own, what our own maximum is? We have to go by their maximum?
No, we've set that maximum. That's a maximum. That's a not to exceed.
Okay.
I think the student trustees' concern is that we've set this number at 29 that is much higher than what we've paid in the past, regardless of staffing and, our current needs. And considering that we have fewer students on campus, fewer faculty, and we're looking at more. So the hope and expectation is that during negotiations, we will try to negotiate closer to a number that we've paid in the past.
That's clear.
Even if that means some reduction in the staffing that they're offering, or,
So President Buena,
yes.
Is there any way that we could introduce a friendly amendment to this or not? Is it to change the not to exceed to a different number?
I think Trustee Hoffman, I think the question was, for instance, if this contract were to be negotiated at $28 million, I think, Chancellor, just to be clear, then it would not come back to
For approval or ratification?
You're giving us that through this action.
Right.
Okay. Right. So through this action, Trustee Hoffman, I just wanted to be clear that if it is a dollar under the contract, it is not coming back to this board.
I mean, how does am I the only one that has a problem with the cost? It doesn't sound like the rest of the board, other than maybe
one of the reasons I'm pointing it out to you, because from your statement, I think you were under the understanding that it was going to come back to us for authorization, and the way it's structured, it is not.
So I guess my question would be, we've got a proposal with lots of bells and whistles, and literally everything that I wasn't involved in the process, but I know there was a big process. Everything we could think of went into that RFP. And that's what these RFPs were scored on. And that's what they're being costed out based on. I'm saying, at what point do we negotiate and say, we don't need 6 people over here. We only need 2 here. We don't need. So I guess I am a little nervous when I look at $29 million, because you all knew when we had that other special meeting, I thought $24 million was exceedingly high at the time when we were shut down, when we didn't have a lot of people on campus. And so $30 million, it's only going to go up from there. I'm just want to register in public that I have concerns. The cost is a big concern for me, for this board member.
But just to be very clear, it will not come back if it's under the amount.
So,
Yes,
No, I don't believe P is specific.
the money, the price.
Just the fact that it can come back to us.
I don't believe so. I believe this is how we have set up the procurement process, and this is the next step. So either you approve this or you don't.
I just feel that it's going to be less than this, and it's going to be approved, and now we're paying almost $30,000.
President Buena,
That's my concern.
Trustee Henderson, we can't hear you. I just want to make that comment. I can't hear Trustee Henderson.
Sorry, Trustee Hoffman.
Oh, better. Thank you.
What I was saying is that what we don't want is for for the negotiations to end up 2 cents less than this given dollar amount, and it be approved, and we're paying $30,000 for the same services we were getting before.
Trustee Bowman.
Or even if it's different, to pay that, because I was also against that increase in payment when we agreed to it during COVID.
President Buena.
Yes.
I just had a clarification or question. Can we make a friendly amendment to change the total of 29 million, the not to exceed number today?
Well,
Tonight.
we held the RFP, so this is the number that the bidder gave us. And they won in the procurement. So they set forth the amount of force and the amount of whatever the costs were, and determined that this is the amount necessary for them to provide the services that we requested in the RFP. So that's why we're at this number. Now, the issue is, will we be able to reach a contract with the sheriffs based on this number being the absolute ceiling? If we do, then we can pay up to this number. If we agreement with the sheriffs, then in the this item, it also says that we immediately go to the second bidder. But that's the way, as the chancellor pointed out, that's the way the RFP was set up.
I have a few questions.
Trustee Vettis, then Trustee Martinez.
Mr. Medrano, if I can ask you a few questions, because I think part of the procurement process and the scoring, price is one factor, there's qualification, there's all that kind of stuff, right? But we scored based on the proposals presented. And points were given in all kinds of categories. I know they gave us a one-way communication on it, but can you talk a little bit about sort of the scoring process, and if the cost is a concern? Because I think what I'm hearing from the dais is either because we're not 100% back in person, is there changes or modifications or things like that that can be done at least while we're not out? And if not, what's the price for second place, and what do we miss if we can't be agreeable to first? But then there's also a legal component to that too. Do we have to do our due diligence first with first place in the scoring before we can even contemplate any other place or any other cost?
I want to make sure that Mr. Medrano, I don't have anything against you, but is there any of our vice chancellor, because they're vice chancellors, that could answer it first? Or I mean, Dr. Nish, I'm not saying that you shouldn't answer it, but first, Dr. Nish, who handled the
Let's start with her then.
Okay. If you please stay.
Standby, please.
Yeah, don't go away.
And my mistake. I know I called you out as a consultant support, and we should have started with our administrative staff, but you've jumped in on the past and you've clarified a few of these things, so that's why I think I went to you.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
I'd like to make sure that I understand all of the questions that were raised by Trustee Veras. You asked about the cost component and the other things you would like me to address, please.
The process. Scoring was based on the full total proposal. They're responding to our RFP that's out. Everybody put costs pieces. How much was cost assessed in terms of a piece of the score? Was it assessed lower or front or what? And what level of negotiations do we have if we don't agree to the cost?
Okay, yes, thank you. As is public known, the RFP is a public document and the scoring for cost was disclosed. It was 25%. It goes through a algorithm that is developed by the Business Services Division and is scored through that algorithm. It is not individually scored by the raters on the panel. That information was provided. So it was worth 25% of the total score of the rating for the written proposals. So the remaining 75% was scored on other items. We absolutely have the ability to negotiate a lower total cost than what is before you. It is customary with an RFP that we do not set a budget. We set a scope of work and we ask that the proposals address the scope of work with their cost. This is the cost that was proposed by the LA County Department, sorry, the LA Sheriff's Department. This does not mean that we must agree to this cost. It means that if you approve this item, there is a hard ceiling. And we would definitely work to prioritize the items within the scope of work. And as we are clear from the direction we have from this conversation, to work to reduce this cost. I hope that helps to address that. We were very much cost oriented as we looked at these proposals, but please understand that cost is 25% and it goes through an algorithm and then is added to it.
Any additional questions? Yeah. Trustee
So,
Henderson.
how are you, Ed? I thought that when David and I met with you all in the ad hoc committee that we discussed trying to make an earnest effort to keep the total cost down to at least what we were paying before, even, you know, incorporating some of the additional services that we were looking for, even if it meant reducing some of their proposed staffing, all of that to try to prevent this from happening. So, I mean, in negotiations, that's what we would, I'm saying we, I hope that's the case for everyone else, would like to see is that we, looking at the services that we're asking for, we're not looking for the moon and, want to get it for free, but to try to stay at least to what we were paying, the 25 that we were paying before, and try to get incorporate what we were looking for. I'm really disappointed in this number. And I would like for us to be able to have a strong security and some protection for our students, our assets, our staff, but that number would be very difficult for me to agree to. Please.
Dr. Preston here.
If I may address the question, yes, it was definitely relayed to us that you had cost concerns, and but the cost ultimately must be negotiated through this process with the Sheriff's Department if we're successful, or with the next vendor. We do not give a fixed budget in the RFP. Therefore, each proposal proposed what they believed would be their total cost to provide the whole scope of services that we had in the RFP. We definitely have priorities within that scope of services. We also made it very clear through the process that we were asking for innovative means of staffing that would be cost effective and efficient. And this is what we will be working with our negotiating partner as we move through the process. This number here is what they put forward in the RFP. This number sets a ceiling. it does not give us an automatic right to come up at the very top. We're hearing very clearly from you, and it is clearly our intention that we negotiate this to a lower cost, maintaining the priorities that we have set forth in the scope of work. I hope that that helps address the question. And of course, Mr. Medrano is here to add any other details.
So when we put the scope of work out, we asked for everything based on the input that we received. This is reflective of everything that we wanted. And it is an addition to the services and the staffing that the district currently has. So setting that as the highest bar, we also have to look at the priorities of the district. So that's where we start from the highest bar and look at what are the priorities to get to the number that we feel comfortable with that provides all the services and meets those high priority items in the scope of work. There's also negotiation with regards to the staffing levels. We did increase the staffing and supervision levels in the release of this RFP. We can reevaluate that as well as look at how we deploy the sheriff's assets. One good example is the district right now does not pay for relief factor on all the sheriff's employees. This proposal has complete relief factor. So that right there is a significant jump in and of itself. We can evaluate that to determine how much relief factor we want, those kind of things. So as Dr. Nish said, this is the ceiling. I hear, and I've heard all the comments from the board members, what the expectation is not to come in, a penny below. We're talking about understanding the needs and priorities and looking at that and coming with a number that you all feel comfortable with, if that makes sense.
Okay. Trustee Hoffman?
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for that explanation, Mr. Medrano. I love having you here. And I know you're the expert. My fear is it does say 29, not to exceed 29 million. My fear is we're going to enter into negotiations. If the board approves this, we have no choice. If it's 29 million, then it's 29 million, correct? And I think the board is a little nervous about that because, first of all, we don't want to get ourselves into a situation. So can we change that 29 million here at the board meeting and make a friendly amendment, or what happens?
If I may.
Just real quick, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Chancellor, our council right now, Trustee Hoffman, said the answer is no, because it was in the RFP and that cannot be changed.
Wait, 29 million was not in the RFP.
General Counsel, why don't you answer?
Oh.
The 29 million was the sheriff's number.
Okay, right.
Okay, all right.
But am I correct if we approve this and then they come back, let's just say they come back with 28.5 million. We don't have a choice. We have to accept it. I mean, I just want to know legally, what are we committing to?
It depends on how the RFP was structured, and I can double check to see if there's a way to bring it back and let you know. But right now, I really don't know. It sounds like the way it's structured is the agreement here today is with the $29 million cap for district staff to negotiate a final deal. And once we negotiate a final deal with the sheriffs, we have a deal.
Can I ask one more follow-up question? Is there a way to agree to negotiate and then come back with a final amount? Like, can we agree to negotiate? Because like Mr. Medrano said, we have all the bells and whistles. We might say, we don't need this. We don't, let's take this out. So can we enter into negotiations without committing to a dollar amount?
If I may, I'd like to second what Trustee Hoffman said. I like that idea. Maybe if we could reach another max number and then go from there, but just 29 makes us uneasy. And the idea of not being able to say yes or no when the agreement happens. I know that it would come back to us if it exceeds 29 million, but the board, I believe I'm fair enough in speaking for everyone when I say this, that 29 million, the cap, that makes us nervous because there is a possibility that we then enter into a contract for 29 million when we do not want to enter into a contract for 29 million. So I'm all for negotiation. I'm not for negotiation with the fear that we could unknowingly go into a contract for 29 million without it coming back for approval or denial from the board. So if it's possible that it can come back to the board, and not in the case that it exceeds 29 million, in any case before it is approved.
Could I make a motion to authorize that we enter
Hold on,
into
Trustee, hold on,
negotiations?
Trustee Hoffman, we're still having a discussion.
Okay.
So, Dr. Nish, if we were to agree to this, what is the exit strategy from the sheriff's contract? What type of notice would have to be given? What are the options there?
Thank you, Trustee Buelna. Ultimately, it's a 30-day notice, but operationally, that is physically impossible. For the sheriffs to vacate the premises within 30 days may be possible. For us to find a new security provider within 30 days for 9 colleges it's not possible. 60 days, we would be able to get a certain level of coverage, but we probably need more like 3 to 4 months to have a full level of coverage if we switch providers.
Trustee Vela had a little more detailed, refined question.
Dr. Nish, no, I think what I was referring to was the procurement, what the RFP says, and I think you were also going to comment on that. So from what I remember, the RFP does give us an out. This doesn't mean that we have to contract with them, even if we approve tonight. Can someone explain?
Correct. That is correct.
So can someone explain it?
So I just spoke to General
Okay,
Counsel.
please.
If we can't come to agreement to the terms of the contract, regardless of the 29 million number that we're talking about, we would move on to the next vendor. We don't, this is not saying we will pay this amount and that's our negotiation that the sheriff's is going to set. That's part of the negotiation process. We're hearing what the board expectations are. We will negotiate with the sheriff's department and come back, well, not come back and agree to a number that's clearly less, but based on the feedback we're getting from the board. So it does not tie, the board's decision does not tie us that this is the number that has to be set, and we have to agree upon that. That's part of the negotiation process.
But also one more thing, in the RFP, doesn't it say that the district reserves the right, even if whoever is, chosen, the district reserves the right to get out of the contract if they want to? That's what I read in the RFP, unless I'm crazy.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Chancellor Rodriguez, you have a suggestion?
Yes, I have a suggestion here. The way that the chief laid it out and Dr. Nish laid out is correct. If you support this as written, then it would follow the process as we have described. You're authorizing us to not only negotiate, but also to come to agreement with, so long as it does not exceed that dollar amount there. If you're not comfortable doing that, you can simply authorize our team to authorize negotiations. And if we do that, then we will come back with that number to the board. So that is the alternative way to address this matter.
That sounds like so those of you on the phone, that sounds like a winner, Chancellor, in terms of the smiling faces that I get through the eyes here. So may I have a motion to amend this? Actually, no, we're pulling, I think we're good. I think we're going to do in terms of this process, we're going to pull this item out. Let's do.
Trustee, might be easier just to make a motion to authorize the chancellor to negotiate a contract and bring it back to the board for final approval.
Well, procedurally, in terms of DD, okay, I think we're going to need to pull out number 7 and vote on everything else, then come back into number 7. Correct? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I understand where I think we're going to go with number 7, but let's may I have a motion to approve items DD 1 through DD 9, excluding number 7. May I have a motion? Trustee Veta, is there a second?
Second.
Second, who? Okay, good. Okay. The voices again. Student Trustee Martinez. And Student Trustee Martinez, I apologize for the question I have to ask. Can the Student Trustee second on a business motion? Okay, again, I apologize just for clarification. Just wanted to ask that question. Okay, so we got that. So roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez, advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, so on item number 7, what we're going to, there's a friendly, I'm going to make the friendly amendment that the chancellor and the administrative team negotiate, then bring back a contract to the Board of Trustees.
You're authorizing us to negotiate with the LA County
Yes,
Sheriff's Department.
yes.
That's it.
Okay, and to return to the Board of Trustees for
So
authorization.
you're going to make the motion?
I'll make the.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Welna,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno,
Eno, I'll say yes now.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any items in item EE facilities, EE1 through EE12 that need further explanation or pulled? Trustee Eno? Okay. Student Trustee Martinez?
Please come back to me.
Okay. Trustee Henderson?
Nothing.
Trustee Vella?
No thanks.
Trustee Vettis?
None.
Trustee Hoffman?
None, thank you.
Trustee Moreno?
None.
Trustee Martinez, it's EE1 through EE12.
No.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve facility items EE1 through EE12? Moved by Trustee Vella.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Hoffman. Roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Welna,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Did you get me?
Yes, sir. Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. Notice reports and informatives. Notice of out-of-state travel. Board members, there is one informative. No action is required. What's this one? Okay. All right. Public comment on announcements and indicators of future proposed actions by members of the Board of Trustees.
Trustee, I have 2 requests.
Yes, sir.
First request is if we can get an update on our human resources vacancies. Where do we stand from, we had this presented a few months back. Be nice to see what progress we've made.
Okay.
Additionally, if we can have a presentation, and I'm going to say this because I know this is something that's typically FEMPOC, but because this is a legislative authorization, to get an update on our best value contracting efforts. I believe we've only had one done, but it's a legislative authorization that will expire in a few years. And so to go back and get it authorized long-term, we should have a discussion on how we're doing it. I think we've only had the Southgate campus done and maybe more, but I haven't seen any come forward. But to have an update on the progress of our pilot project as authorized.
Okay, thank you. Any other items, announcements, and indications of future proposed action by members of the Board of Trustees?
Can I just make a very quick announcement? Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to remind everybody that the trustee conference is at the end of this month. I hope you're all registered. It's going to be in Dana Point. And I am on 3 panels, and I really want to thank Dr. Corner and Dr. Litz and Patrick for helping me with 2 of those panels. I'm extremely appreciative. I'm doing something on ransomware and cybersecurity with Sierra College and some representatives from the Chancellor's office. I'm helping with the Family Resource Center presentation, and I'm on a presentation about the Task Force for Food Insecurity and Housing Affordability, and I am presenting with 2 college presidents. So I hope you all are able to make it. Thanks. And Kelsey, we can figure out how to get you signed up if you're available. It's a really good conference to jump into. Yeah.
With that, I was going to ask, does the student trustee get to go to this?
Sure. I mean, I think you need to talk to Ryan and Betsy, correct? But I do know that there have been students that have participated, and Yeah, I believe you can sign up and go, right, Chancellor and Dr. Corner?
Yeah, sure, I would ask you to look at the agenda to see if there are items that would interest you, but there is something that we've done before.
And if you want to reach out to me, Karima, I can go over it with you and let's figure out what would be a good way to
And I would
attend.
just say, this is a great capacity building, and I would highly recommend.
I was going to say, for the record, this is the trustee conference, this is a CEO conference. It's actually a student-specific conference as well that's related. So, but I've seen student trustees attend this one too.
Yeah, you went to the student trustee conference last year, didn't you? The one that the league put on, Karima?
Was that the one that was going to be in Riverside?
Oh, yeah. And then it wound up
Yes,
being
it got canceled, unfortunately.
Oh.
So I will get in contact with you and as well Dr. Corner or Betsy to see. I would be really interested in going to this.
Great. It's the end of the month, like the end of April. It's a weekend.
So thank you very much. So for the, do we have, Lupa, do we have any closed item comments?
We have one that signed up, but they're not online. Brian Walsh for closed session item.
Okay. Mr. Walsh, are you on the computer? Okay. Seeing none, the recess, I think it need to read that one, right? Okay. Okay. The board will recess to the closed session in accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, Government Code Section 54950, etc., and the Education Code to discuss the matters on the posted closed session agenda item, Government Code Section 54954.5. May I have a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
So moved. If we're gonna need just about 5 minutes, if the other trustees can join their link in just 5 minutes, we're gonna need a little break. Yeah.